Chapter 001 Dragon Ball World, Universe 7, on planet Vegeta. On the 120th day of traveling to the Dragon Ball world, the system still hasn't come. In a rest cabin where the inferior warrior lived, a young boy of 11 or 12 years old was looking at the series of orthography on the wall in a daze. His name is Sujet, which is his earthling name. At the same time, he is also called Chlorin. Of course, this is the name that belongs to the Tazayan. However, the soul is an earth Huaxia after all, so he still thinks that Sujet sounds too good. At this time, he was very uncomfortable. It's been 120 days since he traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, and he went from confusion at the beginning, excitement later, and despair more recently. According to the novel, the traverser must have a powerful golden finger or a very anti-heavenly system. But a week passed, a month passed, 2 months passed. Not to mention the powerful golden finger, that is, the weak golden finger, the system that is not two against the sky has not appeared at all. The most important thing is that the scion he crossed is not a genius-type scion. He is 11 years old this year and barely reaches 200 points of combat effectiveness. Although these 200 points of combat power are one of the best masters on a planet like Earth, don't forget that this combat power, in this planet Vegeta and even in the 7th universe where the strong are like clouds, is completely a rookie chicken that is too weak to do. If the bloodline is strong, maybe relying on my plot control of the Dragon Ball world, maybe I can still mix and thrive. Well, what I have to think about now is, what to do tomorrow when I go on a mission. Sujet was uncomfortable, but couldn't help. There is really nothing wrong with what he thinks. If his scion bloodline is strong enough, then relying on his understanding of the plot of the Dragon Ball world, he can definitely play in this world. However, his scion bloodline is not strong. An inferior scion, even if he knows the development of the plot and does not have strong strength in his body, then what is the use of eggs? Not to mention the incident in which Frisia slaughtered planet Vegeta not long ago, even the current mission to planet Savas tomorrow is also likely to die 9 lifetimes. Waiting for Minger to find a chance to slip away. Sujet clenched his teeth, his eyes full of madness. He didn't want to die, and there was no luck on that battlefield at all. With his strength, he is completely cannon fodder. Instead of dying on the battlefield, Sujet felt that it was good to be a deserter and be hunted down and killed by King Vegeta. With the thought clear, Sujet put a smile on his face. As a Dragon Ball fan, how could he be willing to die without meeting Goku once? I, Sujet, will definitely live in the Dragon Ball world. Sujet clenched his hands and roared angrily in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host binding for the success of the upgrade package. What? An electromechanical synthesized sound without emotion in his ears made Sujet stunned on the spot, and he didn't react for a while. Ding! Congratulations to the host binding for the success of the upgrade package. Another electromechanical synthetic sound came, this time Sujet could be regarded as hearing it clearly, and he came back to his senses. System, you're finally here. After waiting for 120 days. The system finally arrived, and at this time, Sujet suddenly felt the urge to sing the lyrics of Finally Waiting for You, Fortunately I Didn't Give Up. What does the upgrade package system do with you? Holding back, Sujet forcibly held back the urge to sing. He asked about the system, wanting to know what his system really did. Back to the host, you only need to level up 1 level to get a pack. The system returns to the resuscitation philosophy in seconds. Such a cowhide. What's in this pack? Sujet was stunned. You can get a gift package by leveling up 1 level. There are things in the gift bag, and the higher the quality of the package, the more precious the items in the gift bag. The system continues. How is the grade of this gift bag calculated? Sujet frowned, thought for a moment and continued to ask. For each level, the host can get an upgrade package randomly sent by the system. Upgrade pack levels are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, king. Friendly reminder, since the host has just turned on this system, now you have a chance to draw the starter pack. Note, the starter pack also randomly distributes bronze, silver, gold, equip packs of other levels. A series of electromechanical synthetics sounded in Suje's mind, and one message after another made his eyes widen involuntarily. At the same time, his face also showed ecstasy. The old author has a new book, so I won't say much. Just ask for a flower evaluation vote. If you think it's okay, just leave a message in the book review area, even if it's a simple come on 2 words. I will also be very passionate code word. Chapter 002. Does the host want to randomly draw the newbie pack now? The sound of the system continued to come. Suje thought for a while, and was about to speak, when his rest cabin door was knocked. Knock knock. The knock on the door was a little loud, and it seemed that the person who came was not good. Suje frowned, slowly turned around and came to the gate, opened the gate. A scion in his 20s was looking at him indifferently. Clorin, I will remind you to go on a mission tomorrow, remember, don't be late. Suje glanced at this scion, and the memory of this guy from his predecessor appeared in his mind. Mokos, a lower class scion, but has more than 1000 combat power. This combat effectiveness index is not strong among the lower class scion warriors, but it is generally much stronger than Suje at this time. Not to mention, this guy is also the captain of Suje's squad. Regardless of status or strength, Suje is far inferior. Well, I see. In other words, he is naturally a sycophant, but now he is not the timid predecessor Clorin, but a systematic traverser Suje. Therefore, his tone was very indifferent, and he did not have the attitude he should have towards Mokos in the past. Seeing and hearing Suje's indifferent expression and his indifferent tone, Mokos's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Suje up and down, suddenly laughed, and nodded. It's good to know, it's good to know. In that case, please come back, I'm going to rest. Suje didn't give face at all, didn't wait for Mokos to speak again, and directly closed the door of the rest cabin, and when he was in the crack, he noticed the guy's gloomy eyes, and just smiled faintly in his heart. A scum with 1000 combat effectiveness, also delusional to have bad thoughts about him. Scold. When he turned around, the corner of Suje's mouth hooked a sneer. With the system, and immediately opening the newbie package, he believes that he will never die halfway in the hands of this 1000-point combat power scum. System, randomly draw a newbie pack for me. Suje returned to his bed, his eyes squinted at the orthography on the wall on the side, and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 3 months into the world of Dragon Ball, but also 3 months of silence. Starting today, Suje said that this is his first step in being invincible in the Dragon Ball world. Diddy diddy. Suje's words fell, only listening to the sound of voices in his mind, and then after the voice stopped, his eyes lit up, and a silver-white gift bag phantom appeared in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a silver-level starter pack. When Suje was curious about what level this newbie gift bag was, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Silver-level starter pack. Hearing this system prompt, Suje's eyes widened, and a hint of something bad appeared in his heart. Pack levels are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum. Bronze is the lowest, followed by silver. That is, this silver gift pack maybe not fat. System, don't pit me, I just had a vendetta with someone. Suje raised his hand, patted his brain, and said embarrassed, if I don't give a high-level gift package, maybe Minger doesn't know how I died. Host, please calm down. The system replied faintly, the level of the newbie package is usually 1 notch higher than the ordinary upgrade package, that is to say. Your silver level newbie package is actually a gold level package. Hearing this, Suje's eyes suddenly lit up, but he rolled his eyes, rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, "Look. Refuse." The system directly did not wait for Suge to finish speaking, and directly replied with 2 words. Suge pouted. He actually wanted to see if he could take advantage of something. After all, if there is a chance to be cheap and not take advantage of it, it is a bastard. However, the system is still a lot smarter, and it does not let Suge open his mouth to talk about it. "Okay, then open this silver for me." "Oh no, a gold level pack." Suge waved his hand, his eyes revealed expectation, and said in his heart. Ding! Suge's words fell, he saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then a prompt sounded in his mind, and soon, another white and silver light burst out. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the silver level starter pack and obtaining the following items. Race bloodline increased 3 times, time stop, Super Immortal Bean X10, Immortal Bean X100, Chi usage, Grandmaster level martial deist combat experience. A series of prompts sounded in Suge's mind, making him stunned for a short time. This is comparable to a newbie pack of a gold level package, just such a thing. The host doesn't need to complain, you'll know everything after you feel the contents of the package. The system replied to such a sentence, and Suge found that all the things in the row in front of him had disappeared. Then, his body shook, as if something had entered his body, and he involuntarily closed his eyes and realized for a while. Soon, he opened his eyes with a hint of shock on his face. Is a gold level gift package so fat? Chapter 003. That's right. Fat. Fat unimaginable. Let's not mention the combat experience of that Grandmaster level martial artist, and the method of using that chi. Just that time stop, in Suge's opinion, is definitely worth the full value of this gift bag. Not to mention, in this gift package, there are also 3 races, bloodline enhancements, and immortal beans and super immortal beans. So, this gift package, Tian Fei. The feeling of hitting the face. Suge swallowed his saliva and a smile appeared on his face. Awesome. System, I sincerely hope to come to this kind of slap in the face a few more times. Or, you give me another one. Refuse. This time, still not waiting for Suge to finish speaking, the system directly replied to him. Suge Bia pouted, it doesn't matter if the routine is not available. This is comparable to a gold level gift bag, which is already fat. He is naturally happy to have welfare, and there will be no pity for it. It is not difficult to imagine that above this gold is white gold, diamonds, masters. Even the king level gift package, how fat should it be? Suge's eyes are full of fire, this meow, too expected. Race bloodline boosted 3 times, system, now immediately, boost my scion bloodline 3 times. Suge no longer thought much about how fat the follow-up gift bag was, and sat cross-legged on the bed, with an expectant look on his face. He was still wondering if the S cells in his body would grow stronger after the scion bloodline was improved 3 times. And he can transform into a Super Scion 1 without using 3 million combat power in advance. You know, the transformation state of Super Scion 1 is the most exciting transformation in the hearts of all Dragon Ball fans. He still remembers the scene when he first watched the Dragon Ball anime, when Goku roared and transformed in the middle of the battle with Frieza. Every time I think about it, it's really bloody. In other words, transforming into a successful Super Saiyan is the most romantic thing in the eyes of every Dragon Ball fan. Host, are you sure you have the opportunity to use 3 bloodline boosts without any preparation? The sound of the system came. You don't need any preparation, it will be painful to raise your bloodline, right? I should have guessed this, but as a man who is destined to be invincible in the Dragon Ball world, how can he be afraid of these 3 small pains? Give me a boost. Suge is very resolute, the key is in his opinion, the system should not pit him, pain is pain, should not hurt him to die and live, right? Thinking of this, Suge was not panicked at all in his heart, quietly waiting for the arrival of the 3 bloodline enhancements. Good. The system was silent for a while, and finally it answered. Suge closed his eyes again and took a deep breath. Time passed second by second, and soon, minute by minute. When Suge wondered in his heart and wanted to ask why the system had not yet started, the pain suddenly struck. Ugh! The pain suffered by the first wave of race bloodline enhancement begins. Host, after surviving you have successfully improved your own scion bloodline once. Suge, who did not have any psychological preparation, was screamed in pain by this sudden pain, and at this moment, cold sweat flowed on his brain and back. At this time, the system's prompt sounded in his head. Department. System. Can I undo the previous pretense? Allow me. Let me prepare a hazy. Suge can't stand the pain. This is still the first wave of pain. Logically speaking, one wave is more than a wave of pain. The next 2 waves, isn't it really going to hurt him? Host, you can't undo it. Please grit your teeth and persevere. Persist, there will be benefits for perseverance. The speech of the system is much more human than before, at least, this sentence does not sound like the hardened electromechanical synthesis before. However, where could Suge, who was completely in pain at this time, hear it? Ugh! The pain at this time, only roaring can make Suge feel a lot more uncomfortable. 1 minute passed, and the pain lasted another minute. When Suge felt much better and felt less pain, the feeling of more pain than before struck again. It's too hard to hold on. Is this the price of getting stronger? If that's the case, I'd rather accept the setting of becoming bald and stronger. Suge gritted his teeth and insisted, and complained in his heart. But complain and complain, this pain, you still have to persist in staying through. Without thinking about it much, Suge froze and once again carried the pain for 3 minutes. This time, the pain gradually dissipated, and he did not relax, but maintained a tense state at all times both physically and mentally. He understood that he could not relax, and once he relaxed a little, he was afraid that it would be the biggest pain terror. Grit your teeth and hold on. Suge cheered himself up in his heart. Soon, the 3rd wave of pain struck, and Suge, who had been tense, felt much better this time, so the pain he suffered was not too intense. This time the pain lasted about 10 minutes, and at the 11th minute he breathed a long sigh of relief. It's finally over, 3 bloodline boosts, how about giving me a power boost? After the bloodline improvement ended, Suge only felt that his body was very tired, and the strength was also filled with every place in his body, which made him smile, feeling that all this was very worthwhile. Ding! The 3rd wave of pain in the first bloodline boost is over. Congratulations to the host for successfully improving the first bloodline boost. The system's prompt suddenly sounded in Suge's mind, making the smile on his face stiffen at this moment, and several big black question marks appeared on his brain. Invincible flow is unquestionable. I'm also an old Dragon Ball writer and love the genre. The Dragon Ball movie has been released, but the mainland has not yet been released, and I am looking forward to it. Have you seen it over the wall? I'm going to the cinema to support a movie ticket. What if my favorite Dragon Ball in the future is not released on the mainland in the future due to the low box office this time? Ha ha ha. I sincerely ask for a flower evaluation vote. I hope you don't skimp on it. Give the author a good first day of results, okay? Thanks. Chapter 004. System, did you say that the 3 waves of pain I just survived didn't use all 3 bloodline enhancements? I tell you the system, even if Suge is beaten to death, I will definitely not experience it again. No, it should be 2 such tortures. Suge still didn't believe it. The first bloodline improvement was so torturous, and there were 2 more promotions in the follow-up of this meow, wouldn't it cost people's lives? Don't panic, now check your combat effectiveness. The voice of the system came, which made Suge frown. Bite. While Suge frowned, he only listened to a system prompt, and then a character attribute board appeared in front of him. Host, Suge. Age, 12. Gender, male. Omitting some useless character attribute introductions, Suge's gaze slowly swept towards the bottom of the panel, and finally fixed on his combat effectiveness, and a look of shock slowly appeared on his face. Not long ago, his combat effectiveness barely reached 200 points. How long has it been since then? Half an hour. An hour. 5,000 points. That's right. In less than an hour, he instantly changed from a 200-point combat power slag to a 5,000-point combat power small master. 5,000 combat power, in general, is indeed strong among lower-class Scion warriors. The effect is so obvious once. Suge was really shocked. This is only the effect of the first bloodline improvement. If this comes 2 more times, wouldn't he want to fly into the sky? The effect is more obvious than each time. Host, are you sure you want to give up the opportunity for the next 2 bloodline enhancements? The sound of the system sounded slowly. Don't, come 10 more times, I'm sure I'll be able to withstand it. Suge's eyes widened, and he hurriedly said. There is a strength that does not improve, and it is such a significant improvement. If he does not improve, then he is simply a big fool. The host. Hey! Suge blinked. What a fragrance! Hearing the words of the system, the corner of Suge's mouth twitched, stopped speaking, closed his eyes and gritted his teeth and began the pain caused by the second bloodline promotion. Captain Mokos, tomorrow's mission. At the time when Suge began his second bloodline ascension, at the same time, he was in a certain rest cabin in the rest cabin area where the lower Scion warrior was. A brown-haired, diminutive Scion was standing nervously in front of Mokos, who was sitting on a stool, whispering. Don't worry, the task originally given by you has been replaced by me as a brat who doesn't know if he is dead or alive. So, don't worry. Mokos, who was sitting on the stool, had a sinister light in his eyes, a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth, and only listened to his cold voice spit out of his mouth, this kid. Scold. Long life Captain Mokos. The brown-haired, diminutive Scion had a burst of excitement in his eyes, bowed deeply to Mokos, and said gratefully, from today onwards, Captain Mokos, you tell me to go east, and I will definitely not go west. Hey! Scum, do you dare? Mokos sneered disdainfully, glanced sideways at the Scion, and waved his hand. Okay, you can leave. Remember, it's best to stay in the rest pod during the mission. Be discovered, you understand the consequences. I understand, I understand. The brown-haired, diminutive Scion bowed deeply again. Then slowly stepped back away from the cabin where Mokos was. More than 10 seconds after the Scion left, Mokos slowly stood up from the stool, his eyes narrowed, his hands behind his back, and began to think in his heart how to let the kid who didn't know if he was dead or alive enjoy tomorrow. Clorin, tomorrow. Tomorrow I will definitely let you understand how big the gap is between 1000 combat power and 200 combat effectiveness. Also, I won't let you die so simply. Mokos not only wanted to kill Suge, but also wanted to torture this brat who made him unhappy today. He didn't care about the consequences of Suge's death. In his opinion, a lower-class Scion with 200 combat power would die when he died, and he would definitely not cause any storms. Woohoo! On Suge's side, he had just carried the second wave of bloodline enhancement, and the third and last wave of pain. He was lying on his bed with his eyes closed, panting heavily. It's so fucking painful. Woohoo! Suge was sweating profusely, and his expression was already a little distorted at this time, which was the sequel of the previous pain. But it's so powerful. At this moment, compared to me after the first bloodline improvement, I am not a star and a half. After closing his eyes for about a few minutes, Suge had slowly recovered, opened his eyes, and sat cross-legged on the bed, with a look of surprise on his face. "System, how many points of my combat power has reached now?" Suji asked. "Back to the host, your current combat power is 12,000 points." Hiss. Hearing the system's answer, Suji couldn't help but gasp for air. Good guy, the second bloodline boost made his combat effectiveness soar by 7,000 points again. 12,000 combat power may be completely different from passers-by armor and 5 slag in the subsequent Dragon Ball plot. However, don't forget. Right now. But the Dragon Ball plot is not open. This is planet Vegeta, which has not yet been destroyed. In other words, the current planet Vegeta has 10,000 combat power, and the most powerful Saiyan King Vegeta is not Suji's opponent at this time. It can be seen from this how terrifying Suji's 12,000 point combat effectiveness is. I still have a third chance to improve my bloodline, so my combat power can skyrocket again. Suji's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance, and he clenched his fists in his heart. All I can say is that this book will be very cool. If you make you feel good, the author June sincerely asks everyone not to skimp on the flower evaluation votes on your hands. Not only is the first day's results important, it has been stable, the plot believes me, and it will definitely not disappoint everyone. Please. Chapter 005. Suji got up early the next morning, and his combat power at the moment was about 20,000 combat strength. Last night, the third bloodline ascension began again after Suji rested for a while. Because his own strength is much stronger, coupled with the pain of the previous 2 times, he has some immunity, and although this time is painful, he was finally forced by Suji. In less than a day, his combat effectiveness had already completed a transformation. From the previous 200 combat power to the current 20,000 combat effectiveness, 100 times the increase. It is simply not too terrifying. My strength is really strong. Suji, who was dressed, got out of bed with a confident smile on his face. Before, he was very skeptical about whether he would survive or even rise in the Dragon Ball world, but now, he is very confident in his future. He is confident that he will one day become the most powerful man in the entire Dragon Ball world. Mokos. If you do, I will make you die. A killing intent flashed in Suji's eyes, and after sorting out his outfit and washing, he immediately left the rest cabin. With his current strength, he is not afraid of the people on the entire planet Vegeta, but he also does not want to be too ostentatious, and he is ready to keep a low profile in everything. After all, this is the Dragon Ball world, and his strength has not reached the point of invincibility. So, it's not always bad to be steady. Chlorine. However, Suji wants to be low-key and peaceful, but some people don't want him to be low-key and peaceful. When Suji walked to a small square, a tall Saiyan came to him and looked at him coldly with an oppressive momentum. Mokos. Suji's eyes narrowed when he saw this Saiyan, and at this time, a large group of Saiyans had already surrounded him one after another. These Saiyans all had a hint of sympathy in their eyes, but more of a joke. However, for their inferior Saiyan warriors with hundreds of combat power, Mokos, who has 1,000 combat power, is indeed a small master who cannot be provoked. Chlorine, today is your first mission, how is it? Wouldn't it be nervous? Mokos put his hands behind his back, his expression slowly changed from cold to easygoing, and he really looked like a good captain who took care of his subordinates. Saiyans, it's really mostly hypocritical guys. Seeing Mokos's expression at this moment, and then noticing the sound of horses ringing around, Suji sneered in his heart. The entire Saiyan family, not to mention King Vegeta, the leader of the extreme hypocrisy, is these ordinary Saiyan warriors, all of them are so hypocritical. No wonder, such a nasty race, if it were me, it would also want to be destroyed. Suji sneered one after another in his heart. He has no sense of belonging to the Saiyan race at all, and even if he is destroyed by Frieza in the future, no matter how strong his strength is, he will definitely not help this hypocritical race. Captain Mokos has a heart, and every warrior will go through the first mission. I believe that this is the first small step on my growth path. So, I won't feel any nervousness. Suge said lightly. Don't look at him saying so much, in fact, otherwise, his gaze has not been on Mokos in front of him, and his state is even more lazy. In short, Suge's attitude at this time will definitely make Mokos displeased. Sure enough, when Mokos saw Suge's gesture, the killing intent flashed and flashed in his eyes. If it's not on planet Vegeta right now, it's on the planet where the mission is taken. Suge, he is definitely going to be slaughtered by Mokos. However, no one could have imagined that Suge's thoughts at the moment were the same. Suge controlled the method of action of Chi, and the killing intent that Mokos rose up again and again was felt by him, so he naturally would not let this guy live. Chlorine. What kind of attitude are you? Captain Mokos is caring about you, a newcomer. Isn't it a little presumptuous that you should treat the respected Captain Mokos with such an indifferent attitude? Mokos didn't get angry for the first time, but a scion jumped out on the side, pointing at Suge angrily. Hearing the voice, Suge glanced sideways at the scion who angrily pointed at him, and said indifferently, "Don't show your sense of existence." Chlorine, 11 years old, 200 combat strength. The scion who angrily pointed at Suge sneered, and began to read the information of Suge's predecessor. You are still young, I'm afraid I don't know how terrifying the combat power of 1,000 combat power is. Boy, I'm telling you. Now immediately, kneel down to Captain Mokos and apologize for his rudeness. Otherwise, shout. Before he finished speaking, everyone only felt a figure flash in front of their eyes, and then only heard a wail sounding in the field. This made everyone present slightly stunned, and then with the phrase 1,000 points of combat power is very strong, everyone turned their heads and looked at it, and the expressions on their faces froze. I saw Suge stepping on a scion, and this scion was Mokos, a small master with 1,000 combat power. A scion warrior with 200 combat power, stepping on an elite squad leader with 1,000 combat power. Really, seconds in the face. At this time, the faces of everyone around who saw this scene were scalding, and everyone was ashamed to want to go into the ground. Hey, 5 chapters on the first day are done, please vote for the flower evaluation. Thank you. There are still people who vote for flower evaluation, and some people urge them to change, so there will be a 6th change in the evening. Come on, come on. Everyone voted for more flowers and comments, and urged changes in the book review area. Updates guaranteed to be powerful. Chapter 006. Low-key to low-key, Suge will not always tolerate a scum pretending to be in front of him. Moreover, he didn't kill anyone, this time he just trampled Mokos under his feet and wanted everyone around him to shut up. Chlorine. You are so presumptuous. Dare to sneak up on Captain Mokos. When Suge thought that this shot should be able to shake the scene, a scion with an extremely fierce face walked out. Hearing the voice, Suge turned his head and looked, and a pair of eyes directly saw through this guy's combat effectiveness like combat power detection glasses. 800 combat power. Scum. Suge smiled coldly, stepped out sideways, and arrived in front of the extremely fierce-looking scion in an instant. Rumble. One punch, a strong blast. Burst. In an instant, this extremely fierce-looking scion flew out directly upside down. In midair, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Weakness is the original sin. Suge stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the surroundings indifferently. His aura was very powerful, there were at least a dozen people present, none of them dared to look at him, and every time Suge's gaze shifted, they couldn't help but lower their heads. Seeing this, Suge smiled coldly again, squinted at Mokos on the ground like a dog lying on his stomach, and turned around and came to the center of the square. In the center of the square, small spacecraft eggs stopped on the ground. Suge swept around and casually entered a small spaceship egg. On Moko's side, he was picked up. Captain Mokos, the strength of this kid Clorin. Shut up. Mokos tilted his head and said coldly to a scion beside him, if this matter gets out today, don't blame me for Mokos's mercy. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings again, and his eyes revealed a trace of cruelty, and it was obvious that his words were also warning these people around. Hearing Mokos's words, everyone was silent and did not dare to speak. Seeing this scene, Mokos's gloomy face eased a little, and with a cold snort, he turned and walked towards the center of the square. I'm afraid this kid Clorin has taken some forbidden drug, otherwise how could he be so powerful? Don't provoke him for now. Mokos thought very clearly in his heart, and in his mind, Suge suddenly became stronger, and it was absolutely impossible that he had been hiding himself. Then, it should be a forbidden drug that has obtained a short period of time to improve its strength. Wait, wait! A killing intent flashed in Mokos's eyes, and his killing intent towards Suge became deeper and deeper. The planet Savas is still a bit far from planet Vegeta. It took 10 days for Suge to wait for the scions who had gone out on the mission to arrive on this planet. On the planet Savas, Suge stood alone on a high mountain. This time, he was not prepared to participate in the mission, and naturally he would not choose to act with other scions. Planet Vegeta, after all, is too small for him to grow up quickly. As for why he didn't directly change the trajectory of the small spaceship egg, but because he accepted a mission. Kill Mokos on the planet Savwas. Mission reward, 100 XP. At first, Suge didn't care too much, and he was even hesitant to accept this task. Later, he noticed his rank. Level 0/100. That is, upgrading from level 0 to level 1 requires 100 experience points. This one mission just gets 100 experience points, and although there are no other rewards, he can get a random upgrade package if he upgrades. So, in general, this task is not a loss. System, give me the specific location of Mokos. Suge didn't want to wait any longer, even if he killed this guy in full view, it wouldn't matter. Anyway, he has decided that after this time, he will leave the planet Vegeta, and then start his invincible legend in the 7th universe. Diddy diddy. The sound of the system beginning to locate Mokos's specific location sounded in his mind, but in 3 seconds, Suge had already received Mokos's current location. Shout! Suge's whole person rose from the ground and flew straight towards Mokos's location. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. With a 3-minute flight, Suge arrived outside a palace. Here, there were 4 or 5 scions at the gate of the palace, enjoying the pleasure of the invasion at this time, and everyone's face was full of excitement. This group of natives of the planet Savas is really a bunch of fools, incapable of defense. Why not obediently surrender? Several scions whispered. Suge glanced at them, ignored them, and walked slowly to prepare to pass them into the palace. Stop! Well, it's you, Clorin. These scions who were talking quietly couldn't help but turn their heads when they heard the footsteps, and when they saw Suge, their faces showed surprise one by one. Good fellow, this kid from Clorin was actually met by us first. Haha! Quickly inform Captain Mokos. A scion almost burst out laughing, forcing down the excitement of meeting Suge, and he hurriedly turned around and walked towards the palace. However, just before taking 2 steps, a figure flashed, and I saw him fall to the ground. To death, he had that excited expression on his face. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the remaining scions first gasped for air, and then took several steps back, one by one. You look at me, I look at you, and the excitement on their faces retreats in vain. Fear slowly rose in his heart as Suge's gaze slowly swept over. 6th, ask for flower evaluation votes. There will be a chapter update at 0 o'clock. Let's talk about the approximate update time, 5 changes a day. Midnight, 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1600 hours 1700 hours last chapter 20 p.m. Chapter 007. It's terrifying. This man. Now, the remaining scion bodies are shaking. Afraid. Fear. That is, at this moment, panic is boiling under their hearts like boiling hot water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the first enemy and gaining 10 XP. Killing this scion, Suji heard a prompt sound from the system in his mind, which made him slightly stunned. System? Is there also a riot operation to kill enemies to gain experience points? Suya was dumbfounded. If this is the case, then he is afraid that after his strength has improved, it will be completely easy. Think about it, to be reasonable, Suji really has a tasteless feeling. What is too easy to get is indeed too boring. Host, killing enemies does earn experience points, but don't think that this is what you get experience points. The system spoke, but was interrupted by Suji waving his hand. Don't worry, I'm not interested in this method you said at all. Experience points bring me, but it's just a gift pack. I am strong enough to beat everything I disobey. The level does not give bonuses, at most he will get some things outside his body in the package, and if he is lucky, his strength may increase significantly. But think about it, how to break it if you are unlucky. Relying on that ethereal luck, it is better to improve your real strength. Hearing Suji's words, the system fell silent and did not communicate with him again. Suji is also happy and quiet, he is like this. If there is none. Host, how about I store the XP gained from the enemies you kill in case you need them? When Suji stepped into the palace, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his head. Hey! Nice offer, great! Suji paused and a happy smile appeared on his face. Tap tap. At this time, footsteps suddenly sounded. Suji looked sideways, and Mokos walked out of the room with a smile on his face. Crow. Mokos saw Suji, the word loon did not speak, the figure flashed, only listened to a pop, Mokos fell directly to the ground and died. Scum. Suji glanced at Mokos indifferently, his speed was not because of something, but because he used the time-stopping technique. The time-stop technique he controls is actually similar to the flash time controlled by Hit, the assassin of the 6th universe in the Dragon Ball world. However, after careful calculation, perhaps Suji's time-stop technique is more advanced. After all, Suji, who stopped the technique when he first took control, could reach a pause time of 0.7 seconds. Between the masters, not to mention a 0.7 second pause, or a 0.001 second pause, that is also a very good offensive opportunity. Don't you see how perverted Hit's attack is in the battle between the 6th and 7th universes of Dragon Ball? Ding! Kill Mokos and congratulate the host for gaining 50 stored experience points. Ding! Kill Mokos and congratulate the host for successfully completing the mission and gaining 100 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having enough experience points and successfully leveling up to level 1. The system's prompt tone suddenly sounded, which made Suji's eyes suddenly light up. System, I've reached level 1, I can get an upgrade package, right? At this moment, Suji has some true fragrance laws. Before he thought about not caring about the things in the gift bag, but now he actually cares about this thing. Yes. Host. The system replied. Hearing the reply, Suji smiled and nodded, in that case, give me a random upgrade package. As he spoke, Suji whispered in his heart, gold. Platinum. Diamond. A good gift package is naturally better. Therefore, Suji naturally hoped that this random upgrade package would be a package above the gold level. Diddy diddy. Upgrade packs are being delivered. The sound of the system sounded, and soon, Suja found that a lottery-like interface appeared in front of his eyes, and as the interface of this lottery machine shook, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond colors that reflected the level of the gift package appeared in his eyes. Above gold. Suja was looking forward to it. After all, having opened a gold-level gift bag, he understood how fat the gold-level gift bag was. Therefore, he naturally wanted to have such a fat gift package again. Ding! As a system prompt sounds, the random selection is over. Congratulations to the host, got one. Knowing that Suja was very curious about what level the gift package was this time, the system seemed to have deliberately lengthened a tone. System, you don't skin. Suja's face turned dark. Hurry up and drop. What level is the random selection of the gift package this time? Hearing Suja's words, the system was silent for 2 seconds, and then spoke, Host, this time the gift package level is... thundered. At the same time as the system spoke, a roaring explosion suddenly sounded not far away, which made Suja's brows suddenly furrow. The plot officially begins. Let's follow Suja to fight the world together. Ask for a flower review ticket. Book review area, remember to urge more. I'm really not kidding, there are many people who urge more, I will definitely add more. Also, guys, can you ask for a reward of 100 book coins? The interface of the book has everything, but there is no reward. I don't ask for much, 100 books per person, Hitui. Just 100 book coins. Chapter 008. Host, this is not me selling. The sound of the system sounded, looking very helpless. Suja pouted, his mind sank into the system wrapping space, and a bronze gift bag lay in the wrapping space. Seeing this color, Suja naturally understood what level the gift package he got this time was. Bronze pack. There is no gift package above the gold level, although Suja is a little disappointed in his heart, but there is not too much gain and loss, it is better than nothing, right? As soon as this thought came out, Suja breathed a sigh of relief, but he was not ready to open this gift bag now. He listened to the roar just now. As a person who likes to make fun, he is naturally ready to see what happened. Soon, Suja's whole person took off to the sky. Shout! His flight speed was not fast, but it was not too slow, and it didn't take him a moment before he arrived at a very wide open space. Hey! Where are these guys from? Suja stood high in the air, lowered his gaze and looked down. One by one, people in combat suits and many scions who came to the planet Savas this time. In his line of sight, these usually very proud scions were like hairless roosters in front of these aliens in combat suits at this time, without a little temper. Looking at these guys' combat uniforms, could it be someone from Frisia's legion? Suja's body slowly fell, and he noticed that these alien combat uniforms were very similar to the combat uniforms worn by several guys in Frisia's Kainuit team, which made him raise his eyebrows and show a surprised look on his face. To be honest, he was quite surprised to meet Frisia's men so soon. Lord Sada, there is a monkey in the sky. When Suja was surprised to meet Frisia's men so early, in the clearing, an ugly toad alien creature came out of a large group of people, and it came to a tall man and pointed to Suja in the sky and whispered. Hey! The tall man wearing combat clothes looked up, and his eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw Suja standing on their heads. Slaughter him! The cold and murderous voice spit out, and he saw a large group of people behind him walk out, looking at Suja in the sky with extremely unkind expressions. Seeing this situation, a group of scions on the side looked up at the sky, and when they saw Suja in the sky, they all showed a surprised look on their faces. He is Chlorian. But is this kid looking for death? Let's not mention that Captain Mokos is looking for him, and now in the face of the respected Lord Sada looking down with a high posture, is he sure he is not looking for death? Good gangsters, let's collect the corpse of this kid who doesn't know the height of the sky in a while. Teasing sounds, sneers, and disdain continued to spit out in the mouths of these scions. The words were sympathetic, but none of the faces showed a taste of sympathy. Even, everyone's eyes looking at Suizhe in the sky was completely like looking at a dead person. There was no difference. Indeed, Thid is no match for Mokoza's 1000 combat power. As the leader of one of Frisia's small legions, Thid's combat power is at least 10,000 points. Let's not talk about how terrifying Sada's 10,000 points of combat power is, that is, the people under him, 1,000 points, 2,000 points, or 3,000 points of combat power are definitely a lot of masters. Rumble. Just as everyone thought that Suizhe in the sky would soon be killed. An explosion roar sounded in the field. Energy bomb, no master. In the sky, Suizhe withdrew a finger that stretched out, looked at a mushroom cloud emerging below, blew his index finger lightly, and said leisurely. Just now, a group of Frisia Legion soldiers with 1000 combat power or more came towards him, and he wanted to engage in hand-to-hand combat with these guys, but he had a whim. He controls Qi, so maybe try the group attack skill used by Vegeta or other early masters in the original Dragon Ball book Energy Ball. Sure enough, Suizhe, whose combat power reached 20,000 points, easily unleashed this powerful attack. The combat effectiveness of this guy. The soldiers of the Frisia Legion who had killed Suizhe were all destroyed, and this scene made the eyes of a group of scions almost fall from their eyes. How can Clorin's strength be so strong? It's terrifying. He's not that little of Clorin. Exclamations, screams, and doubts continued to sound in the field. Every scion had a look of horror on their faces. Why did such a powerful Clorin show a weak chicken appearance of 200 combat power before? Even, at the age of 11, how could he be so powerful? Wait a minute. We scion people have a legend, 1,000 years out of a legendary scion, this Clorin will be. Someone suddenly spoke out in shock. What? Hearing these words, the audience was shocked again. Legendary scion? What kind of stuff is that? Oh, look how I slaughtered him! One by one, the scions exclaimed, making the corners of Sada's mouth hook a smile of contempt and disdain, stepped out, the powerful momentum burst out, his hair also stood up at the same time, and the whole person soared into the sky and flew directly into the sky. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket, ask for a tip. Remember. If you urge more in the book review area, I will add more. Yesterday, everyone also saw it, the first Japan to come to the 5, see that there are a few people who urge the change, I directly added it. If there are 1,500 flowers today and 500 evaluation votes, I will also add another chapter or 2. Everyone must remember to vote. Chapter 009. In the sky, Suizhe and Sada looked at each other, the former had an indifferent expression, and did not put a master with a combat power of 10,000 points in his eyes at all. As for the banter on Sada's face, he raised his hand and stretched out a finger to gently tap the combat power detection glasses he was wearing on his left eye. D-d-d. Combat effectiveness detection glasses make a sound. The combat effectiveness is 200, the combat effectiveness is 500, the combat effectiveness is 1000. In the end, the combat effectiveness detection glasses worn on Sada's left eye showed Suizhe's final combat power 3000 points. 3,000 combat power? It's not bad, but in my eyes, it's just a little reptile, a humble little monkey that can't be humble. Sada was determined in his heart, to be honest, in the face of Suizhe, who was indifferent, he was still a little uncertain in his heart. Now, after observing and detecting at close range, Suizhe's final combat strength was obtained, and Sada was naturally determined. Judging from the scene of the total destruction of his subordinates before, perhaps the combat effectiveness of this scion monkey in front of him is considered the top in the level of 3000 combat strength. Therefore, it is not impossible to kill his subordinates in seconds. However, in Sada's view, if you are the top master in the level of 3000 combat power, in front of his super master with 10,000 combat power, it is just a weak little reptile. Your name is Chlorin, right? I see that your strength is quite good, it is better to join the legion of the great King Frisia. Perhaps, your future will be immeasurable. Don't worry, you killed so many of my subordinates, I won't pursue you. Sada clasped his hands to his chest and faced Suja with a high posture. His words were half true, it was true that joining the Frisia Legion could indeed have a great future, but it was naturally impossible for him to let Suja, who had killed so many of his subordinates, live. Not to mention, this scion monkey looks so young, and his strength has already reached the top level of 3000 combat power. In the next few years, or more than 10 years, how powerful should this kid be? Sada is very smart, and if he keeps this scion monkey, it will definitely threaten his status in the future. He did not tolerate threats to his status, so it was naturally impossible for Suja to survive. Hypocrisy. Another hypocritical guy. Suja listened to Sada's words, and at the same time he also saw the expression on this guy's face at the moment. Although, despite the fact that this guy seems so sincere. However, the killing intent in his eyes, as well as the cold arc that hooked the corners of his mouth from time to time, undoubtedly did not reveal his absolutely unhappy mind. Not to mention, does Suja need to be afraid of such a scum? 10,000 combat power is powerful? In the eyes of others, this combat effectiveness index may indeed be very powerful. However, in Suja's eyes, he is just a slightly stronger scum. You know, Suja's own combat effectiveness is stronger than Sada, not to mention that he still controls a very perverted ability in his hands time stop technique. 0.7 seconds of time stopping, not to mention the 10,000 combat power level master who is lower than Suja's combat effectiveness, is a master who is higher than his 10,000 combat power, 20,000 combat power, or 30,000 combat power. He is definitely not without the power of a battle. IMHO, what are you? Suja is not a hypocritical person, if there is anything to say, he said it directly, looked at Sada indifferently, and extended a middle finger. At this moment, in this scene, the Kinnat team is here, maybe I am not their opponent. You're just a scum that can be killed with a wave of your hand. What? As soon as Suja's words came out, Sada was instantly furious, he smiled angrily, clapped his hands and gritted his teeth, good. 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 Scion little monkey, you are so arrogant. Rumble. While speaking, the powerful momentum of Sada's up to 10,000 combat power burst out in full force, and the whole person was quite angry. However, in Suja's eyes, this guy is just a small ant jumping in front of a towering giant to vent his disobedience. Said, kill you, but in an instant. Suja didn't like to waste time, and his index finger stretched out to lightly tap the void. Stop the spell start. Short pause of 0.7 seconds. Shout. Suja turned around, extremely fast, and arrived in front of Sada who was also high in the sky in almost 0.1 seconds. Raise your right hand and spread your 5 fingers. A glow appears on the tip of each finger, which is a sign that the energy cannon is about to be fired. Suja was not in a hurry, raised his left hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The time stop ended, and the 4-week time flow rate normalized. What? You? Why did you appear in front of me? Sada's heart was shaken, and the whole person was confused, and he didn't understand it at all, but in a trance, Suja came to him. Even, the energy cannon light beating on the tips of those 5 fingers was so breathtaking. It's terrifying. It's scary. What the hell is going on here? What kind of monster exists in this scion monkey? I said, killing you is just a matter of moments. 2. It's simple. Suja's expression was indifferent, and the energy cannon light jumping from the tips of 5 fingers suddenly exploded. Rumble. The roar of the explosion sounded, and the terrifying explosive force dispersed. The little master in the Frisia Legion with 10,000 combat power was wiped out. After a minute, the aftermath dissipated, and Suje's figure stood high in the air. He put his hands behind his back, his expression was indifferent. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone below, this is a devil, this is a god. No one can. No. It should be said that no one dares to look at this man who killed 10,000 combat power masters with a wave of his hand. Ask for a flower review ticket. Let's make our data great. In this way, the author will have more passionate code words. More passionate saving. When the time comes to put it on the shelves, there may be more than 10 more outbreaks. I don't pick the door. You are not allowed to slam the door either. Flower evaluation tickets, book review area comments, all handed over. Chapter 010. Is he really that guy from Cloran? Underground, the Scions couldn't help but be shocked. They couldn't imagine that a master of the same level of combat power as King Vegeta would be killed the moment he fought this Krolin. This guy is so powerful. Not only the Scions on the ground couldn't help but be shocked, but also the subordinates of Sada on the side also trembled uncontrollably. A master of 10,000 combat power. Lord Sada is a master with 10,000 combat power. In one breath, he was slaughtered. This Scion is not a terrifying existence that we can provoke. Run away! Everyone, run away! One of Sada's Frisia Legion soldiers roared. Yikes! As the warriors of the Frisia Legion roared, the soldiers in the Frisia Legion looked at each other, and finally flew to prepare to flee here. Ding! The mission is now released, kill all the Frisia Legion warriors who are ready to flee. Mission reward, 200 XP. Accept or reject. When Suje was about to leave, a series of systematic prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Hey? How did this task suddenly appear? Suje was immediately stunned when he heard this task, reasonable, according to his original intention, these scum who were ready to escape escaped and fled. And so on. Suje pondered, and suddenly his mind flashed. These warriors of the Frisia Legion fled and returned to the Frisia Legion, so today the matter will naturally reach Frisia's ears. Although this guy Frisia has always had an indifferent attitude towards the Scion family, Suje, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, understands. Frisia, this guy, actually cares very much in his heart, or is afraid of the golden-haired Super Scion of the Scion clan. In the past, there were no Scions on planet Vegeta that showed anything powerful, and Frisia naturally still treated the Scions on planet Vegeta with an attitude that he didn't care. However, once Suje's affairs reached Frisia's ears, he believes that whether it is to save face or whatever, planet Vegeta will suffer. Whether planet Vegeta will suffer a catastrophe, Suje actually does not care too much. What he cares about is that planet Vegeta suffered a catastrophe in advance, and the subsequent Dragon Ball plot unfolds. Will there be any plots that deviate from the original? In this way, will this Dragon Ball world not be the Dragon Ball world he knows? Thinking of this, Suje patted his forehead, and finally understood the purpose of the system promulgating this task. Time stop. After figuring out the key, Suje hurriedly took over this task, and then directly launched the time stop, which instantly stopped all the time where his eyes could see. At this time, in front of people whose combat effectiveness is weaker than him, there is a bug-like feature, that is, there is no CD at all. Therefore, Suje, who had used the time suspension technique once not long ago, once again used the time stop technique on the soldiers in this group of Frisia Legion without any cooldown. This time, the suspension was only aimed at the people in this group of Frisia Legion, and the Scions on the side saw such a strange scene, their eyes widened one by one, and their faces were full of horror. Is Cloran really a god? Is he using the ability to forbid time and space? It's so powerful. It is worthy of being the legendary Scion among the Scion family, it is too terrifying. Whispering. These scions are some wall grass, and when the wind blows, they will fall which way. Now that Suje's strength is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, stopping the technique with one hand makes them worship like gods, and they naturally began to lick dogs to the extreme. Time stop technique seems to be indeed an ultimate skill, and now I am equivalent to using a range of time stop. Suje didn't show mercy at all, and at present, he didn't know what the background of the Dragon Ball world was now, and naturally he would not let the original time plot go off track. With a 0.7-second pause, the soldiers of the Frisia Legion were slaughtered by Suje. The experience points gained by killing enemies are stored by the system, and he looks at them, and there are about 300 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and rewarding 200 XP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the upgrade criteria. Should it upgrade? Kill all the soldiers in Frisia's Legion, and the system's prompt sounds. Upgrade. Suje responded lightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 2, and the system is sending out a random level upgrade package. Ding! The delivery of the gift package is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver level package. The silver level gift package has been sent to the system wrapping space. Please pay attention to the host. The prompt sounds came one after another, and Suje's expression was indifferent. Level 0 to level 1 requires 100 XP, and level 1 to level 2 requires 200 XP. Then, upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 300 experience points. Speaking of which, if he wanted to, using the experience points stored in the system, he could actually upgrade another level in an instant, and get another upgrade package by the way. But after thinking about it, Suje did not choose to do this, and the stored things were temporarily stored. When the time is really needed, it will be the same to take it out at that time. Lord Clorin. As Suje was thinking, one after another respectful shouts pulled him from his thoughts back to reality. Suje was still standing high in the air, hearing the shouts and slowly looking down at the group of scions on the ground. These guys looked at him one by one as if they were looking at a god, they were so fanatical. In this regard, the corner of Suje's mouth only evoked a faint mockery. What a race of reality! Ignoring it, Suje flew away. He was originally a passerby, a scion race on planet Vegeta, which actually had little to do with him, and what he currently needed was to practice hard and improve his combat effectiveness. Then, wait quietly for the plot of Dragon Ball World to officially unfold. Today's fourth more cent, to be reasonable, the author June in order to want to add more, he has voted for himself for flowers evaluation votes and monthly tickets. Don't you express something? 1,500 flowers, 500 review votes, we'll add more today. Everyone must take it to heart. Chapter 011. Floor Galaxy, a planet called Trace. This is a peace-loving planet, and the key to peace in Suje's opinion should be that this planet is very inconspicuous in the entire 7th universe. If it weren't for Suje's spacecraft running out of fuel, he wouldn't have been able to discover the planet. More than half a month has passed since the last battle of the Savas planet, and at this time, it is in a small hotel on this planet. Suje sat in a guest room, his expression quite solemn. System, open that silver level gift package for me. In half a month in the spaceship, Suje opened the bronze level gift package among the 2 gift packages. Sure enough, it is a bronze level gift bag, and there is nothing else in it that is only 100 times controllable gravity room. This made Suje really complain in his heart. To be reasonable, such a poor gift bag, he really saw it for the first time. But thinking about it, it seems that this bronze level gift bag is the second gift package he opened, and he will smile awkwardly and no longer complain about anything. In general, the cultivation effect brought by 100-fold controllable gravity chamber is not so bad. When he left the planet Savas, Suje's combat power was around 20,000 points. Now half a month has passed, and Suje's combat effectiveness has risen from 20,000 points to 22,000 points. Don't think that this half a month only improves 2,000 combat effectiveness, really change to other people, in this kind of time can improve not to mention 2,000 combat effectiveness, that is, 1,000 points is also the kind of super genius first-class person. Of course, if you insist that Frisia's race itself is a pervert against the sky, then Suje naturally has nothing to say. Ding! Following the host's request, the silver level gift package is now immediately opened. The sound of the system sounded, making Suje stop thinking and put his mind on the opening of the gift bag. There was a rotation similar to the lottery interface in front of him. Suje was very calm about this now. The bronze level gift package was like that, but at least it was useful. Therefore, this silver gift bag of one higher level, he believed that it was absolutely impossible to come out with anything that was of no use to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the silver level bundle and obtaining the following items. Triple Doppelganger Art, Phantom, with 10% of the host's combat power, Triple Realm King Fist, Super Immortal Bean X20. There are still quite a lot of things, but in general, the things that can be used are the three things reported by the previous system. In this regard, Suje pinched his chin and frowned and thought. The skill of the triple doppelganger is not very practical for him at the moment, or in other words, it is not very useful to him at any time. As an anime fan, he naturally watched the popular anime Naruto in his previous life. His triple avatar technique is similar to the multiple shadow doppelganger technique of Naruto, the protagonist of this anime, except that one is physical and his is a phantom. In this comparison, perhaps his triple doppelganger technique may not be as valuable as Naruto's multiple shadow doppelganger technique. But well, something is better than nothing. Maybe his triple doppelganger art has any value in it that he can't see. Triple Realm King Fist. Suje set his eyes on the second item in the gift bag. He knew that the Realm King Fist was an amplification skill to forcibly increase his combat power, and it seemed that the highest multiple of the Realm King Fist was 20 times. Even if Suje has the 20 times Realm King Fist now, I am afraid that he will not dare to use it. The pain caused by that sequelae is definitely not comparable to the pain caused by the 3 bloodline enhancements. You don't see that in the original Dragon Ball, why the powerful Monkey King has a heart attack. The main reason is probably the sequelae caused by the repeated use of the Realm King Fist. The Realm King Fist is also a bit of a weakness. Wait a minute. Suje was just about to pass this triple Realm King Fist, but when he glanced at it, he noticed a long row of small words behind the 3 Realm King Fist. Triple Realm King Fist, improve your own triple combat effectiveness. Note, the system is produced and must be a boutique. This skill has no sequelae after using it like the Realm King Fist in the Dragon Ball world, and there are no sequelae after using this skill, and the cooldown time is 1 week. No sequelae. Seeing the note behind this skill, Suje was immediately stunned. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses, blinked, and a smile appeared on his lips. The meaning of no sequelae is obvious, that is, as long as the cooldown time of this skill is there, then his combat power can be multiplied by 3 times at any time. At this time, his combat power is 22,000 points, and once he uses the triple Realm King Fist, then his combat power can reach 66,000 points in the blink of an eye. Not bad, it's worthy of being produced by the system, it's really a boutique. Suje clapped his hands and applauded. Compared to that triple doppelganger technique, this triple Realm King Fist is a good thing that should be in the silver level gift bag. Glancing at the Super Fairy Bean again, the effect is greater than that of the Fairy Bean in the Dragon Ball world, and there is no extra effect. However, in general, this thing is undoubtedly not the best supply whether it is after or during the battle, so this silver level gift package is also too poor. At least, barely acceptable. Okay, both packs have been opened, plus my spaceship fuel has been successfully purchased, and then it's time for me to enter the 7th universe to practice between life and death. Suje stretched out, and his face showed confidence. He believes that his future must be limitless, when invincible in the entire Dragon Ball world. However, it is not enough to have empty dreams, and at this stage, practicing harder to improve one's combat effectiveness is the most important thing to do. Ask for flower review votes. Thank you all. Chapter 012. 732, November 25th. 5 years have passed, and in 5 years, Suizhe's ascension is very terrifying. 5 years ago, his combat effectiveness was at 22,000 points. Today, 5 years later, his combat effectiveness is at 300,000 points. Don't think that in 5 years, Suizhe, who has a system and has improved his bloodline 3 times, is only 300,000 combat power, which is very slow. In fact, the help given by the system is not as terrifying as imagined, and all the combat effectiveness improvement is all from Suizhe's own solid practice, and it is also his practice in the transformation of life and death. It can be said that at this moment, Suizhe has a 300,000 combat power, and when he really fights, it is a master with 400,000 combat power, and even 500,000 combat strength, which is definitely not his opponent. Note, what is said is a simple and brutal physical confrontation or a simple attack method such as energy cannon energy balls without using any powerful means. If you add the time suspension technique, the 3-realm king fist, and the powerful skills acquired in the next 5 years, Suizhe and the system estimated it together. Under the million-level combat power, he is invincible. That's right. Suizhe can be said to be the first man in the Dragon Ball world who can fight across such a large gap in combat effectiveness. After all, as we all know, the combat power of the Dragon Ball world is rigorous, because the concept of leapfrog combat is very difficult to appear in this world. Therefore, it can be seen how unconventional Suizhe's strength should be. After careful calculation, it seems that Vegeta is going to be born. As a Dragon Ball fan, Suizhe has seen the character introduction of each character I don't know how many times. Naturally, he also knows incomparably when the birthday of the Dragon Ball anime male second Vegeta is. AIG 732, December 1st. It is currently November 25th, the year 732, and there are only a few days left before Vegeta was born. I can't go back in time, but... Suizhe's eyes suddenly narrowed, for King Vegeta, a famous hypocrite, he actually didn't wait to see it from the bottom of his heart. Vegeta, this guy is not bad in nature, but the reason for the living environment, which is not difficult to see from his subsequent changes on Earth. So, in fact, I should accept this kid as a disciple. Suizhe's eyes flashed, and such an interesting idea suddenly rose in his heart. Ding! Now publish the mission, accept Reg as a disciple and teach Reg to grow. Mission rewards, 5,000 experience points, 10,000 redemption points, open the system mall space. Mission duration, 5 years. When Suizhe had a slight thought in his heart, the system that had not appeared for a long time suddenly released a task, which made him slightly stunned. Reg. Who is Reg? Wait. Reg. Suizhe pondered, puzzled, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in his mind. He slapped his forehead, and said stunnedly, "Isn't Reg Vegeta's brother?" However, this older brother is not the older brother in the history of Dragon Ball. Suizhe thought about it and remembered the introduction to Reg. Reg, this guy is a character in the Island Country fan manga work Dragon Ball New Era, Vegeta's brother, who had 50,000 combat power at birth, was abandoned by his father King Vegeta because of his strong combat power. After growing up, the Earth took revenge and transformed into a Super 5, whether it is strength or potential, it is very terrifying. However, the corner of Suizhe's mouth twitched. This he meow is obviously a character in a fan work. Why? Why is it in this Dragon Ball world? To be honest, Suizhe was really a little confused for a while. In this way, then the Dragon Ball world he is in now is not the Dragon Ball world created by Akira Toriyama that he saw in his previous life. Host, the Dragon Ball world you are in, maybe you can call it the Dragon Ball universe world. When Suge was stunned, the voice of the system sounded in his head. Hearing the system's words, Suge blinked, pinched his chin and thought. So, Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan 5 can exist in this Dragon Ball world. Thinking of this, Suge grinned. If this were the case, then he might really be the first man to reach these two transformation forms. After all, he had a prophetic understanding of these two methods of transformation. Yes, there are more goals. Suge nodded and said, "System, give me this task." Ding! Successfully took on the task of teaching Reg. Note, the host only needs to teach Reg to grow to 200,000 combat power within 5 years to complete the mission. A system prompt sounds. 200,000 combat power. 5 years. Hearing this news, Suge was stunned again. If he remembers correctly, this guy Reg was born on the same day as Vegeta, so in 5 years, this kid is only 5 years old. 5 years old, 200,000 combat power points. This Nima, system, this task is too difficult. Suge complained. The host has to believe in his own abilities. Come on. After saying this, the system stopped speaking, and regardless of how Suge complained, it never opened its mouth to respond again. In this regard, Suge was naturally quite helpless. But think about it, although this task is extremely difficult, isn't it very interesting? Thinking of this, the corners of Suge's mouth hooked a hint of arc, the pleasure brought after successfully challenging this difficult task, that was the best. Okay, I'll do the job. Suge clapped his hands, his ambition in his chest, but he quickly shrugged down. There are still a few days before Reg and Vegeta are born. I don't know how many light years away from planet Vegeta, how can I rush back? The host is assured that the system will provide a space-jumping wormhole to return you to planet Vegeta. 5 days, that's enough. After a moment of silence, the system spoke again. Update to send, ask for flower review votes. Wow, the author June made a mysterious code. Air Wu Ling Wu Nu Ni Long Lai Yi Scattered Silk, can't send numbers, please forgive me. Make this first, it is convenient for everyone to urge changes, and secondly, I want everyone to supervise my code word, otherwise I am too lazy. The point is that recently ordered female companionship, and the order is somewhat addictive. I don't want to code, so I beg supervision. Chapter 013 732, November 30th. After 5 days of space wormhole jumping, Suge returned to planet Vegeta from an unnamed planet not knowing how many light years away. In 5 years, a lot has changed. Walking on the planet Vegeta, the planet at this time is very different from the planet Vegeta in Suge's memory. At least, before he left planet Vegeta 5 years ago, the planet was not guarded by the warriors of the Frisia Legion. Seeing the soldiers of the Frisia Legion walking on the streets of Wangcheng in the center of planet Vegeta, Suge's eyes narrowed again and again. The combat power of these people is not very strong, the maximum combat power is only 3000 combat power. But think about it, this combat power is simply weak for Suge today, but for the seemingly strong Saiyan family, 3000 combat power is indeed a rare little master. Not to mention, this is still a powerful warrior in the Frisia Legion. There is no mention in the original book whether there are warriors from the Frisia Legion guarding the planet Vegeta at this time, but in general, maybe that Frisia guy has sensed something. Suge walked on the streets of Wangcheng with his chin in his hand, wondering in his heart whether this guy Frisia had received some wind or explored something. After all, in the past 5 years, most of his Suge's practice had been spent attacking the Frisia Legion. During his first year of cultivation to trouble the Frisia Legion, he fought against the powerful squad of Team Kainuit more than once. In the early days, he naturally couldn't be the opponent of this entire team, but Suge was originally a scion physique, not to mention that his bloodline had increased 3 times, and his nature of getting stronger in battle was naturally much stronger. After being abused twice, Suge naturally reversed and began to abuse the Kinnet team. Abuse and abuse. Suge did not directly slaughter these guys. After all, the follow-up plot of these guys also came to the Dragon Ball plot, forming a small promotion role. Suge knows the future plot development of the Dragon Ball world, and he is naturally unwilling to break this balance and run to destroy the plotline and timeline. In his opinion, as long as he destroys the Dragon Ball world plotline and timeline, then he will not have that prophecy. After all, since the plotline and timeline have been broken, the subsequent plots that should have belonged to the original Dragon Ball plot may not appear. For him, naturally, this is a lot less prophetic. At the same time, it can also be completely said that this Dragon Ball world may no longer be the Dragon Ball world he knows. Develop slowly and wait for the Dragon Ball plot to begin. Step by step, my strength must be superior to the combat power of the person who should have the strongest plot point. Suge is very smart and wants to be invincible in the Dragon Ball world, so he can only let this Dragon Ball world follow the plot of the original book, so that it is impossible to exceed the combat effectiveness standard that should appear in the plot. As for Suge, fundamentally speaking, he does not belong to this world, and naturally jumps out of the rules and standards of this world. While thinking and walking, Suge soon came to the center of the royal city. Although he disappeared for 5 years, the blood of the scions was still on him, so he easily stepped into the royal city. This planet Vegeta is roughly the same as the planet Vegeta in the anime, but in general it is still a little different. Suge scanned the surroundings. He had not taken a good look at the planet Vegeta before leaving the planet, and now that he was in a different mood, he found that the surrounding environment was actually quite good. Grams. Lord Cloran. At this moment, a voice that was not very sure sounded behind Suge. Well. Hearing someone shouting the name of his scion clan, and adding the word adult at the back, Suge raised his eyebrows while slowly turning his head and setting his gaze on a middle-aged scion. Sure enough, it's Lord Cloran. The middle-aged scion saw a look of horror suddenly appear on Suge's face, and then bowed deeply to him, and said extremely respectfully, "Dopa si Lord Cloran." Suge glanced at this middle-aged scion named Dopa, and did not have too much impression of him, but he expected that it should be one of the scions who had seen him 5 years ago on the planet Savwas. Grams. Dopa still wanted to say something. At this moment, a young scion in his 20s walked over with a kind smile on his face. "Uncle Dopa, you are still full of spirit today." The familiar voice made Suge slightly stunned. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look at the young scion who walked over, and when he saw this scion, his eyes suddenly widened. Iconic hair, signature smile, exactly the same look. Isn't this the Monkey King who grew up alive? Obviously, the natural appearance in this timeline cannot be Goku when he grows up. So. Suge blinked his eyes and looked at the young scion with a kind smile. Could it be that he is the first person in the history of Dragon Ball to transform into a Super Saiyan Bardock? Everyone has to add a mystery code skirt. The mystery code is at the end of the previous chapter. The author needs everyone to supervise me and work hard to code word. I hope everyone will vote for more flowers evaluation. Today I will work hard 6 more, can it? Chapter 014. Bardock, you've returned from your mission. Dopa saw the young scion, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he laughed. Getting along with this young man, compared with the pressure that Suge felt face to face, he felt much better at this time. Bardock. Really? This guy, really Bardock guy? Suge's eyes lit up when he looked at Bardock, not that he couldn't recognize Bardock. It's because there are too many similar-looking people in the Scion race. Don't you see that in a certain plot, there is also a Scion who looks exactly like Sun Wukong? Moreover, the two are not related by blood yet. This is enough to make Suge a little unsure whether the person in front of him is the guy Bardock. Now that he heard Dopa's name, he was determined. Uncle Dopa, have you forgotten? I came back yesterday. Besides, I said hello to you yesterday. Bardock scratched the back of his head, revealing a smile like Goku when he grew up in later generations. Oh. Yes, yes, look at my memory. Dopa slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. Seeing Dopa like this, Bardock shook his head and smiled, and set his eyes on Suge on the side. Well. His gaze fell on Suge. Bardock's gaze was condensed, and when he felt the trace of oppression revealed by this young man, his pupils involuntarily contracted. So powerful! Bardock's throat rolled. His current combat power is around 7,000 points, and he can only be a low-class Scion warrior in a sense for some reason. A guy who can make 7,000 combat power feel oppressive, how much combat power does it have to be? Bardock didn't know how many points Suge's true combat power was, but he only knew that even King Vegeta, who had 10,000 combat power, could not give him a little oppressive power. From this, it is not difficult to guess how strong this guy Suge should be. Strange. Bardock frowned, feeling very strange in his heart. Logically, such a powerful guy should not be unknown to him. And now, he found that it was really the first time he had seen this powerful guy. Hello, Bardock. Suge smiled. Bardock, this guy will definitely not be that simple after crossing in the future. Hello, may I ask you? Bardock straightened up, looked at Suge solemnly, and spoke. I can feel your strength. Why haven't I seen you on planet Vegeta? Bardock. Hearing Bardock's words, Dopa's face changed on the side, reached out and pulled him, and then walked to his side and lowered his voice. This is an existence that we can't provoke. Talk less, listen to my advice, don't ask those who have it. 5 years ago, Suge's strength was so terrifying, killing 10,000 combat power that was as simple as stepping on an ant. After these 5 years, how terrifying should this adult's strength be? Don't dare to imagine. Unimaginable. Hearing Dopa's words, Bardock's eyes narrowed, his heart jumped, he turned his head and put his gaze on Suge again, licked his lips, took a deep breath and said, if there is any offense, please forgive me. Bardock is not a fool, and with Dopa's reminder, he understands that this is probably a master hidden on planet Vegeta. Or maybe it's an ancient Scion. Is the secret guardian of planet Vegeta. At this thought, Bardock suddenly gasped in his heart. If it was really what he guessed, then his casual gesture just now was really guilty. No need to think about anything, my name is Suge. And I used to be called Clorin. Suge wasn't prepared to let people call himself Clorin all the time, because fundamentally, he preferred the identity name of his descendants of the earth. Suge. Hearing Suge's words, Dopa and Bardock looked at each other, and although they felt that the name was very strange, they did not dare to say more, respectfully clasped their fists and saluted, and then retreated. Suge looked at Bardock who was far away, and the corners of his mouth hooked a funny arc. This Bardock in the Dragon Ball world is somewhat different from the Bardock in the Dragon Ball world created by Akira Toriyama that he knows. However, the plot has not yet begun, and there are still a few years before the plot in the memory, and it is not impossible to change Bardock's temperament a lot in the past few years. After standing in place for 2 seconds, Suge shook his head and turned around and walked directly towards the central area. Now he was ready to meet the hypocritical king of the Scion clan. Update to send, ask for flower review votes. Isn't everyone adding mystery codes to penguins? Wow, uncomfortable. No one even thought of urging me to. Suddenly something urgent. Chapter 015. King Vegeta's hypocrisy is basically known to Dragon Ball fans, and this guy is also very self-interested. Not to mention the Broly incident, which is the birth of Reg tomorrow, it is not difficult to see how self-interested this guy is. But the only good thing is that the tiger poison does not eat children, and this guy did not take advantage of Reg to kill his eldest son when he was just born and very weak. While thinking, Suja walked all the way to the gate of the palace in the central area. Stop! The royal palace is important, and non-important personnel are not allowed to enter casually. Suja was stopped by 2 guards at the gate. Facing the obstruction of the 2 guards of the final level, Suja smiled lightly. He understood that if Ming'er wanted to take Reg, then he naturally had to show his strength today. Rumble. The thought ended here, and Suja revealed some of his powerful strength a little. Whether it was the suppression of a higher bloodline or the combat power of at least 20,000 levels he revealed, these 2 guards were casually shocked. So powerful! Who the hell is? The faces of the 2 guards changed, and when they looked at each other, this thought appeared in their hearts. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I want to enter here, and no one on the entire planet Vegeta can stop me. Suja put his hands behind his back, his expression was indifferent, and he gently opened his mouth and spit out this sentence. Hiss. Hearing Suja's words as if he knew what the 2 of them were thinking, the 2 guards showed shock on their faces, and they involuntarily gasped for air while taking a small step back. The 2 couldn't help but look at each other, and couldn't help but think in their hearts, can this powerful strange guy still see through what they think? Okay, I'm going to enter, are you 2 sure you want to block it? Suja stepped forward and walked around. Please come in. When Suja took that step, the 2 guards didn't dare to think about it more, bowed respectfully and turned sideways to make way. In the face of such a terrifying powerhouse, they had no choice but to endure. Suja nodded indifferently. If these 2 guards were not sensible, then he would naturally break in. With his strength, whether these 2 innocent scions live or die depends on how much they can endure. Tap tap. In the palace, footsteps sounded in the silent walkway. This aisle is quite dark, and for other people, walking through the aisle in this environment must be with some heavy hearts. However, for Suja, King Vegeta's deliberate trick did not make him feel uncomfortable. Soon, after this walkway, a bright light appeared, and an inner castle appeared in Suja's sight. Shout! Everyone has their own exclusive breath. Suja can feel that there is one person in this castle, plus the combat power is in line. There is no need to guess that he also knows that this person is King Vegeta. Suja increased his speed and entered the castle as if flying. What a powerful guy! Suja did not hide his powerful aura at all. In fact, after walking out of the aisle, King Vegeta in the castle had already noticed a little. As Suja got closer and closer, a panic had risen in King Vegeta's heart. Those who come are not good, and those who are good do not come. This ancient Chinese word has the same meaning in any world. At this time, King Vegeta had this idea in his heart. Tap tap. Above the castle hall, King Vegeta sat down, footsteps sounded, and the strong oppressive force was getting bigger and bigger, which made him a little unable to sit still. Slowly getting up, King Vegeta set his gaze on Suja who walked to the main hall, and when he saw that this person was a scion, his face showed incredulity. You? Are you a scion? Suja looked at him indifferently and spoke, Your 2 sons will be born tomorrow, and I came here to accept your eldest son as a disciple. Disciple? When King Vegeta heard Suja's words, he was immediately stunned. I don't need to hear your answer, you just need to know that your eldest son is my disciple. Suja was very domineering, lazy to speak, his body shook and burst out to break through 100,000 levels of combat power, and the powerful aura swept towards King Vegeta. Poof! The powerful aura directly suppressed King Vegeta, who only had 10,000 combat strength, causing him to involuntarily collapse on the ground. Coercion, it's quite strong. Suja saw King Vegeta directly frightened and paralyzed on the ground, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Overwhelming enemies with momentum, other worlds may exist, but in the Dragon Ball world, it is difficult. From the beginning of the Dragon Ball plot to the end of the follow-up All-King Assembly, this scene has rarely been seen. But with the coercion technique produced by the system, Suje's ability is naturally extraordinary. This skill comprehensively overwhelms people who are weaker than themselves with momentum. The greater the gap in combat effectiveness between the two, the more significant the effect. Today's Suje's combat strength is more than 300,000 points, not to mention revealing all, that is, just revealing 100,000 combat strength index, that can completely scare King Vegeta to death. Footsteps sounded, and Suje slowly walked to King Vegeta, who was paralyzed on the ground in fright. Leaning over, his gaze indifferently, as if looking at an ant. "You? What do you want?" "King Ben tells you, I am the supreme king of the Saiyan race." King Vegeta shivered, and at the moment his emotions were nothing but horror. However, frightened to terrified, his noble royal bloodline made his tone a little hard. The update is sent non-stop. There is currently a good brother in the mysterious code Penguin, looking forward to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Join. Ask for a flower review ticket. Thank you very much. Chapter 016. King Vegeta's somewhat tough posture made Suge shake his head and smile. This old fellow, does he really think that the royal bloodline of his Saiyan clan is so bullish? Syllable. Suge was too lazy to say anything, and slapped it out. Suge's physical strength was so great, this slap directly made half of King Vegeta's face red and swollen. That's a lot of nonsense. He slowly got up and stepped out directly, stomped King Vegeta's proud head on the ground, hugged his hands to his chest, and said indifferently, "It's good that I am a Saiyan, but I don't recognize you as my king. No one in this world can be my king. You are indeed very powerful, but don't forget, there is also a King Frieza above me. If you dare to kill me to usurp the throne, then you will also die." King Vegeta was panicked at the moment, but as the king of a clan, his sanity was still sober, and he knew that he had to bring out a more powerful existence to suppress Suge now. "Frieza? Scold." Suge smiled disdainfully. At this moment, his combat power was more than 300,000 points, and under the full firepower, it was not a problem to violently beat the first form of Frieza. As for the second form of Frieza, although he was defeated in the end, he could still fight, and self-preservation was completely stressless. Therefore, Suge was not afraid of Frieza. At most, "Can't beat it, can't we run? Lose face? Completely non-existent, okay." It didn't take long for Suge to still kill back. However, Suge frowned. To be honest, if he could not let Frieza notice him at present, it was naturally not to let Frieza notice him. He doesn't push, but he can't be brainless. Although he has the system, he is not a data person after all, and if he dies, he is really dead, and there is no such thing as archiving and resurrection. So, before he was fully grown, every step was a crucial decision. "This gentleman, you trust me, there is no need to kill me." Seeing that Suge did not make any next move, King Vegeta thought that Frieza who he had carried out calmed him, and hurriedly begged for mercy, "Although I don't know how you know that my son will be born tomorrow, but don't worry, it's no problem for you to accept my son as a disciple. You will live on planet Vegeta for a day or two, and once born, I will send him to you immediately." At this point, King Vegeta said no more, and raised his head to look at Suge with an uneasy gaze. He couldn't see through this mysterious Saiyan at all, and he didn't understand why such a powerful guy appeared on planet Vegeta. "Yes." Suge got the reply he wanted, nodded indifferently, withdrew his foot on King Vegeta's head and turned to leave. It naturally doesn't matter if you beat King Vegeta, if you kill this guy in advance, then the follow-up plot will also have some impact. After Suge left, King Vegeta lay on the ground and gasped. When the king of the Saiyan clan had been in so many years, except for being like a dog in front of Frieza, this time in front of Suge, he encountered this kind of blow for the first time. Those who achieve great things have to endure all humiliation, and one day I will give you back all this humiliation. As the king of a race, King Vegeta could not have the slightest ambition. He didn't know the gap between himself and Suge and Frisia, and naturally he still had thoughts of revenge in his heart. After leaving the castle, Suge returned to the rest cabin where he once lived. After all, 5 years had passed, and this place had long been replaced by other low-class Scion warriors. Clorin. Are you Clorin? The rest cabin where he once lived was no longer his residence, and Suge had nothing to lose, walking in a small square in the area of inferior Scion warriors. At this time, someone met him, and a young Scion recognized him, but there was still some uncertainty between words. Hearing someone call himself a Scion name, Suge stopped and looked at it. He had no impression of the young Scion who called him, presumably he was just a passerby. With a slight smile, Suge did not choose to communicate with him about anything, and left sideways. Strange guy. Isn't he Clorin? The young Scion scratched the back of his head, shook his head and shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to think of anything else. The day passed quickly, and at about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon of December 1st, Suge arrived at the baby cabin where the Scions were born. King Vegeta was also there. He saw Suge coming, a fear flashed in his eyes, thought for a while, first ordered the people around him, and then licked his face and came to him, respectfully saluted. Sir is really on time, my eldest son Reg just gave birth. Just born? Suge glanced at this old guy in surprise and felt that something was wrong. You know, just the 10,000 combat power that Broly just born shocked King Vegeta. And now, Reg has been born. Why didn't this old guy notice the unusual of his eldest son? As Suge pondered, a female Scion dressed as a nurse came out of the baby cabin, carefully holding a small baby. King, the prince has been born. But the nurse came over, her face full of caution, and her eyes were more incredulous. But what? King Vegeta was a little impatient, and was just about to continue speaking. Wow! At this time, the little baby in the nurse's hand suddenly cried. Rumble! Cyclones rose up on the little baby. 10,000 combat power. 20,000 combat power. 30,000 combat power. As the crying became louder and louder, the combat effectiveness of this newborn baby became higher and higher. In the end, the little baby's combat power stopped at an exponential of 50,000 points. Ask for a flower review vote, thank you. The plot will unfold slowly, and it will become more and more exciting. Everyone must keep the habit of voting every day. Our data is great at the moment. I hope to be able to reach super. So I hope everyone helps me. Chapter 017. What? King Vegeta's face showed shock. Why was this eldest son of his able to reach 50,000 combat power points as soon as he was born? That's too false. However, Reg's real and powerful combat power told him that this was indeed true. King, Prince, he is really gifted. When he was born, his combat effectiveness is so high, maybe he is the legendary Super Saiyan. The nurse on the side was sweating, she was holding Reg, and her combat power was a little low. Naturally she must be a little uncomfortable facing such a powerful Reg. The legendary Super Saiyan? King Vegeta's eyes narrowed. To be honest, not to mention Suge's request, even if he didn't want Reg, he definitely couldn't let Reg live on planet Vegeta. 50,000 combat power. This is not 500 points. Not even 5,000 points. It's a whole 50,000 combat power. This is just a birth. If you wait for him to be older, then how far should his combat effectiveness rise? Unthinkable. Don't dare to imagine. This is an extremely scary thing. His throne will be threatened by this son. Moreover, the most important thing is that if the news that my son has 50,000 combat power points as soon as he is born reaches Frisia, then the threat to my planet Vegeta will probably be even more serious. King Vegeta's eyes flashed with worry. He was weak, but his eyesight was not weak, and he knew that Frisia had always been wary of his Scion clan. Once the news of Reek's birth gets out this time, then what awaits him on planet Vegeta will probably be a catastrophe. Well, I see. King Vegeta nodded indifferently and took Reg, who had been crying, from the nurse's hand, and then he turned around and handed the little baby to Suja. Sir, his name is Reg, and I got his name. Today, I will hand him over to you. Suja took Reg. He looked down. The appearance of this little baby was indeed likable, and most importantly, this kid's combat power was too strong. Always maintaining a state of release, the bloodline of the Scion who loves to fight in Suja's body can't help but boil, and even makes him want to fight with people well. However, now he is just a newborn Reg, how can he fight him? So Suja naturally can only suppress the fighting intent in his heart. System, is this Reek's bloodline the bloodline of the Taku Scions? After all, just born with 50,000 combat power? Suja was very curious. You know, Broly, the legendary Super Scion was only born with 10,000 combat power. And Reg, this guy, was born with 50,000 combat power, dumping Broly, the legendary Super Scion, a few streets. Host, Reg is indeed a Taku Scion bloodline, much more powerful than the legendary Super Scion physique of Broly. The system gives a reply. Hearing this, Suja looked solemnly at the little baby in his hand. To be honest, Broly's talent potential alone is perverted enough. And now Reek's talent potential is so perverted, to be honest, Suja is really excited enough. After all, the duel between the strong often makes people's blood boil to the extreme. Not to mention, this kind of strong person was still cultivated by him, and that feeling was naturally more pleasant. Well, I have decided that whether it is Reg of the Taku Scion bloodline or Broly of the legendary Super Scion bloodline, their most glorious lives will appear in my hands. Suja suddenly became inexplicably excited. Soon his strength will inevitably reach a critical point, in his mind. Then he needs to fight with the strong to break through his own critical point. More powerful, such as the existence of the level of Beerus, he is definitely not an opponent either now or in the near future. Even if he was not even an opponent to Frisia at present, he felt that Frisia's talent potential was certainly powerful and terrifying. But in the long run, whether in front of the Taku Scion bloodline or the legendary Super Scion bloodline, Frisia, who has the bloodline of the frozen demon family, is quite inferior. Not to mention, Suja was really looking forward to the scene of Reg fighting with Broly and Sun Wukong cultivated by his subordinates. The update was sent, a little late, sorry. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket, it didn't rise overnight, it's uncomfortable. Chapter 018. Host, the system will remind you additionally. As Suja pondered, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Well, you say. Suja's eyes flashed. If you complete the task of cultivating Reg, you will receive a part of the Taku Scion bloodline in the future. You may not obtain all of this bloodline, but you can advance to the next level without limit. The system spoke. Well. And such a great benefit. Hearing the system's words, Suja was slightly stunned. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The system naturally couldn't lie to him, so this Taku Scion bloodline that could advance to the bloodline was indeed a very good thing for him. Suja. So system, can I also get a part of Broly's legendary Super Scion physique? After a burst of euphoria, Suja thought of Broly's bloodline again. Yes, host. The system gives a reply. Nice. Suja smiled, his own Scion bloodline is much stronger than the bloodline of ordinary Scions. If he has the ancient Scion bloodline and the legendary Super Scion bloodline, then how powerful should his bloodline be? This is a Dragon Ball universe world, and many of the settings of the fandom Dragon Ball world are in it, so perhaps in the future, his bloodline can reach the height of the Scion ancestor Amashi. King. The second prince was also born. Tap tap. Hurried footsteps sounded, and another nurse came with a small baby in her hand. King Vegeta's face was solemn, and to be honest, he was a little afraid that his second son's newborn combat power was so terrifying. Vegeta, how much combat power is he? King Vegeta did not immediately take over his second son Vegeta, and asked with a frown. Back to the king, the second prince's combat strength is 1,300 points, which is gratifying. The nurse smiled. Call. Hearing this, King Vegeta was obviously relieved. Normal. Everything works. That's good. First. Well? What about people? After King Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, he turned his head back and was just about to speak, but Sujet, who was standing behind before, disappeared, which made him frown. Your lord, the gentleman has left. The first nurse said respectfully. Well, I see. King Vegeta glanced at the first nurse indifferently and waved his hand casually. On Sujet's side, after leaving the birth capsule, he was ready to leave planet Vegeta directly. The task of cultivating Reg, he thinks it can be completed quickly, then it is completed quickly. Moreover, he was not prepared to keep Reg by his side all the time. As the saying goes, flowers in greenhouses are far less resistant to wind and rain than flowers that grow outside, so it's always good to throw them out and hone them when you are young. After leaving planet Vegeta, Sujet found an uninhabited planet in a nearby galaxy. Time passed day by day, almost like the blink of an eye, and 3 years passed. In 3 years, Sujet has changed from a 16 or 17-year-old boy to a 20-year-old young man. For the past 3 years, although he has been cultivating Reg with heart, his strength has not stagnated. 3 years ago, his combat strength was more than 300,000, and after 3 years, his combat strength was around 600,000. A 100,000 point increase in combat effectiveness a year is not too fast, but it is also resolutely not slow. After all, with his current normal strength, it was enough to beat Frisia first form. Not to mention, without using full firepower, he even casually beat Frisia's second form. Master! Master! Today, Little Reg's combat effectiveness has skyrocketed again. How to break it? As Sujet thought about it, a milky little boy's voice entered his ears. Immediately afterwards, only listening to a loud sound, a little boy about 1 meter tall with half blonde and half black hair stared at Sujet with big eyes. Sujet came back to his senses, glanced sideways at the little guy, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Good fellow, this kid Reg obviously only had about 95,000 combat power yesterday, and now I see it again, it is already 100,000 combat power. Well, from today onwards, Master Wei is not ready to suppress your bloodline power. Sujet coughed twice and spoke, in the next 2 years, you will follow me to experience in the universe. Reg obeys Master. 3-year-old little Reg saluted respectfully, looking down, his eyes full of excitement. Finally, he can leave this planet and see the outside world. Update send, ask for flower review tickets. Still don't raise the flower evaluation vote. It's so uncomfortable. Chapter 019. Planet Nosa. This planet is very close to planet Vegeta, and the first reason why Sujet brought Reg here this time is naturally because he wants this little guy to fight against Kainu and the Kinnet team of similar strength. This second reason is naturally to let this news spread. Today's Sujet is not afraid of Frisia at all, and now he is level 15, and he has opened more than a dozen gift bags. There are many gold level packages in the package, which is very significant for his strength growth in all aspects. 3 years ago, the Triple Realm King Fist has been upgraded and grown into a 5-fold Realm King Fist. In other words, under the 5-fold Realm King Fist, his current combat power of 600,000 is equivalent to a 3 million level master. Although, these 3 million combat power could not go much in front of the full firepower of Frisia. However, against the fourth form of Frisia, he was still completely out of the question. Not to mention, he has too many powerful skills hidden under him. Therefore, the current Suge is not afraid of Frisia. Master, there are quite a few of our Scion people on this planet. Suge and Reg were walking on a city street in the center of this planet of Nosa, and the little guy scanned the surroundings with big eyes and great curiosity. All this is too new for him. Suge told him a lot, so Reg naturally knew about the Scion clan. However, he did not know that he was a child abandoned by King Vegeta. This is too cruel, at least for Reg at this stage. This truth is not easy to tell him directly. Kenyu is in this city, remember, his combat power is a full 20,000 higher than yours. Although your bloodline power is strong, you still lack life and death battle experience, so you may lose. Suge reminded, even if you lose this time, it's actually okay, after all, you are still young, don't be discouraged. Losing the battle is not terrible, what is terrible is that after losing the battle, it is the most terrible thing. Reg's talent potential is terrifying, and Suge doesn't want this little guy to be slumped. Soon, Suge and the two walked out of the central street in the city and arrived under a city wall. Suge glanced at the two-toed men under the city wall, and was just about to make a move. Ada! Little Reg took a step ahead of him, only listening to his ghostly scream, and raised his hand to directly kick the two-toed guards under the city wall. Seeing this scene, Suge blinked his eyes and said in his heart, "This kid is really deep in my heart. There is an enemy coming. This is a Scion. Presumptuous, you Scions dare to make trouble on the planet where Lord Kainu is. Kneel, or wait for Lord Kainu's arrival, you two humble monkeys will surely die without a place to be buried." After beating two toad people, several more toad people came, and these toad people looked extremely arrogant, and their eyes were so disdainful and contemptuous when they looked at Suge and Reg. Indeed, most of the fighters in these Frisia legions are elite warriors, not to mention 1000 combat power levels. 1000 combat power is not bad among Scions, so they naturally have the qualifications to look down on Scions as a race. As for the Scions you say are a little more powerful? Sorry, the more powerful Scions naturally have more powerful adults to deal with. So, naturally, they don't have anything to fear. Suge raised his eyebrows. These toad people are inevitably too arrogant. Ada! When Suge was about to make a move, Xia Reg on the side once again moved one step ahead of him, and directly kicked these toads into the air with 3 strokes and 5 divisions. Seeing this scene, Suge scratched his head. It seems that it is indeed not useless for him to accept a disciple. At least, this little trouble didn't require him to shoot at all. Here it comes. While Suge was thinking, a breath came. He was still familiar with Kainu's breath, and knew that this breath was his breath. Sure enough, it didn't take long for this guy to arrive under the city walls. At the same time, Suge's figure slowly dispersed. Kainu knows him, knows how powerful he is, and he is with Reg, which will definitely affect this guy's ruthlessness. Therefore, in order for little Reg to feel a good battle, it is naturally impossible for him to stay. "Boy, are you here to find fault?" When Kainu saw little Reg, especially when he recognized him as a Scion, he immediately thought of the Scion who had fought him dead and alive. Therefore, the anger in his heart rose sharply. "Not too old, dare to be so big. See how I teach you." Without saying a word, Kainu rushed directly forward, and his momentum exploded in an all-round way, which turned out to be 20,000 points higher than the 120,000 combat power that should be in the original work. In other words, at this moment, Kainu has a full 140,000 combat strength. Update to send, ask for flower review votes. Wow! Is it really not up to the flower evaluation vote? It's too uncomfortable. Chapter 020. Hey! This guy's combat power turned out to be 140,000. Suge, who was hiding his figure on the side, showed a surprised look, and the combat power of this guy in the original Dragon Ball anime was 120,000 points. Now this Dragon Ball world seems to have allowed him to complete his evolution due to his several destruction of this guy, and then skyrocketed by 20,000 combat power. Hey, kind of interesting. Suja pinched his chin and laughed. 120,000 points of combat power was a good challenge for Little Reg. Now, this guy Kainu's strength has reached a higher level, reaching 140,000 points of combat effectiveness. I have to say that this is a very good combat experience for Little Reg. Drink. While Suja was pondering, the Little Reg under the city wall burst out his most powerful momentum. I love watching you weak, dead monkeys struggle. Seeing Little Reg burst out of momentum, Kainu immediately sneered, and his face was even more hideous. Compared to Kainu's hideousness, Little Reg is much calmer. For him, no one in the world he knows can be his master's opponent, as the saying goes, what kind of master there is, what kind of apprentice. The master is powerful, can the apprentice be powerful? Immediately, Little Reg struck. Hand-to-hand combat. Find death. Kainu saw that Little Reg was ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him, and the sneer on his face was even worse. The physiques of the two are compared, one is tall and the other is short, and it is completely obvious who has the greater advantage. Kigong Cannon. Little Reg roared. Rumble. As Reg's roar sounded, a huge roaring explosion sounded in the field. Sujet, who was hiding his figure, saw that Reg made a big move as soon as he came up, and the most important thing is that the power of this big move is really a little terrifying. Rumble. Another explosion roared. Ugh! Kainu's screams rang out. Bang! It's so powerful! Little Reg's strength is too strong, especially the most powerful Kigong cannon he is best at. Under this blow, Kainu's whole person flew out upside down. Can't resist. Suja saw that Kainu was killed in seconds, and his eyes suddenly widened. He knew that Little Reg's strength was strong, and he was definitely not a simple person at the level of 100,000 combat power. But this kid is probably too fierce. It seems that I still don't know much about the strength of the physique of the Teikuseion bloodline. Suja's eyes narrowed, which may be very good news for him. It seems that we have to hurry up and complete the task of teaching Reg. Suja's figure slowly appeared. At this time, Kainu had already trembled out from a pile of waste stones. His gaze was on Suja, and the pale color on his face was even worse. Master! He is too weak. Little Reg came to Suja, shrugged his shoulders, and said a little helplessly, I thought how strong it was, but it was just a weak tall man. The corner of Suja's mouth twitched, raised his hand and knocked on his head, coughed dryly, and said seriously, winning once can't get carried away from now on, the future opponent is more than a star and a half stronger than this guy. Even if I can't beat it, isn't there still master? Any law in law? Little Reg's little face said that he didn't care. In his cognition, Suja's powerful breakthrough in the sky belonged to the kind of existence that could absolutely cover him. Bang! Hearing Xia Reg's words, Suja raised his hand and knocked him again, and said solemnly, Master Wei told you that although my strength is very strong, there are countless powerful people in the universe, and there are countless more powerful than Wei Shi so far. Moreover, we are in the 7th universe, and there is an even more powerful universe. What? Suja's words seemed to open a new world for Little Reg. Practice hard, one day you will also become the top master in all universes. Suja looked at the ambition in his chest, and the confident Little Reg nodded and showed an appreciative smile. Let's go. Suja glanced sideways at Kainu on the side. He thought that this guy could teach Little Reg some lessons, but the result really surprised him. At the same time, he did recognize the strength of the physique of the Teikuseion bloodline. Teikuseion bloodline added to me, how much should my strength skyrocket? Suja's heart was hot. Wait a minute. When Suizhe was about to take little Reg away, Qinu seemed to have made up some big decision and roared at him. How? Didn't I scare you the first few times? Suizhe paused in his steps, did not look back, and the indifferent voice entered Qinu's ears. Boom! Hearing this, Qinu swallowed his saliva, his neck shrunk, and his face showed horror. Please rest assured, my lord, Qinu has no provocative intentions. It's just. Qinu bowed deeply and spoke, I told King Frisia about you, and the honorable king is very interested in you and wants to meet you. It's uncomfortable, the flower evaluation vote still hasn't changed, it's uncomfortable. There aren't many collections. Heart-stuffing. Chapter 021. Frisia wants to see me. When Suizhe heard Qinu's words, his eyes flickered, and he turned back in surprise, staring at this ugly guy, and suddenly laughed. Frisia doesn't just want to see me, right? I'm afraid, you told him, maybe my threat is very great, more to eradicate me, right? The character of this guy in Qianu is not difficult to understand. Suizhe does not believe that this guy reports to Frisia while not adding oil and vinegar to say something. No, no, no. How dare I, please don't think about it. Qianu was frightened by Suizhe's words and the meaningful gaze, and a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead and back. This dead monkey is really powerful, he actually guessed it. In my heart, this is Qinu's idea. Staring at Qianu for a few seconds, Suizhe smiled coldly and said indifferently, Frisia wants to see me, it's better to ask him to find me himself. Boom! After saying this, Suizhe flew directly into the sky with one step, and he took the spacecraft out of the system space in mid-air. Scum! Little Reg was completely a well-behaved baby in front of Suizhe, but in front of others, he was completely a proud person who looked down on everyone, coldly glanced at Qianu, who had an extremely ugly face, and spoke, King Frisia in your mouth, in front of my master, is just a little reptile. I don't need my master's hand, 20 years. No. 20 years if you don't need it, give me another 10 years, and I'll definitely knock on the door. After the domineering declaration, little Reg snorted coldly and flew into the sky into the spaceship. It's so arrogant. These two dead monkeys. Qianu looked up at the sky, the spacecraft slowly flew towards the atmosphere, his face was even more ugly, he gritted his teeth, but after waiting for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, however, the more arrogant I am, the more I like it. In this way, maybe you will die faster. In Xia Rig's eyes, his own master belongs to a peerless powerhouse. In Qinu's eyes, how could his own King Frisia not be an invincible powerhouse? As for the declaration set by little Reg, Qianu did not pay attention to it at all. This kid is too young to know how much gap there is with the most powerful powerhouse. Time passed day by day, and 2 years had quietly passed since the last encounter between Reg Jr. and Qianu. 737, June 17th. On this day, as little Reg's bloodline evolved once, his combat power directly skyrocketed to 300,000 points. And as his combat power skyrocketed to 300,000 points, Suizhe's task of teaching little Reg was completed in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for teaching Reg the task of completing it perfectly. The following rewards will be delivered quickly: 5,000 XP, 10,000 redemption points, and open the system mall space. Ding! Given that the host's experience points can be upgraded 3 levels in a row, do you choose to upgrade automatically? A series of system prompts sounded in Suizhe's mind. Automatic upgrade. The 3 packages upgraded at the same time are also randomly selected for me to put in the system space. Suizhe looked at the clearing, and Reg, who fully burst out of his momentum, said lightly. This kid really shocked him a lot, and at the same time, he was also very gratified. Even, he sometimes wondered if with this kid's perverted bloodline physique, would his future achievements be worse than him? It shouldn't be possible. This time I will also get a part of the primeval Scion bloodline, not to mention teaching Broly soon to get a part of his legendary Super Scion bloodline. Suge thought for a moment and shook his head again. In the end, he feels that he is the biggest bug in the Dragon Ball world. After all, he has heard the system say that the powerful system mall space has everything. As long as he has enough exchange points, then there is no system mall space and there is nothing in it. Therefore, it will be enough to wait for his exchange point at that time, and the idea in his heart will naturally be realized. Bloodline fusion. That's right, the idea in his heart was to fuse several parts of the powerful bloodline into one. Suge believed that the effect brought by this bloodline formed by the fusion of several powerful bloodlines was absolutely explosive. It's really exciting. The corners of Suge's mouth curved a little, looking forward to the confirmation of the ideas in his heart. Master, I can feel the endless power in my body, it's too powerful. Gathering his breath, Little Reg ran to Suge, his little face full of excitement. Very good. Suge nodded appreciatively, and it was naturally impossible for the master of other families to show any appreciative expression in front of his apprentice, and he could remain serious at any time. But he is different, and he is resolute in his praise. However, it is still necessary to suppress Suge. I saw his face turn, and said positively, in that case, let Master Wei see how strong your combat power is after this breakthrough. Please Master to teach. Little Reg was stunned when he heard Suge's words, and then his face was even more excited and excited. He took 2 steps back, bowed to him respectfully, and at the same time as he raised his body, this little guy made a move. The speed was so fast, as if Suge, who had been paying attention, did not react. Bang! Reek's hand slapped on Suge, only to hear a crash, and the latter flew directly upside down. Master! Seeing this scene, Reek's face changed, and he thought that he had put too heavy a hand. Little one, you're still tender. While Reg was annoyed in his heart, Suge's voice sounded behind him. Update sent, yesterday Black Monday, successfully made the author June autistic. 5 changes a day, only 200 collections have risen, and the flower evaluation votes don't seem to have moved much. Ahem, uncomfortable and uncomfortable, the word still has to be coded, right? Ask for a flower evaluation ticket, give some if you can. Chapter 022. 2 years ago, Suge's combat effectiveness was around 600,000 points. Today, 2 years later, his combat strength is 800,000. Don't think that he is teaching Little Reg will make his strength stagnate, naturally there will be no such thing. Master! You're too treacherous. Suge shot behind Little Reg to knock him away, but the latter's strength was not weak, and after stabilizing his body, he turned his head back and looked at his master speechlessly. Boy, beg. I didn't say you attacked me. Suge flashed forward, and he didn't need to use much strength at all, and directly hung up the Little Reg with 300,000 combat power to fight. After about 10 minutes, Little Reg, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, lay on the ground, and his appearance of begging for mercy was really pitiful enough. When Suge saw his appearance, he couldn't help but take out a fairy bean from the package space and threw it directly to the little guy. After Little Reg recovered, Suge's expression became serious and said to him, starting today, Master Wei will not take you with him. You have your own path to go, and I won't be your umbrella forever. Hearing Suge's words, Little Reg was slightly stunned. Suge looked at the stunned Little Reg and sighed in his heart. To be honest, after 5 years of getting along, the relationship between the two is like a father and son. In fact, Suge was really worried about this little guy. However, no matter what, he definitely couldn't let Little Reg grow under his protection all the time, so it was completely a flower in a greenhouse, and there was no ability to resist blows at all. I see. Silent for a long time, to Suge's surprise, Little Reg nodded very maturely, bowed deeply to him, and when the little guy bent over, Suge heard a tick-tock sound. Suge was silent. He knew that little Reg with his shoulders shaking was crying. The hand stretched out, and Suge wanted to touch the little guy's head and comfort him. Unexpectedly, the little guy who had been bending his head suddenly raised his head, and the scene full of tears that Suge expected was different. At this time, little Reg's face was full of excitement and excitement. Oi! I can finally venture alone. Hearing this, Suge's expression froze, and then he reached out and patted his forehead. Good guy, this kid really has enough skin. Inadvertently, he glanced at some water stains under little Reg's feet. In fact, there was no need to think about it, this kid was definitely crying just now. However, little Reg's emotional intelligence is very high, and this expression and words perfectly dissolve the sentimentality that the master and apprentice are about to separate. Suge smiled and the figure slowly dispersed. He was using the space jump technique. Just now he accepted the task of teaching Broly, but this time the task was much simpler, and he only needed to teach Broly simply. On planet Vegeta, Suge strolled on the streets of Wangcheng. System, when will the reward for the Taku Scion bloodline be delivered to me? Suge looked here, looked there, it was very breezy. However, he actually had a frizz in his heart. Because he completed the task of teaching little Reg, and he still completed this task at the super perfect level. Logically speaking, even if you don't give more, at least don't delay. Please don't rush the host. The Taku Scion bloodline will naturally be sent to you. However, all this will have to wait for this time after the system upgrade is completed. The system replies suddenly. System upgrade. When Suge heard this, he was immediately stunned. That's right, this time the upgrade will open the system mall space. The system continues. Like this? I understand. Suge nodded, no longer urged, his steps quickened a lot, and after a while, he entered the royal city, and no one stopped him all the way. 2 or 3 minutes later, he arrived in the baby birth pod. Wow! 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 As soon as he arrived, a very loud cry reached Suge's ears. Kakarot! Suge turned his head and saw a small baby crying, and Broly was lying next to this little baby. It seemed that the strong fighting power aura frightened him. Suge looked again and saw that Broly's aura next to Kakarot was becoming more and more chaotic, and it seemed that he was upset by the sound of crying. Seeing this, Suge walked directly into the infant birth pod. Why are you here? As soon as Suge walked into the baby birth pod, King Vegeta's eyelids on the side suddenly jumped, and he subconsciously turned his head to see that the face of this guy who had not been seen for a long time suddenly changed. Oh, it's King Vegeta. Suge glanced at this old fellow. He hadn't seen him for a few years. His mental state looked quite good, but the anger on his face had not dissipated at this time. It seemed that he was angry just now. Be bold. Which squad are you affiliated with, and you actually talk to the honorable king like this? King Vegeta was just about to speak, but a scion behind him suddenly jumped out to accuse him due to Suge's casual treatment. Hearing this, Suge's face suddenly showed a playful look, and he looked at King Vegeta, whose face was becoming more and more livid, with a meaningful gaze. Chapter 023. Put. That scion still wanted to show off his sense of existence, but unexpectedly just said a word. King Vegeta came back sideways and slapped his backhand. Boom! King Vegeta's combat power is 10,000 points, and although this slap is only fanned out with the power of the flesh, the strength is still not to be underestimated. I saw that the scion who wanted to slap the horse flew out upside down, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in midair. Fortunately, King Vegeta flew at an angle right at the gate of the baby birth pod, so it didn't hurt the other babies. However, even this made the little babies in the entire baby cabin cry loudly. Suge glanced at it, set his gaze on the birth cabin where Broly was, and saw that this kid had no other emotions on his face except anger. Seeing this, he frowned. In this way, the overall culprit is still King Vegeta. If it weren't for King Vegeta, perhaps Broly's temperament would not be so tyrannical. No wonder the system says that you only need to dial Broly, so this little guy's temperament is not something I can reverse at all. Suja looked at Broly, whose combat effectiveness was slowly rising, and chuckled and shook his head in his heart. Reg, are you okay? While Suja was pondering, King Vegeta on the side suddenly walked over with a concerned expression on his face. Hearing this, and seeing this old guy's expression again, Suja was slightly surprised, and felt that this old guy was a little wrong. It stands to reason that such a self-interested person could care about the children he abandoned. However, when Suja saw this Vegeta King's eyes wandering, his heart suddenly understood. This guy is trying to have a relationship with him. Suja has been taking Reg away for 5 years, no matter what, there will naturally be some feelings in it. Suja's powerful King Vegeta understood that he was still an ambitious man, but what he lacked was the foundation and strong combat power. Obviously, Suja is his eldest son, and this relationship may be something that King Vegeta can make good use of. It's okay, eat and drink well, sleep well. Suja casually said a word and then walked around, and after a few steps, he came to the small cabin where Broly was lying. You are. King Vegeta saw that Suja was not too cold to him, and he was not too anxious. He understood the truth that if he wanted to be fast, he couldn't reach it, and with a hypocritical smile on his face, he came over and asked, "Are you fancying this little guy again?" When Suja heard King Vegeta's words, he ignored them and raised his eyebrows at Broly in the cabin, and the little guy immediately set his gaze on his face. With wide eyes and small eyes, the irritable emotions on little Broly's face gradually dissipated. 9,000 combat effectiveness. 8,000 combat power. 7,000 combat power. After a while, I saw that little Broly's combat effectiveness slowly dropped from the previous 10,000 points to 3,000 points. This is, King Vegeta's eyes widened while coming back to his senses, and he pointed to the little Broly in the cabin and said in shock, "This kid's combat effectiveness." He couldn't believe it, not to mention why little Broly's combat effectiveness had decreased. That is to say, this little guy's combat power has such a strong combat power just after birth, which is enough to make his heart move a heavy killing intent at this moment. Don't kill blindly. At this time, an extremely indifferent voice sounded, who was not Suja's. I. He. How dare I? Hearing Suja's words, a trace of embarrassment appeared on King Vegeta's face, and he lowered his head and whispered a word. Suja glanced at him indifferently, and then set his gaze on Broly, his right hand slowly stretched out, and finally his finger pointed at the center of little Broly's eyebrows. System, I only need to point my finger at his eyebrows, can I suppress the irritability brought by his bloodline for a short time? Suja asked in his heart, so, maybe when I get this bloodline, then I will also become irritable. He was indeed curious, if he had the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan, would he also become as violent as Broly? Please rest assured that all the negative energy you have in this bloodline will be automatically purified by the system. The system quickly replied to Suja. Hearing this, Suja's eyes narrowed, and a doubt rose in his heart. Sorry, there's another chapter in a few minutes, I'm so out of count. Ask for a flower review ticket. Chapter 024. As we all know, why Broly is strong is because his bloodline power is too strong, coupled with his experience as a child, it is extremely easy for him to enter a state of rage. Moreover, his combat effectiveness in a state of rage can be described in 2 words. So, he lacks this rage factor, so is his bloodline orthodox or not? Host, that's not what you think. You are able to control your emotions as you like, and with this bloodline power you will only become stronger. Think about it, if Broly could perfectly control his emotions, not rely on raw power, and then work hard to cultivate, how strong would he be? The system's words made Suja fall into deep thought, as if That's what you really said. Thinking of this, Suje's eyes lit up, and a surprise rose in his heart. In this way, with the bloodline of the legendary Super Scion, he is equivalent to a Broly who is in a state of sanity at any time? Scold. As Suje thought about it, he saw a golden light burst out from the tip of his finger at the center of little Broly's eyebrows. Immediately, under King Vegeta's shocked gaze, little Broly's combat power soared again. 4,000 combat power. 5,000 combat power. 8,000 combat power. Jumping thousands at once, it almost scared King Vegeta to jump. Finally, after more than 10 seconds passed, little Broly's combat power stopped at 15,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of tapping Broly, and the reward will be distributed to you after the system upgrade is completed. Suje sounded a systematic prompt in his mind. He smiled and withdrew his hand, glanced at King Vegeta with a slight warning, and turned and left directly. The follow-up Suje did not care. He believed that if King Vegeta was smart, he would not dare to kill Broly. After Suje left, King Vegeta's only promise posture instantly disappeared, and a gloomy face hung on his face. This kid's potential is just as great, but... King Vegeta turned his head to look at the quiet Broly, his eyes flashing with a strong killing intent. He wanted to kill Broly, but with Suje there, how dare he kill? He didn't hear the news of Suje's death for a day, so he never dared to make a move. This guy's deterrent is too powerful. Not to mention, King Vegeta wants to use this guy's power to open up the fame of the Scion clan. Hold on. Be sure to hold back. King Vegeta took a deep breath. He wanted to strengthen the Scion race and let the entire universe know how powerful this race was, then he had to be respectful to Sujibi. Thinking of this, King Vegeta breathed a long sigh of relief, and his eyes gradually became firmer. In the face of racial glory and the elevation of his own status, dignity? What is that thing? Sorry, in King Vegeta's opinion, nothing compares to what he really wants. After figuring it out, King Vegeta didn't think much about it, and after taking a deep look at little Broly, he turned and left directly. 2 days later, as Suje was about to leave planet Vegeta, someone arrived on planet Vegeta. In the center of the royal city, at this moment, Suje was looking up at the sky, and a huge spaceship stopped in the air. He recognized who the owner of the ship was, Frieza. Isn't that right? Why didn't Frieza come to planet Vegeta according to the timeline in the original book? Suje saw Frieza slowly walking out of the spaceship, and his face showed surprise. In the original work, Frieza has indeed been paying attention to the Scions on planet Vegeta, and has the idea of destroying planet Vegeta. However, at this point in time, this guy should not be on planet Vegeta. Forget about him, little Goku has been sent to Earth. I don't have to worry. Suje pondered, and his brows suddenly furrowed. No, now that the time for Frieza to arrive on planet Vegeta is advanced, maybe this guy Bardock hasn't obtained the precognitive technique he should have obtained. Moreover, it is also possible that he may not be able to travel back to ancient times at the right point in time. Thinking of this, Suje's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Frieza in midair with a smile on his lips. Today, it seems that it is inevitable to fight this guy once. To be honest, Suje was really excited at the moment. Don't look at Frieza's slight soy sauce in the middle and late stages, but it can't be denied that he is indeed a very powerful boss in the early stage. Not to mention that Suje at this stage really needs to fight a supreme powerhouse, which is also extremely helpful for the growth of his strength. Update sent, delivered. Ouch! Exhausted. I'm such a scumbag, I'm sorry everyone. Ask for flower evaluation votes, everyone is still very fierce. Can you not stop and be a little stronger? Please, everyone. Chapter 025. Above the sky, Frieza looked at the little Vegeta behind King Vegeta with a smile on his face, and spoke, "Your name is Vegeta, right? If I'm not mistaken, your combat effectiveness is not low when you are just born. Nice, nice. King Frisia. King Vegeta's face was a little ugly, but in front of the powerful Frisia, he had to lower his posture. King Vegeta, I think you can shut up, I didn't talk to you. Frisia glanced sideways, and although there was a faint smile on his face, his cold eyes and the slightly powerful aura revealed undoubtedly did not reveal a sense of threat. As soon as Frisia's words came out, King Vegeta's face changed, and he was just about to get angry, but in the face of Frisia's incomparably cold gaze, he forcibly suppressed the roar in his heart. Sooner or later, I will make you a bastard kneel in front of me. King Vegeta lowered his head, and his heart roared. Seeing his father being insulted like this, Vegeta clenched his teeth for a while, although he was also very angry in his heart, but he understood the gap between the Scion clan and Frisia. Yes. Yes. Vegeta bowed his head and replied dryly. Frisia smiled and nodded, and suddenly turned his gaze in one direction, and a young man of about 20 years old slowly flew from the ground to the height of the plane with him. Who is he? Pointing at this young man, Frisia raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. From this young man, he felt a trace of pressure. So, Frisia was very surprised. The normal Frisia is equivalent to his first form, with 530,000 combat power, just fighting people in this form. So far, he has not tasted a defeat, and over time, he thinks that he can sweep the strong people in the entire universe except for that one adult in his first form. Therefore, Frisia had not seriously worked hard to cultivate for so many years. Hearing Frisia's question, King Vegeta raised his head and turned to look in the direction of Frisia's finger. A look of surprise flashed on his face, and then introduced in a low voice, King Frisia, this is the guardian of my Scion clan, and it is very powerful. When two tigers compete, there will be a mistake. King Vegeta lowered his head again, his eyes flashing with unknown fire. In his opinion, his wishful thinking is very perfect. Oh? Guardians of the Scion clan? Powerful? Frisia suddenly became interested, a grim smile on the corner of his mouth, and then flew towards Sujet. But in an instant, Frisia had already arrived and began to fly in circles beside Sujet, who looked indifferent. This guy was looking at Sujet, and Sujet was not looking at this King Frisia, who had attracted countless fans in the late stage of the Dragon Ball Super stage. Very strong. Frisia deserves to be Frisia, really strong. The two sides looked at each other for about 10 seconds, and at the same time the idea arose in their hearts. Scion, what's your name? Frisia stepped back 30 or 40 meters away, with his hands behind his back, and looked at Sujet with great interest. Sujet also looked at Frisia with great interest. He didn't have a good impression of this King Frisia who had attracted countless fans in the late stage of Dragon Ball, but at the same time, he didn't have any bad feelings in general. All in all, in Sujet's view, it is a simple feeling that one mountain does not allow two tigers. You don't need to know my name. Sujet chuckled and shook his head, and at the moment he spoke, his momentum exploded directly with a bang. 50,000 combat power. 100,000 combat power. 150,000 combat power. Jumping 50,000 combat power points in 1 second, Sujet's momentum did not fully explode, but a simple explosion reached 550,000 combat power in the blink of an eye. It's terrifying. It's too powerful. This. Is it really the lowly monkey race of the Scions? Sujet's combat power broke out, instantly causing the quiet surroundings to make a noise. Whether it was the people of the Scion clan led by King Vegeta, or the warriors of the Frisia Legion led by Dodoria, the right and left hand of Frisia's side. One by one, they were extremely shocked. Everyone doubted it in their hearts. Sujet. Is this guy really a Scion race? Hey! If you want to say shock, I am afraid that the most important thing is Frisia. At this time, the light smile on his face before had disappeared into solemnity. With 550,000 points of combat strength, Frisia naturally still very pressured to change his form without further changes. And, in Frisia's opinion, this guy definitely has a backhand. That is, this is not the strongest state of this scion. Oh clatter! Shocked in his heart, but after all, it was Frisia, who had several powerful transformations, and after a while he recovered, reaching out to cover his mouth and laughing out his signature laugh. Interesting, really interesting. If it weren't for the tail behind you, I would even wonder if you were a member of the scion race. I think you've forgotten what kind of powerful existence there are among the scions. Suge showed a meaningful smile, and then did not wait for Frisia's reaction and directly killed him. Update sent, starting today, please call me 15 macho men. In order to be able to break out more than 15 chapters on the shelves in the near future, start working hard today, and it's over. Okay. So, all the macho men, give me a flower evaluation vote. Love Mudmo Yo_o. Chapter 026. In the face of Frisia, although this guy is only in the first form, his combat power is 530,000, which is relatively lower than his own 20,000 combat strength. However, Suge did not dare to be careless. The power brought by each shot was the highest level at the level of 550,000 combat strength. Bang bang! Suge's speed is already fast, plus he is even more combative, and the battle effect brought by him is simply full score. In hand-to-hand combat, the physical strength of the two is completely comparable. The powerful existence among the scion clan you just mentioned. Is it a blonde-haired scion? During the fight, Frisia became more and more difficult, and he suddenly remembered his ancestors' last words in his mind, and he couldn't help but say it solemnly. Hearing the jealousy in Frisia's tone, Suge smiled lightly, and did not answer his question head-on, but after punching Frisia, he roared and spread his limbs, this time completely bursting his normal breath. 600,000 combat power. 700,000 combat power. 800,000 combat power. In the blink of an eye, Suge's combat effectiveness soared from 550,000 points to 800,000 points. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, while still recalling Suge's powerful King Vegeta, his face changed again. This time he felt more than just the oppression of powerful combat power. This time, he felt more of a natural oppression from the bloodline of scions. How is it possible? Father, aren't we the most noble royal bloodline of the scion family? Why? Why do I feel that there is no resistance at all in front of this guy, and even, my legs involuntarily want to kneel in front of him? Not only King Vegeta felt it, but little Vegeta on the side also felt this way. I don't know. This guy is a powerful guy who has suddenly appeared, and I have never seen him before. I guess he might really be our ancestor or guardian. King Vegeta looked at Suge in the field, shook his head and sighed to indicate that he was not clear. Little Vegeta fell silent and said nothing more. I recognize who this strong man is. He is a Cloran who disappeared for many years. Just as the two father and son were speculating in their hearts, a small group of scions in midair suddenly spoke out in shock. Cloran? Hearing this name, King Vegeta was slightly stunned, and then a thoughtful look quickly appeared on his face, and he searched in his memory for whether the ancestor left the name of this master on the group training. You, tell me, who is Cloran? As for little Vegeta, it was much more direct. He flew to the scion who shouted the name of the Sahi scion in shock, reached out and lifted the scion who was a few heads taller than him, and asked in an extremely impatient tone. Vegeta. Prince Vegeta. This scion's combat power is only 2,000 points, don't see that he is a few heads taller than little Vegeta, but he is still weak and no different from ants in front of this little prince who is only 5 years old. At this time, he was held high, and he was shocked for a while, and the whole person was a little confused. Boom! A coldness flashed in little Vegeta's eyes, raised his hand and punched this scion in the face, and said coldly, Don't say it in 3 seconds, I can't guarantee your little life. Prince Vegeta, don't kill me, I say, I say. This Scion face was full of horror, but he knew the personality of this Scion prince. Saying that if he killed you, he would definitely kill you, so he didn't even dare to organize the language, and all the things he knew about Suge were said. Among them, he also said the important information that Suge disappeared on his first mission a few years ago. Even the death of a small captain named Sada in Frisia's legion was told at his hands. This guy. Hearing these shocking news, little Vegeta's mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock. It's so inhuman. Little Vegeta didn't know what to say. What he sighed in his heart now was not Suge's strength, but his potential. How many years have passed since then? This guy has grown to the point where he can confront the universe evil Emperor Frisia and even gain the upper hand slightly. Thundered. At this moment, in the center of the battle between Suge and Frisia, one after another explosions roared. The aftermath of the collision of Qigong cannons and finger cannons slowly swept away. Ugh! Both of them are current super top experts, and the aftermath of the battle is completely beyond the ability of some people with only a few thousand combat strength. Closer, I saw that many people in the Frisia's legion came into contact with the aftermath and let out a scream, and they were directly wiped out. As for the people in the Scion clan, because they were a little timid themselves, they fled the battle center as soon as Suge and Frisia fought, so the aftermath of this time did not affect them. Seeing the soldiers in the Frisia Legion die in the powerful aftermath one by one, for a while, some Scions were glad and at the same time couldn't help but feel sad, and most of them had some sentimental expressions on their faces. Ah! In the field, Suge bombarded Frisia with a punch, and he didn't spare a hand at all, because he understood that his attack of this level would definitely not be able to cause substantial damage to Frisia. You are indeed powerful, but you are not a blonde Scion after all. Or are you a Scion who can transform into a blonde-haired Scion? Bombarded by Suge's punch, although Frisia looked extremely embarrassed, he was actually not injured at all. Now, his temptation of Suge was over, and when he was once beaten by Suge, he steadied his figure, put his hands behind his back, and his momentum slowly rose with his words. 600,000 combat power. 700,000 combat power. 800,000 combat power. However, after 10 seconds of effort, I saw that Frisia's combat effectiveness skyrocketed from 530,000 points to 1.4 million points. At the same time, under everyone's shocked gaze, the short Frisia slowly became taller. How? What's going on? How did Frisia become the Kurdish king? Seeing Frisia turn into this appearance, King Vegeta's face changed on the side, and he exclaimed. Wonderful arrival, Sahi vs Frisia. Ask for flower evaluation votes, everyone can't wilt down. Strong. Hold on. Men can't say no. Vote for the flower review. Chapter 027. In the universe, it is not only the evil Emperor Frisavi who is famous. King Kurd, Frisia's father, is also famous. In the eyes of everyone, fathers are naturally stronger than their sons. Therefore, the Kurdish king, who has not made much moves, naturally has more terrifying combat effectiveness in the eyes of everyone. However, now that Frisia has become the Kurdish king, what the hell is that? Suge looked at Frisia indifferently. He knew, this was Frisia's second form, and the combat power of 1.4 million was indeed terrifying. On the surface, Suge, who has 800,000 combat strength, can definitely not be an opponent of Frisia with 1.4 million combat power no matter what he fights. But, is Suge's real combat effectiveness really as simple as it seems? No. Definitely not. Rumble. Suge was not ready to release water, the explosive state was turned on, coupled with the special effects of the Realm King Fist. I saw that the chi rising around him turned red at this moment, and it looked extremely cool for a while. Red. Seeing Suge's appearance, Frisia, who transformed into the second form on the side, was slightly stunned. Shout! Suje's muscles all over his body straightened, and he moved in an instant, arriving in front of Frisia almost in the blink of an eye. Bang! A punch was thrown out, and the air seemed to shake, and a crackling sound sounded between the two of them at close range. Let you monkey see my strength! Frisia dodged Suje's punch sideways, counterattacked, and also threw a punch at him. Suje's reaction was very fast, and he easily took Frisia's punch. Fight, fight again! The battles between the two are mainly hand-to-hand combat, fist to flesh, and the respective physical strength of both sides is not weak, so this scene of confrontation is quite a visual feast for the people next to them. Chlorine! Chlorine! What kind of monster is this guy? On the side, King Vegeta, who had been watching the scene, frowned, and the shock on his face never dissipated, and it still belonged to the wave after wave of shock. Father, this Chlorine must have secrets that belong to our Scion clan. Little Vegeta took a deep breath to the side and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, King Vegeta's face changed, and he hurriedly turned his head back and reprimanded, Vegeta! Don't think about anything else, this guy is definitely not a terrifying existence that we can provoke. Not to mention Sujena's combat power that can be compared with Frisia, it is his amazing potential, which is definitely not something they can provoke. The main thing is that he sees it. Suje didn't have an idea about his throne. For this alone, King Vegeta would definitely not think of Yin Death, a powerful and mysterious and eccentric fellow. Can hug his thighs without hugging, King Vegeta is not stupid, how could he choose to confront Suje? Nope. Little Vegeta's face was serious. You. King Vegeta's face changed drastically. I'm going to worship this guy as a teacher. Let him teach me how to become stronger. The serious look on little Vegeta's face slowly turned into a feverish one. This reversal made King Vegeta stunned in place, and then his face also showed fanaticism. His eldest son Reg was originally a disciple of Suje, and if his second son Vegeta was also a disciple of Suje, then this relationship would simply be a step further. Vegeta, your idea is great. I approve. King Vegeta turned his head and looked at the field, only to see that Frisia had shown his decline, and was encroached upon by Suje step by step. Basically it could be said that he had lost. In the field, when Suje burst out the five-fold Realm King Fist, the battle could already be declared over, and under his punch, the powerful force of the 4 million combat power level directly beat Frisia to vomit blood. Your strength is indeed strong, it seems that I have to show my true level to fight you. Frisia's face was extremely angry, it was the first time he had encountered this kind of violent beating in so many years, how could he bear this feeling as the evil emperor of the universe? The victory and defeat have been divided, all your combat power has not exploded, and my entire combat power has not exploded, now is not the time for you to fight with me for life and death, let's fight again next time. Frisia was full of killing intent, but Suje converged his momentum, put his hands behind his back, and said indifferently. Hearing this, Frisia clenched his teeth for a while, he was not ready to withdraw his hand, today he would definitely slaughter this dead monkey of the Scion clan. Rumble. The momentum erupted, and Frisia was ready to jump directly over the third form and transform into the fourth form. Time stop. Seeing that Frisia was about to show his true ability, Suje frowned, and stretched out a finger to stop when Frisia directly released. The 0.7 second stoppage directly pauses the 4-week period. Shout! Suje stepped forward, his right hand stretched out, and a terrifying Qigong cannon converged in his palm. At the same time, the time stop ended. You! Frisia was moved. I said, now is not the time for our life and death duel. Of course, if you want to die, I can send you to die now. The terrifying aura brought by the Qigong cannon in Suje's palm frightened Frisia's face a little distorted, and the latter had never felt this kind of super strength life and death calamity. First time. It's true. For the first time he felt this feeling. Too uncomfortable. However, he had no way, under Suje's powerful time to stop the technique, he was more powerless and unable to resist. Now, Frisia finally understood that what this guy said was not the moment of a life and death duel, but just a joke. It should be, now this dead monkey of the Scion race, just simply don't want to slaughter him. Abominable. Damn it! Damn it! Frisia roared furiously in his heart. He was extremely unwilling, but he had no strength to resist, which made him so irritable. Next time, I will slaughter you. Frisia thought for a while, his breath converged, and his body slowly retreated, his face full of gloom. I hope so. Suje withdrew the Qigong cannon in his palm and smiled indifferently. After this battle with Frisia, Suje has learned about his perversion of the time stop. In 0.7 seconds, he is absolutely invincible. Therefore, no matter how much Frisia practiced, unless he exceeded him too much and could kill him in 0.0001 seconds, then Suje would naturally not be an opponent. But does Frisia at this stage have that ability? Ask for a flower review ticket. At present, each chapter is more than 2,000 words, so let everyone read more in one chapter and look cool. Chapter 028. Frisia left with such an unwilling emotion, he had no other way, he didn't know how many people he had killed, naturally understood that the killing intent that Suje burst out just now was definitely not a joke. After a stalemate and waiting, he believed that he was facing absolute death. He didn't want to die, he wanted revenge, and naturally he had to hold on. After Frisia left, King Vegeta flew in with little Vegeta. Thank you, sir, for your help. King Vegeta bowed deeply to Suje, the title he had been thinking about for a long time and finally came to it. After all, Suje's Scion status is not so noble, but his strength is too strong. Therefore, King Vegeta chose a compromise title and called him Sir, which in his opinion was the best title. Vegeta meets Sir. Little Vegeta's face was full of fanatics, and in his eyes, Suje at this moment was a god. This is indeed the case, at the current stage of the plot, Suje's powerful power is indeed a god walking in the world in a sense. Facing the enthusiasm of King Vegeta's father and son, Suje's expression was indifferent. He was not good at all to King Vegeta's senses, not bad for little Vegeta, but not good either. With a flat answer, Suje was already ready to leave. Sir, please wait. Seeing that Suje wanted to leave, King Vegeta's face flashed with anxiety, and hurriedly said, Sir, I have something to talk to you about. There's nothing to talk about between you and me. Suje shook his head and refused. He didn't have a good impression of the Scion family, and he took action to drive Frisia away this time in order to be not a Scion family, in order to follow the normal development of the plot, otherwise he would definitely not help planet Vegeta survive this catastrophe. First, little Vegeta walked out from behind King Vegeta and just said a word. Shout. Suje calmly glanced at Vegeta, ignored it, and left directly with a flash. It's a pity. Suje left like this, and little Vegeta sighed heavily, his face showing unwillingness, but soon he regained his spirits and told himself in his heart, that gentleman just now glanced at me, maybe I can still get into his eyes. So, it's not that I don't have the opportunity to become his disciple. 3 days later, Suje, who left planet Vegeta, also began his own experience. Time passed day by day, and soon, a month passed quietly again. On this day, Suje looked up at the sky on a planet near planet Vegeta, and small spaceships streaked across the sky. What's going on? When Suje saw this small spaceship, his brows suddenly furrowed. As a Scion, he naturally recognized that these small spaceships were the exclusive small spaceships of the Scion family on planet Vegeta. Now, these small spacecraft feel very urgent to fly. So, something happened to planet Vegeta? Thinking of this, Suje's eyes narrowed. He thought for a moment, this time period should indeed be the time period when planet Vegeta was destroyed. It seems that the major plot that should have happened in the original book has not changed because of my shot. Suje let out a long breath and followed the plot of the original Dragon Ball, then the follow-up would be a benefit for him after all. This time, the planet Vegeta was destroyed, the Scion race was almost wiped out, and only a few Scions remained. Suje walked around, pinching his smooth chin in his hand and thinking, Bardock, this guy also traveled back to ancient times, and Kakarot was sent to Earth. Well, I just don't know if this kid Vegeta is still on planet Vegeta. If this kid Vegeta is on planet Vegeta, then Suje guesses that this kid is estimated to be dead and lifeless. After all, a month ago, Suje, a Scion, brought Frisia not only physical pain, but also mental pain. Frisia, who has not been injured for many years, can imagine how he hates and dislikes the Scion race. System, will this kid Vegeta die? Suje asked in his heart. The host, Vegeta is not dead. You remember that the important story of this Dragon Ball universe will not change because of your appearance. Undamned characters can survive unless you kill them forcibly. The system gave Suje an answer. I see. Suje's eyes flashed, and the Tsundere Tower that joined the Z-Warrior team was still very likable. Oh. The only point is that this guy arched the goddess Bulma in Dragon Ball. So, in this world, if I am with Bulma, will the plot of the subsequent future world appear? That is, will this kid Trunks be born? Suje suddenly thought of something and asked the question again with great anticipation. System. It is estimated that he was thinking about Suje's problem, and the system did not speak for a while. Suje was also in no hurry, slowly wandering on this city street. After almost 5 or 6 minutes, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Suje's mind, Host, you and Bulma have no effect on the subsequent plot. The future world of Trunks will still be born, and Bulma, who should be his mother, will naturally have a replacement. I see. When Suje heard this reply from the system, his heart suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It is undeniable that the heroine of Bulma in the original Dragon Ball book has been quite controversial. But in Suje's opinion, the original Dragon Ball is the original Dragon Ball. Now this world is the same world, but at the same time it can be regarded as a different Dragon Ball world. As long as he knew Bulma before she talked to her boyfriend and slowly developed a relationship with her, then Bulma in this world is pure and unblemished. Bulma, I'm determined to provoke. Suje clenched his fists, and a smile appeared on his face, and Goddess Cyborg number 18 lazily. Speaking of knowing in advance, Suje thought again. In the original book, at the beginning of the first Dragon Ball plot, Bulma was 16 years old and Goku was 12 years old. The difference between the two is 4 years, and little Goku was born this year, which means that Bulma on Earth is almost 5 years old now. 5-year-old Bulma is still too young. Wait a minute. Suje is very thick-skinned, and now he is 20 years old, and he does not feel that there is anything wrong with coveting a 5-year-old little loli. Update sent, try to code. Ask for flower evaluation votes. Now that the number of words is more, I feel that there is no need for everyone to keep books. Remember to vote for flowers every day. Chapter 029. Time passed day by day, and in 3 months, Suje drove a spacecraft to a green planet. In 3 months, I finally reached Namek. On Namek, Suje included the spacecraft in the system space. According to his original idea, he actually went to Earth first to deal with Bulma's father, Dr. Brive, and asked him to make himself a Dragon Ball radar detector. However, the system tells him that he does not need the Dragon Ball radar detector, which can be provided by the functional system. Therefore, Suje naturally set off directly for Namek. The reason for coming to Namek is naturally because Suje wants to obtain the method of teleportation, which is a special ability created by the Adrets, and the Monkey King in the original Dragon Ball anime was learned in the hands of the Adraith Starman. This method has increased Sun Wukong's strength by a little combat effectiveness. Not to mention, the skill of coming and going so easily is indeed eye-catching. Therefore, Suge naturally wanted to learn this skill. As for why he came to Mamikus to look for Dragon Ball, naturally Suge was not sure if the Dragon Ball on Earth could acquire the learning method of this skill. System, tell me where the nearest Dragon Ball is. Suge really couldn't wait, because once he learned to teleport, then his overall strength would definitely go to a higher level. Diddy. Hearing Suge's order, the system soon began to use its own function to search for the location of the Dragon Ball closest to Suge. Suge walked around and slowly waited for the system's notification. A minute passed quickly, and the system had stopped searching, and it spoke, "Host, there is a 3-planet in the southeast direction, 113.240. Hearing the words of the system, Suge's face turned dark. Where did he know where the coordinates 113.240 in the southeast direction were? Speak human language. Turn left and fly straight for 5 minutes, and the host will reach the place where the 3 planets are." Receiving Suge's complaint, the system hurriedly changed to a sentence that he could understand. Hearing this, Suge nodded, turned left while bursting with breath, and flew straight up at full speed. The system said 5 minutes is 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, Suge arrived on a small hill. "Host, the 3 planets are in a cave halfway up this small hill. The system continues to inform you of the message." Suge set off again and came to the cave halfway up the small hill, and within 2 minutes, he found the 3 planets glowing faintly in the deepest part of the cave. "Good, it's a good start to everything." Suge looked at the 3 planets in his hand and smiled. Next, Suge took advantage of the convenience of the system to directly gather all 7 Dragon Balls in one day. "Come out, Shenlong." On the top of a mountain, Suge placed 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, and then shouted out some lines from the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life. However, the lightning and thunder in the memory, and then the scene of the divine dragon slowly flying out from the dark clouds did not appear, which made Suge stunned on the spot. "What's going on? Am I still not in the right tone?" Suge blinked his eyes and looked confused. Syllable. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he slapped his forehead and said abruptly, "I forgot, this is the divine dragon on the name X star. And it takes the language of the name X star to successfully summon the divine dragon." After figuring out the key, Suge hurriedly asked the system if it knew the language of summoning the divine dragon on the Nemesis. "Host, in 3 seconds, all the language about the name X will be transmitted to your mind." The sound of the system sounded, which made Suge overjoyed. The system he has makes him think of the system novels he read on the internet in his previous life. Other people's systems are all kinds of punishments that cannot complete the task, or it is erased as a threat, that one by one the system is all kinds of high cold, want to bird the protagonist of the bird, do not want the bird is not a bird. In comparison, the system he has is simply his intimate little padded jacket. Not only did the task not come up with the punishment, but now all the miscellaneous small functions are provided for free, just don't be too comfortable. Thinking of this, Suge wanted the system to have a human shape, and then held it and kissed it fiercely, "Too nice you." The host. "What? Still can't let me tell the truth?" Suge hummed. "Invisible licking dogs, the deadliest." However, what Suge was thinking in his heart was indeed his truest thoughts. The system he has is indeed the best and best nice system ever. "No, host." The system spoke, "Actually, you will also be punished if you fail to complete the task." Hearing this, Suge's heart jumped, and then 3 big black question marks appeared on his brain, and he was surprised. Is there a task punishment? How did I not know? Hey, are you intimidating me? Host, the penalty for failing your first mission is a year without cutting your hair. The penalty for failure in the second task is not drinking water for 7 days. The penalty for failure in the third task is... The system began to speak. Suja listened to the system's words in his ears, and when he listened to a mission failure punishment that was released a while ago, the corners of his mouth suddenly twitched. It turns out that the punishment for failure in these missions is so not serious. In this case, Suja also thought about why the system had not said the punishment after the mission failed. Because too. What a child's play! Ding! Congratulations to the host for having mastered the language of the planet Namek. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Suja's mind again. Okay, let's not talk about gossip, it's time to get down to business. Hearing the prompt, Suja's eyes suddenly lit up. Come out, Namek's divine dragon Polenga. Suja looked up at the sky and shouted this sentence loudly in the language of the planet Namek. Thundered. As Suja roared out this sentence, in just 3 seconds, the bright sky instantly became covered with dark clouds. Immediately afterwards, lightning and thunder began to roar in the cloudy sky. In the midst of lightning, a huge figure slowly appeared in Suja's line of sight. Suja stared at it, and the huge figure was overlapping with the Namek's divine dragon Polenga in his memory. Update sent, ask for flower evaluation votes, thank you. Chapter 030. Lucky Summoner, I am the divine dragon Polenga, tell me your 3 wishes, I can help you fulfill it. As Suja thought about it, the divine dragon Polenga on the Nemesis star spoke. His voice was so loud that all the Nemesis people within a radius of hundreds of miles heard it. Meanwhile, it was within the nearest village where the Nemesis lived. Elder. Someone collected all 7 Dragon Balls, and even successfully summoned the divine dragon Polenga. In a small room in the center of the village, a tall Nemesis stood respectfully behind an old man on crutches, reporting the news in shock. I know. The old man known as the Elder slowly turned around, and his face showed a solemn expression. This news, I think I need to quickly reach the great Elder to hear his thoughts. Yes. This scene happened in several villages of the Nemesis. On Suja's side, he looked at the divine dragon Polenga and said in name-seeing, Divine dragon Polenga, the first wish is that I want to be able to control the method of teleportation. Little meaning. Well? If I'm not mistaken, you're not a Nemesis, are you? Why do you speak that Mixian language and still be so pure? When Shenlong Polenga heard Suja's words, he didn't react for the first time, and then when he was ready to use his ability to fulfill Suja's wish, he reacted and looked at him strangely. Do you need to know about this divine dragon? Suja looked at him suspiciously and asked rhetorically. Ahem. Pushed back by Suja to the question, Shenlong Polenga suddenly coughed a few times, and then awkwardly used his ability to fulfill Suja's first wish. Summoner, the method of teleportation requires more training to really control, good luck. When the divine dragon Polenga transmitted the teleportation method into Suja's mind, he conveyed such a sentence. No, my second wish is to give me perfect control over the method of teleportation. Suja said lightly, he was a little lazy by nature, too lazy to slowly explore the trick of teleportation method, so he directly made such a wish to the divine dragon Polenga. As soon as Suja's wish came out, the smiling expression of the divine dragon Polenga suddenly froze. You? What did you say? Divine dragon Polenga looked at Suja with some disbelief, and said in shock, do you know how precious a wish is? You wasted a wish so much? My second wish you can't fulfill. Suja hugged his chest with both hands and said lightly, if it can't be realized, then it's okay for me to change my wish. Joke. There is no wish in this world that I cannot fulfill in Polenga. Divine dragon Polenga snorted coldly, and once again activated the ability to fulfill Suja's second wish. Having gained the proficiency of teleportation, Suja nodded with a smile, and then set his eyes on Polenga. I don't know how, being looked at by Suja's gaze, Polenga had a creepy feeling. You? What do you want? Polenga frowned and looked at Sujet. Shenlong, you just told me that there is no wish in this world that you can't achieve, right? The corner of Sujet's mouth hooked a bad smile. Didn't. That's right. But. Polenga was originally very tough, but as he spoke, he didn't know how, and suddenly he had no confidence. Sujet directly interrupted his bottomless words and said with a grin, in that case, Divine Dragon Polenga. Please give me a spiritual time house that can speed up as much time as I want. What? Hearing Sujet's third wish, Divine Dragon Polenga's eyes widened, and two large eyeballs looked like they almost fell out of their eye sockets. Sujet's smile remained unchanged, and he repeated his third wish just now. Impossible. As the last word that Sujet repeated fell, the Divine Dragon Polenga immediately shook his head. Didn't you say that there are no wishes in this world that you cannot achieve? How? Does Shenlong also talk big? Sujet raised his eyebrows and said teasingly. This. Hearing Sujet's questioning, the Divine Dragon Polenga suddenly stammered, he reached out and scratched the back of his head, coughed twice, glanced around, and then leaned down and whispered to Sujet, let's not say that there is no spiritual time house like you said, the key is that the spiritual time house is limited to gods, and ordinary people cannot be exclusive. In that case, then give me a spiritual time house within your ability. Sujet rolled his eyes. If the Divine Dragon Polenga had a tougher attitude, then he would definitely give up this wish and make other wishes. However, now the appearance of the Divine Dragon Polenga naturally made Sujet see hope. What he said before about how many times the spirit time house he wanted to increase was actually just casual talk. In his opinion, even a spirit time house with twice the speed of time flow was definitely a big bug. This. Divine Dragon Polenga took a deep breath. He didn't agree at the first time, frowned and thought. Sujet saw that there was a drama, naturally he was not in a hurry, and looked at the Divine Dragon Polenga who was making a major decision with a smile. After a while, about 5 or 6 minutes, the Divine Dragon Polenga coughed. How? Sujet spoke, are you going to prepare to give me a spiritual time house with 100 times the time flow speed? Or a spiritual time house with 200 times the time flow speed. Update send, ask for flower review tickets. Thank you in advance. Chapter 031. Sujet's routine is simply one link after another, and he doesn't give the Divine Dragon Borenga a chance to react at all. Host, you're awesome. The system's praise sounded in Sujet's mind. Accept. Sujet laughed in his heart. He saw the expression of the Divine Dragon Polenga now. This guy was thinking. Looking at him like this, maybe even if he can't get 200 times or 100 times the spiritual time house, then at least a small and several times the spiritual time room can definitely be obtained. All in all, as long as you get something like the spirit time house, which can be called a big bug in the Dragon Ball world, even if it is twice the time flow rate, it will definitely be profitable. After all, this third wish is a small suggestion made by the system to Sujet. Therefore, Sujet believes that perhaps after the successful system upgrade in the near future, the system mall has a method to upgrade the small multiple spirit time house. Lucky Summoner, the multiplier you said is too high. I can't give you the scope of my abilities, at most. Shenlong Polenga pondered for a long time and stretched out 5 fingers. 50 times the spirit time house. Sujet's face remained unchanged. He naturally knew that it was impossible to obtain 50 times the spirit time house, so this sentence was still used by him to routine. Shenlong, this is too inconsistent with the multiple I expected. Hearing Sujet's words, the Divine Dragon Polenga knocked on his head with some headache. Originally he wanted to say that the time house that was 5 times the speed of time flow, but now it sounds that this lucky summoner will not be satisfied. Regarding the question of his face, the Divine Dragon Polenga once again fell into consideration. Sujet was still not in a hurry, waiting quietly, and did not think of urging at all. After a while, the divine dragon Polenga gritted his teeth, stretched out his hands, and looked at Suozhe and said, "Lucky summoner, 10 times. 10 times the speed of time flow of the spirit time house, this is my greatest limit." Hearing this, Suozhe's eyes suddenly widened a lot. If he was really in the anime at this moment, his nose would definitely spew out several hot breaths, and his face would definitely be like burning red carbon. Su Zheqiang suppressed the excitement in his heart. He wanted to laugh out loud, but he knew that he absolutely could not laugh out loud at the moment. On the contrary, Suozhe is a natural actor. He let out a long sigh, looked down as if he was very frustrated, and his tone was full of helplessness. "Okay. Full marks. Oscar owes me a host." This gesture, if not able to detect the psychological activity of its own host, otherwise the system will think that this guy really suffered some unequal treatment after helpless choice. Shenlong Polenga looked at Suozhe's appearance. Where did he know that he was acting? And he also sighed heavily, and he was extremely embarrassed in his heart. After all, it was he himself who exaggerated before, saying that he could achieve any wish, and if he didn't, he would definitely not give this little guy too much hope, nor would he make him so uncomfortable. Thinking about it, Divine Dragon Polenga used his ability to take a spiritual time house 10 times the speed of time flow. 3 wishes have been granted, lucky summoner. Goodbye. The spiritual time house with 10 times the speed of time flow was placed in the open space in front of Suozhe by the Divine Dragon Polenga, and he didn't have much to say, and after saying this, he directly turned into 7 Dragon Balls and flew out in all directions towards Namek. 10 times the speed of time flow spirit time house, very nice. Suozhe looked at the spirit time house in the open space in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. The gap between the spiritual time house he has and the spiritual time house on the Earth's celestial realm is a little big, and if you calculate it, there are only 10 days in a day outside his spiritual time house that is 10 times the speed of time flow. And the spiritual time house on the Earth's celestial realm is 1 day outside, and a full year inside. Converted into multiples, that is, the spiritual time house on the Earth's celestial realm is 365 times the time flow speed. It's not a big problem, the system, soon after the opening of the system wall, presumably I can use the exchange point to exchange for something that makes my spiritual time house multiplier. Suozhe guessed. The host's guess is correct, but the value is extremely expensive, and it requires the host to work hard to earn exchange points. A quick response was given. "That's okay, I see." Suozhe nodded, waved his hand, and collected the spiritual time room in the open space in front of him with 10 times the speed of time flow into the system space. After packing everything up, Suozhe was ready to use the ability to teleport directly to Earth. Just as he was about to use teleportation, some information suddenly came back to his mind. That is, there are a total of 3 teleportation abilities in the original Dragon Ball anime. The first is the teleportation of the Adraith Starman, the second is Jebit's teleportation, and the third is the teleportation of Metal Gula. The first type is the kind of teleportation controlled by Sun Wukong, and it is also the teleportation controlled by Suozhe now. This method of teleportation is that the chi of the person at the target location must be sensed, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to go to the place you want to go. As for the second type of Jebit's teleportation, it is completely where you want to teleport to the lower realm of the universe, and to some extent, this second is the correct use of the most perverted teleportation ability. However, Suozhe did not expect it at the first time, so he missed the opportunity to make a wish. As for the third type of teleportation, it is similar to the second one, but his skill can only be used exclusively by himself. Fortunately, I was smart, and I remembered Bardock's chi when he sent away little Gaku before. At this end of the thought, a smile appeared on Suozhe's face. With his right hand stretched out, his index finger and middle finger aimed at the center of his forehead, and Suozhe began to look for Xiao Wukong's chi. 5 minutes passed, and when the corner of Suozhe's mouth curved, his figure also disappeared in place. Update sent. Ask for a flower review ticket. Thank you. Chapter 032. Milky Way, Earth, on Zida Street. With his hands behind his back, Suja was wearing a modern casual outfit he had just bought from a clothing store. You ask him where the money comes from? For Suja, after so many years of training in the universe, how could he not have a little precious thing on his hands? Of course, what he said was precious was just a slightly more beautiful little stone in the universe. However, on Earth, it is completely a diamond of great value. A diamond for a dress, I am afraid that anyone who will change it will be extremely happy. Little Gaku has been adopted by Son Gohan, I still don't need to meet him at present, wait quietly for this kid to grow up again. The corners of Suje's mouth hooked a beautiful arc. He also glanced at little Wukong on Bun Mountain a few minutes ago, and then he came directly to the western capital, and he was also ready to inadvertently meet Bulma this time. In fact, although Suja is in the 20-year-old grade, in fact, his appearance is just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. After all, the faces of the Scions are very difficult to age, or in other words, they age much slower than the Earthlings. You don't see that in the original work. Sun Wukong, who has a grandson, is still so young, and as for Kiki, who became a grandmother, there are not too many wrinkles on her face. Asking about the system, so he got where Bulma lived. Soon, after a 5 or 6 minute walk, Suja arrived outside the gate of a villa. Suja did not ring the doorbell on the gate of the villa for the first time, he stood calmly at the gate and looked inside the villa, and a smile of remembrance slowly appeared on his face. The environment in Bulma's home has appeared many times in the anime, and originally Suja was still a little vague in his mind, but when he saw it with his own eyes, the slightly blurred image instantly became profound. That's right, this is Bulma's home. The smile on Suja's face deepened, and he raised his hand and gently pressed the doorbell on the gate of the villa. Diddy diddy. The doorbell rang, and Suja waited quietly. After a while, in Suja's line of sight, a 4 or 5-year-old blue double ponytail loli jumped to the gate of the villa wearing a floral white dress. Bulma. When Suja saw this 4 or 5-year-old blue double ponytail loli, his eyes suddenly widened. 2. It's so cute. Suja's eyes almost fell from his sockets, and he swore that this was definitely not his pig brother. Moreover, what about even Brother Pig? Who he meows this 4 or 5-year-old Bulma so cute, a face like a porcelain doll gives people a feeling of being so flexible and lively. The moment the 5-year-old little Bulma laughs, it really looks like love. Suja swallowed his throat, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Hey? Hello, big brother, who are you looking for? The blue double ponytail little loli stood at the gate of the villa beautifully, grabbed the iron bar of the villa gate with a small hand, tilted her little head and blinked her big eyes to Suja and said hello. Hiss. Seeing little Bulma's cute and dead appearance, Suja gasped in his heart. Bulma is only 5 years old now, and Bulma is only 5 years old now. Swallowing his throat again, Suja reached out and wiped the sweat on his head, took a deep breath, and looked at the cute little Bulma. Hello, little sister, my name is Suja. And I came here today to talk to Dr. Brive about cooperation. Hearing Suja's words, little Bulma blinked her big eyes of the buling water spirit again, stretched out her finger to bite gently, and said milkily, Hello brother Suja, my name is Bulma. Dr. Brive in your mouth is my dad, and it's okay to see him if you want. However, I need to tell you that Dad had something to do today, so he was not at home. Or? Can you come back at this time slot tomorrow? Hearing little Bulma's words, Suja was slightly stunned, feeling a little strange. Isn't Dr. Briff a famous technology mansion? So, logically speaking, shouldn't he be the door without going out of the second door? However, in the face of little Bulma, Suja didn't think much about it. He felt that he should not lie to him. After all, there was no benefit to lie to Bulma. In that case, then I'll come back tomorrow. Goodbye, little Bulma. Suge did not force it, and the primary purpose of coming to the western capital this time was actually to meet Bulma. Now, he saw it, and even more so saw such a cute Bulma, he felt that it was simply bloody. Goodbye, brother Suge. Little Bulma shook her head, then withdrew her hand and waved it at Suge with a grin. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Seeing the cute appearance of the little girl, Suge forcibly resisted the urge to reach out and pinch her face, and then turned and left. After Suge turned around, little Bulma stood at the gate of the villa and watched him slowly leave, her beautiful big eyes shining like stars. Bulma, who was it just now? Just when Suge's figure completely disappeared from Bulma's sight, a voice came into her ears. Hearing this voice, Bulma's little face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly turned around and buried her little head and said, "No, it's not anyone, it's just a passerby who recognized the wrong place." As he spoke, little Bulma quickened his steps and quickly walked away. In this regard, the thin tall man in white pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and scratched the back of his head with a blank look, not knowing why his little daughter was suddenly a little strange. Update send, ask for flower review tickets. Thank you all. Also, ask everyone, why didn't little Bulma tell Dr. Sujabrif that he was actually at home today? If anyone knows, please leave a message in the book review area, and I will randomly select a reviewer with the correct answer to send a beautiful gift. Chapter 033. Sujet, who left Bulma's door, wandered around, spending more than an hour in total to find a place to stay. Another shiny diamond was sent, and Sujet did not feel the slightest sense of distress. After all, the precious diamonds on Earth are just small stones that are slightly beautiful on a planet where he lives. A diamond is rented for a year, and this boss is quite good at doing business. Suge didn't buy anything, and moved directly into this small apartment with all the facilities. Looking at the layout of the house, he complained to the system in his heart. He didn't understand how precious the value of diamonds on the Earth in this Dragon Ball world was, plus he had a lot of them on hand, so when negotiating the price, he casually said a lease that seemed to him to be quite cost-effective. As a result, the boss's chrysanthemum face was smiling, which obviously made Suge feel that he was taken advantage of. Well, it's not bad, all the furniture is brand new and it's okay. Suge walked around the small apartment a few times, and finally returned to the living room sofa and sat down, nodded and sighed. So, money is the most important thing in this modern society. In the universe, there are actually many planets where money is supreme, but most of those planets are relatively backward planets and do not know how to practice at all. So, this has created an environment where money is supreme to some extent. But this environment is also okay, at least not because of the strong force. There will be bullying events on most planets. In fact, the Earth is indeed much more peaceful in comparison. Suge shook his head and laughed. He felt that if it weren't for the old man who put the main battlefield of the story on the Earth, I am afraid that this Earth would be very peaceful and peaceful. Of course, if it is not placed on the Earth, not to mention that there is no sense of substitution, that is, the unknown taste is much less, which is enough to make the anime Dragon Ball not popular. While thinking about things, Suge slowly fell down, lying on the soft sofa, and he slowly closed his eyes. In a world where you know how to practice, there are only two ways to make people live very quickly. The first is in practice, and the second is naturally in sleep. Suge lay down and slept directly from about 6 o'clock in the afternoon to 7 o'clock the next morning. Confused, Suge rubbed his eyes and slowly opened them, and after glancing around in confusion, he slowly eased up. Ah! Suge got up from the sofa, stretched comfortably, walked to the bathroom and began to wash. He vaguely obtained a small skill called freshening technique in a bronze-level gift bag. This skill has no other use, and it is not too perfect for washing. Otherwise, do you think he has been practicing in the universe for so many years, will he never brush his teeth and wash his face or something? Go with the customs, well, in general, I am also an earthling. Suja looked at himself in the mirror, and a smile of remembrance appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be reasonable, now that he returns to his earth, wouldn't he do whatever he wants? Thermal weapons. Nuclear weapon. It's totally trivial, okay. However, it seems that living in that world without opponents all the time will definitely drive me crazy. Suja shook his head, compared with before. Whether it was in mind or whatever, he was completely two people. Accustomed to the fast pace of the Dragon Ball world, he returned to the boring rhythm of the earth in his previous life. He was indeed possible. No. It should be said that it will definitely drive itself crazy. What a terrible idea. Suja hurriedly shook his head, patted his face gently, then showed a charming smile, and then walked out of the bathroom. Let me think, should I eat fairy beans today, or super fairy beans? Suja came to the door of the small apartment, put on his shoes and did not rush to push the door out, but stopped at the door and thought. There are only a dozen super fairy beans, and there are still 1,000 or 2,000 fairy beans. Suja couldn't help but swallow when he thought of super immortal bean. The taste of this thing was definitely much more delicious than any delicacy he had tasted in the Dragon Ball world. If you really want to compare it, okay. Then there is one in heaven and one on earth. To describe it exaggeratedly, then it is the gap in this, which is completely incomparable. The reason is naturally simple. Super Sendu has all the same functions as the Dragon Ball world Sendu, and there are two reasons why it is called Super Sendu. The first point is because the healing effect in all aspects is much faster than that of the fairy beans in the ordinary Dragon Ball world. The second point is naturally because the super fairy bean thing has the taste of various foods on the earth in the past life. Therefore, in private, Suja actually called super immortal beans delicious beans. Ding! Now report that the system has been upgraded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the Teiku Scion bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the legendary Super Scion bloodline. When Suja was about to take out the immortal beans of the ordinary Dragon Ball world, a series of systematic prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Hey! Hearing the prompt sound of this system ringing in his mind, Suja's eyes lit up in vain, clapped his hands, and said excitedly, Dear! My good system, I really thank you for helping me choose. Come, give you incense. Not. Muah. Immediately, Suja decisively took off his shoes and turned back to the dining table in the living room to sit down. Yikes! I saw that he took out at least a dozen beans with an extremely fast hand speed. Today, I decided to treat myself well to praise my hard work in the recent period. This delicious bean is used to make mellow hand-pushed soy milk. Oh! This delicious bean is made crisp and crunch. Oh, this tastes great, nice. This book, I want to write my own things, not just our favorite Dragon Balls. I'm afraid you won't like it, but I don't think everyone's Dragon Balls should be the same. If nothing else, this is the last time I've written Dragon Ball, and I'd love to have a perfect ending. So this book, I will write that when I feel that I should finish it, I will finish it obediently. I'm going to let you really finish reading a Dragon Ball fanbook here at Filu. Chapter 034. An hour later, Suja walked out with a satisfied smile. At this point, all the delicious beans in his hand were wiped out by him. However, he did not panic. Because, before he went out, he glanced at the mall space after the system upgrade. There were still delicious beans for sale, plus basically silver level gift packs he could get about 10, and he didn't need to unravel in a short time. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to spend 10 exchange points to exchange the ratio of one delicious bean. He had 10,000 exchange points from the previous mission on hand, and it sounded as if he was rich. But after seeing the value of other things, Suja felt that he was a complete poor bee. Something that lifts the spirit time house, worth 100,000 exchange points. The second boost is worth 1 million, and the third is worth 10 million. Something that initially fuses the bloodline, worth 5 million exchange points. A time machine that travels through time, value. This price, it's terrible. Suja glanced at it casually, and then compared his exchange point, almost bursting into tears. In particular, the long list of question marks behind the time machine that can travel through time and space is simply not too real. Thinking of this, Sujiban's somewhat relaxed mood suddenly became a little heavy, and without paying attention, he found that he had walked to the gate of the villa where Bulma lived. The small apartment he lived in was very close to Bulma's villa, at most half a street away, so it was normal to arrive so quickly. Diddy. Suja shook his head. There is pressure, isn't that motivation? Reaching out, he rang the bell at the gate of the villa. Stopping, Suja waited quietly. About a minute or so, a little blue double ponytail loli jumped up with an innocent smile. Who is not little Bulma? Yesterday, this little girl was wearing a white dress, and she looked like a little elf. Today, this little girl was wearing a small white dress with some red ribbons, and Suja blinked his eyes when he saw her outfit. Good fellow, isn't little Bulma set at this time the kind of Lolita costume on the earth in his previous life? Beth. Small leather shoes. Boom. Suja looked up from the bottom up and involuntarily swallowed his saliva. He swears, really swears. He, definitely not Lilicon. But, in the face of such a cute Bulma, who can withstand it? Oslo. I'm really dead. Suja raised his head to look at the sky. He was very afraid. He was afraid that he would lower his head, and the nosebleed would come out like this. At the same time, a sentence rose in his heart, sexy, in front of absolute cuteness, it is not worth mentioning at all. Brother Suja, you are here. Little Bulma jumped to the gate of the villa, smiled and waved a hello to Suja. Little Bulma was very enthusiastic, which surprised Suja. After all, the two are big and one small, and yesterday was the first time they met, and today they were so enthusiastic, which really surprised him. Is that why I'm so handsome? Suja thought for a while, and then looked a little shy to little Bulma, and his eyelids suddenly jumped. Not to mention that his appearance is originally top-notch, that is, the setting that girls in the anime world mature quickly, which made Sujalian think of something. Good morning, Bulma. Suja seemed to understand something, but was not sure, smiled and said hello to Bulma. And then saw the villa door opened by Bulma. Please come in. Bulma was very polite and invited Suja inside. Suja smiled and nodded, and after stepping into the gate of the villa, Bulma turned and jumped up, then smiled back, and beckoned to him. Dad is in the laboratory today, now Bulma will take you to meet him. Oh. Good. Suja was a little confused by Bulma's sweet smile, not that he couldn't walk when he saw the cute girl. However, the personality difference between Bulma when she was a child and Bulma when she grew up is probably too big. If Bulma is a slightly grumpy girl when she grows up, then the current 5-year-old little Bulma is really only cute in addition to being cute. Overall, it's pretty good. The corner of Suja's mouth hooked a knowing smile, and he stepped to keep up with little Bulma. Along the way, the two have obviously only met twice, but as if they have met many times, the conversation is not embarrassing at all. Arriving at the gate of Dr. Brive's laboratory, little Bulma smiled sweetly. Brother Suja, my father is inside. Not. Have a great chat. Thank you. Suja nodded. The reason why he came here before was naturally to see Bulma in advance, and now he saw that he even had some favorability, which naturally made a lot of money. As for talking to Dr. Brive, it was just a prevarication from him. Well, just talk to Dr. Brive later. That one. System, is there any theoretical knowledge of science and technology in the mall space? Best this Dragon Ball world is not available on Earth. Bulma, Suge is determined to provoke. Now that he is young, he is not good at starting, he can only let her be good for his senses. As a smart person, I naturally understand that not only the good senses of Bulma, but also the good senses of everyone around her, can be used. Not to mention, Bulma himself is a technological genius, and the knowledge he gains from the system may be able to help Bulma. Yes, 500 redemption points are required. The system replied. No problem, give me an order. Suge was actually a little startled when he heard the 500 exchange point at first, but after thinking about it, there may always be a demand for return in the future, so he directly chose to buy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully placing an order and obtaining a precious memory of knowledge about science and technology. As the system's prompt sounded, Suge found that he had a lot of new knowledge in his mind that he had never understood. Then Bulma, I'll go first, we'll see you later. Suge, who absorbed all the new knowledge, gave people a lot of temperament, and more people gave the first impression inexplicably, and they would feel that this was a person with very connotative knowledge. With a wave of his hand to little Bulma, he gently pushed open the half-open laboratory door and walked in. Ask for a flower review ticket. Chapter 035. Suge, who pushed open the half-open laboratory door, slowly walked inside, and soon, he passed through a small door and came to a clearing. It's really different. Suge glanced around, raised his eyebrows. This clearing did not seem so empty. The reason was naturally that there were some parts on the ground everywhere, and a thin tall man in white clothes was busy with something. Suge slowly approached the thin and tall man, and seemed to hear footsteps. Dr. Brive slowly turned his head, and his brows suddenly furrowed when he saw Suge. Who are you? Dr. Brive still looks a little young, of course. This young is indeed a little young for him who appeared in the anime. Now he looks like a middle-aged man in general. Hello, Dr. Brive, my name is Suge. Facing Dr. Brive's scrutinizing gaze, Suge smiled indifferently, and in the afterlight, he saw a small pitch-black stone he was holding in his hand, and his mind flashed with surprise. What you have in your hand is a rare gravity stone. Hey! Dr. Brive, who originally wanted to drive Suge out, was suddenly stunned, glanced at him blankly, and then said, Do you know what this stone is? It can. Show me. Suge is also a little interested, as he said before, he already has very powerful new knowledge of science and technology, and now he is not only a low-level scientist, even if he is called the king of science and technology. There were so many strange things in his mind that the name Gravity Stone flashed in his mind when he saw the small black stone in Dr. Brive's hand. Okay, take a look. Dr. Brive hurriedly gave the small pitch-black stone in his hand to Suge, and then looked at him expectantly. He had been getting this little stone for months, and he had been studying it for months, and what made him uncomfortable was that no matter how much he researched, he could not find anything, which made him extremely distressed. Taking the pitch-black stone, Suge observed, combined the knowledge in his mind, and finally his face gradually became solemn. Little brother, what's wrong? Dr. Brive was eager to know what the stone he had studied for months was, because no matter how much he tried to get it, he couldn't break it or how. This is indeed a gravity stone. Suge glanced at Dr. Brive and explained, Every planet has gravity, you should understand this. And this gravity stone is a stone that can double gravity. Hey! Suge's words made Dr. Brive's eyes widen. Gravity he naturally knew, but this stone that could increase gravity, he really heard of it for the first time. Gravity is a great pressure for ordinary people, but it is a way to exercise for cultivators. Suge continued to explain, such a small gravity stone, if I remember correctly, can increase gravity by 5 times. 2 gravity stones are 10 times, and 3 are 15 times. This stuff can be stacked without limits. However, this thing is really rare, so basically speaking, not to mention an increase of more than 10 times, even a 5-fold is already a great luck. Of course, the existence of this kind of thing is reasonable. There are naturally not many gravity stones on the Earth, and even many planets in the universe rarely have a single such stone. But there will still be. As for the excessively high magnification gravity chamber made by Dr. Briff in the original Dragon Ball anime, Suge guessed that it should be the result of research with the gravity stone in his hand. As for how to make the high-power gravity chamber, it is better explained. It is obvious what substitute was used, and the most important thing is the gravity stone that Suge now has in hand. There is such a statement. Suge's words seemed to open a new world for Dr. Brive, which made him very interested, glanced at Suge, excitedly pulled him to a place to sit down, and said, "Come on, little brother, tell me how to increase the gravity around me." Suge was a little embarrassed to see Dr. Briff so excited. This kind of technology madman is really eager for new knowledge. Dr. Brive, gravity stone homophony is gravity chamber. I think you should get it. Suge smiled. His point ended here, and he believed that Dr. Brive's cleverness would definitely be able to quickly study the mystery of this gravity stone. After speaking, Suge returned the gravity stone in his hand to Dr. Brive, then got up from his seat and said with a smile, "In that case, I won't bother you." "Good, good, good. I'll look into it." Dr. Briff is worthy of being a technology madman, and he was reminded by Suge, and at the moment, his mind was full of thoughts about the mystery in the gravity stone. For Dr. Brive's attitude, Suge shook his head and smiled, and did not care about anything. Coming quickly, walking fast, Suge walked out of the laboratory door and found that little Bulma was still waiting at the door, which made him slightly stunned. "Bulma! Why are you still here?" Suge approached her and asked strangely. "Hey!" Suge's words made Bulma stunned. She blinked her eyes and spoke, "Isn't it brother Suge? You said I'll see you later." "See you later?" Sujegan laughed twice and said, "Haha, you are really cute." Slightly. Little Bulma stuck out her little tongue, and then was just about to speak, when a very loud bell spread throughout the villa. "What is this sound?" Suge was slightly stunned. "Hey? It's over, I forgot to wait for a while." "Brother Suge, see you next time, I have something to do now." Little Bulma heard this loud ringing and a helpless look on her face. "Okay." Suge was not good to say anything, nodded, and watched little Bulma trot away. He chuckled twice, pointed his index finger at the center of his eyebrows, used little Wukong's chi, and then used teleportation to come to Bun Mountain. Bulma has already seen it, so naturally the next time is for him to practice well. The combat power of 800,000 points is very strong at this stage, but if you are not afraid of 10,000, just in case, the next time you see Frieza, maybe he will become stronger than in the original work? The practice officially begins. Update sent. Maybe these 2 chapters are a bit bland, this is a transition. Soon, the excitement will come. Ask for flower evaluation votes, thank you. Chapter 036. In the original anime Dragon Ball world, most of their cultivation is practiced in the gravity room. Now Suge didn't have that idea. In his opinion, this was indeed able to make his combat effectiveness soar. However, what are they? That is the inability to use the more perverted cultivation tools of the spirit time house all the time. Suge has a spiritual time house 10 times the speed of time flow, how could it be? Wait. System, I ask a question. It's in the spirit time house, can I get a gravity room in it? Suge suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked expectantly in his heart. Yes. The system will reply quickly. I see. Suge showed a smile, so to speak, people's brains are indeed used to use their brains. Without further thought, his mind sank into the space of the system wall, and then began to search for such a thing as the gravity room. After a while, Suge, who had turned several pages in the miscellaneous selection, finally found the gravity chamber. 10x gravity chamber, 1000 redemption points. 50x gravity chamber, 10,000 exchange points. 100x gravity chamber, 100,000 exchange points. After taking a look, Suje's face suddenly darkened. Good guys, a 10x gravity chamber is worth 1000 redemption points. This Nima, a 50 times gravity chamber, has reached the value of 10,000 exchange points. It's too expensive. System, I'm a host, do you think it should be a little discounted? Suje glanced at the balance in his mall account and found that he seemed to be barely enough for the exchange point of the 50 times gravity room, and immediately discussed with the system. You get what you pay for, Tong Suo is not deceived. The system still replied very quickly. Okay. Suje has understood the meaning of the system's words, you, love to buy or not, just such a simple and direct meaning. 50 times. After more than 10 seconds, Suje, who had been waiting for the system to relax, sighed and waved his hand. This moment has completely squeezed me dry. To say that it is not uncomfortable is false. A 50x gravity chamber can be said to have hollowed him out. He glanced at the balance in his account, 0 exchange points. This duck egg is really extremely dazzling. The corner of Suje's mouth twitched, his mind sank again, and he spoke, send me in. After the system is upgraded, it comes with a space. This space, only Suje can enter and exit at will. This, in fact, in a sense, if he encounters some invincible great terror existence, then he only needs to enter this system space to escape the disaster. Swish! Suje's words fell, and 2 seconds later, a subtle voice sounded, and his figure disappeared in place. In the next second, when Suje appeared again, he had already entered the space that came with the system. Okay, officially start my practice. Suje looked at a room in front of him. This was the spiritual time room that he had obtained 10 times the time flow speed, and the gravity room that was 50 times faster was inside. These two good things in the Dragon Ball world, in Suje's mind, absolutely cannot be the effect of 1 plus 1 simply equaling 2. Without thinking much about anything else, Suje, who entered the spirit time house, entered the gravity room 50 times more. 50 times the gravity chamber. To be honest, it is actually not too helpful for Suje's cultivation, but it will still have some effect after all. Coupled with the existence of a spiritual time house, it can barely be said that gravity is not enough, and time makes up. When Suje began his own practice, at the same time, in the universe, on a small planet. Master has told me that to be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. These words. That's right. A scion with an extremely immature face looked at a tall alien humanoid creature lying upside down in the clearing in front of him, his face extremely pale and murmuring. He is none other than Reg, separated from Suje for more than a month, and he has traveled to several nearby planets. The planet he was currently on arrived 2 days ago, and not long after his arrival, he happened to save the alien humanoid creature lying in the clearing in front of him. Sex is good, because Reg has grown up with Suje since he was a child. Naturally his nature is naturally kind. He thought he would make his first friend. The result was that he was very injured, and a day ago he also received news that a guy named Frisia was looking for scions, and as long as someone provided information, he would be able to get benefits to join the Frisia Legion or even become a squad leader. He thought that this friend he knew would not expose his whereabouts, but he was disappointed. Frisia's men, they should be coming soon. Reg's face was solemn, and he got to know the Frisia guy from the side. Evil Emperor. The powerful strength is daunting, and the Frisia Legion under his command can be said to be the most powerful force in the entire universe. Yikes! As Reg thought about it, a series of sounds of breaking through the air sounded. Scion. Tail. That's right, this kid is the bloodline left by the Scion clan. Kill him! Kill him! After the sound of breaking through the air, Figures appeared, and dozens of people wearing Frisia's Legion combat uniforms looked at Little Reg standing in the clearing with fiery eyes. For them, Little Reg, that's a fat sheep. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with the evil Emperor Frisia. No matter what the reward, it was the supreme honor for these low-level warriors of the Frisia Legion. The most important thing is that they see that Little Reg's momentum is not strong, and he is still such a young scion. Naturally they want to come to this little scion is very easy to bully. Rumble. Want to kill me, then? When everyone looked at Little Reg with a fiery gaze, Little Reg roared, and a powerful aura burst out. This is his explosive state. The 100,000 points of combat power took shape in an instant, and his entire momentum was even more violent. You all have to die. Shout. When the words fell, Little Reg disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared in the next second, he had already arrived in front of a nearby warrior in the Frisia Legion. Qigong Cannon. For those who wanted to kill him, he naturally showed no mercy, and a powerful Qigong cannon directly killed the person who was close to him. Too weak. Killing a person with lightning speed, Little Reg turned his head to look at the group of soldiers in the Frisia Legion to the side, his face showing cold killing intent. Escape. Little Reg's aura and the unparalleled combat power he revealed almost scared this group of people, and their faces changed drastically, and they didn't think much about it, and they turned around and fled separately. Update to send. Ask for flower review votes. Thank you all. Chapter 037. Escape? Trust me, none of you can escape. Little Reg was small in stature, but extremely powerful, and looked at the warriors in these fleeing Frisia legions like small reptiles. Raising his right hand again, he smiled coldly and fired a Qigong cannon directly into the sky. This time, the Qigong cannon was not a simple attack, but scattered into many small parts of Qigong cannon scattered towards those who fled. Poof! Explosions sounded one after another, and these people who wanted to escape did not escape as Little Reg said, and the squad was completely destroyed. Frisia Legion? Frisia. Little Reg's temperament is indeed kind, but he can't be kind enough to be stupid enough if you kill me and I don't fight back. Now his idea is simple, you Frisia want to kill me? Then, I will find a way to kill you. However, Little Reg is still very good about his strength. Master once said that if you can't beat it now, it doesn't mean you can't beat it in the future. However, you must not let the person who is unhappy be cool all the time. So, where the Frisia Legion is located, then there should be a trace of my Reg left. Little Reg grinned. Shout. After laughing, Little Reg flew up, and then quickly disappeared into the sky. In practice, time naturally flies by quickly. Without paying much attention, 3 years have passed. On this day, Suja walked out of the space that came with the system. My strength is not a star and a half stronger than 3 months ago, and besides, several of my bloodlines have initially fused, and it seems that I can finally transform into Super Saiyan 1. Suja, who came out of the space that came with the system, was now in a mountain forest near the western capital, and at this time he had endless depth in his eyes. He spent another 3 months in the spiritual time house 10 times the speed of time flow, and in reality for 3 months, the spiritual time house was close to 3 years. 3 months ago, his normal combat strength was 3.5 million. After spending nearly 3 years in the time house, his combat power has now risen to about 5 million points. The stronger the bloodline, the less it is what I imagined. The easier it is to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Suja stretched out his hand and held it tightly, with a depressed look on his face. Don't look at his powerful bloodline, his real combat power is also extremely powerful. However, he was supposed to reach Super Saiyan 1 base battle point transformation, but he could not successfully transform into Super Saiyan 1. You know, for a Dragon Ball fan, there is hope of being able to transform into a Super Saiyan and has not been able to transform, not to mention how uncomfortable that feeling is. At the beginning, when the normal combat power reached 3 million points, he had already tried it, but he couldn't. The second time, 3.5 million combat power, that is, 3 months ago, he also tried to transform. Outcome: still like that, you still can't transform into Super Saiyan 1. This time, the combat power was 5 million points, and several bloodlines were initially fused, and Suge once again raised the idea of transforming into Super Saiyan 1. But the system, this 10 times the speed of time flow spirit time house, does have some pits. Suge had already made up his mind in his heart, and remembering some fucking settings in the spirit time house. He couldn't help but complain again. The reason is naturally that the spirit time house cannot keep people in it all the time, and the reality is that there are opportunities twice a year, once for 3 months. In other words, in the past 3 years of this reality, he has only entered the spiritual time house 10 times the speed of time flow, a total of 6 times. Once close to 3 years, twice close to 6 years, 3 times should be 8.5 years. In 8.5 years, the combat effectiveness has risen from 800,000 points to 5 million combat effectiveness. In this regard, Suge felt that he had improved a little fast. After all, he is not like the Monkey King and their promotion in the original book, dueling in life and death, and then breaking through. If you really do the math, maybe he looks like a fast-growing flower in a greenhouse. Of course, Suge would definitely not accept such remarks. Brother Suge. As Suge pondered, a crisp voice sounded in the distance. Hearing this voice, Suge's eyes lit up, and he turned around to see a little loli with a height of 150 running towards him excitedly. This little loli is Bulma. 3 years later, the 8-year-old Bulma, because of the reason that she was brought into the spiritual time house by Suge to practice, her height and appearance do not look like a girl of her age at all. Bulma, you're here. Suge walked along with her, and the two hugged and quickly separated. The little girl looked at him with a blushing face, and handed something over with both hands. Suge took a look at it. It was a pitch-black headband, and he looked carefully, and the headband was embroidered with a traditional So character from the previous life. Needless to say, this traditional So character is naturally Suge taught Bulma. However, he didn't expect this girl to be so attentive, made him a headband, and not to mention, but also embroidered his traditional So surname. Suge did not thank him. The relationship between the two is very good, and the language of those thanks is undoubtedly not outward. He put on the headband on his hand, and then pulled up Bulma's hand, and saw that the girl's 10 fingers had some small scars, and he was immediately distressed. You. Suge opened his mouth and was just about to speak. Unexpectedly, the little girl stood on tiptoe, pulled out her right hand, stretched out her index finger and lightly tapped Suge's lips, only to see a happy smile on her face. I am willing. Suge's heart was beating. Bulma saw Suge's expression at the moment, and immediately covered her mouth and laughed. She slowly leaned down again, her hot pretty face was pasted on Suge's chest, and she only listened to her whisper, Brother Suge, 3 years ago, my father was actually at home at that time. It's just that the next time I see you, I tell you the first lie in my life. Update sent. Don't think Bulma is small. Her original age, plus the time spent in the spirit time house, she was actually 13 or 14 years old. In the anime, the age of 13 or 14 is actually not too young. Ask for flower review votes, thank you. Chapter 038. Hey! Hearing this, Suge's eyes widened. 3 years ago, Bulma was 5 years old. This girl. The corner of Suge's mouth evoked a wry smile. Good guy. At the beginning he had been forcibly trying not to be moved by this little loli now, but who would have thought that this 5-year-old little loli would already fall in love with him at first sight when they first met. Bulma, you're still too young now. Although the current Bulma looks no different from a 13 or 14-year-old girl, after all, in terms of age, Suge still has some difficulty getting over this hurdle, and no matter how he thinks about it, he feels that he will have to wait at least a few more years. It's okay, I'm growing up. Bulma spoke softly. Hearing this, Suje's heart jumped. He stayed for a few seconds, and then thought in his heart, Bulma has also practiced a few times in the spiritual time house with me 10 times the speed of time flow, carefully calculated, there should be 5 years without 6 years. Thinking of this, the guilt in Suje's heart suddenly disappeared a lot. Moreover, the current Suje did not think about doing anything to Bulma. After all, if things between men and women are forced to think about, that feeling will be much less. In his opinion, the most perfect integration is the natural fit. I understand your intentions. Suje put his arm around Bulma and said softly, I'll wait for you to grow up. The real age of Bulma now is 8 years old, and when she grows up, it is estimated that she will be at least 18 years old. In total, there are still 10 years? Thinking of this long time, to be honest, Suje felt that he might not be able to bear it. Good. Bulma responded softly. Suje nodded, the two separated again, he breathed a long sigh of relief, his eyes were full of confidence, my combat power has reached a limit of my current one, and now I need to try to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Bulma is a sensible girl, she smiled gently, squeezed her little pink fist to her heart, brother Suje, come on. Suje smiled heartily, reached out and rubbed her head, and then flew into the sky. Rumble. Suje did not suppress his powerful momentum, and burst out in an all-round way. In a few seconds, 5 million points of combat power were reflected, and I saw him roar, and his hair seemed to be blown up, slowly standing up. What a powerful aura! Underneath, Bulma felt Suje's breath, and her face showed shock. Over the years, she has been driven by Suje to cultivate, although it belongs to the kind of fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days, she can still initially sense whether the chi is strong or not. Drink! In the sky, Suje roared, and the breath on his body soared again. 5.5 million combat power. 6 million combat power. 6.5 million combat power. However, in a few breaths, Suje's combat power skyrocketed to as much as 10 million. Not enough. Not enough. This is far from my limit. I must transform into Super Saiyan 1. Not only roaring on his mouth, Suje's heart was even more violent, which can be regarded as hysterical. He was very confident in his transformation this time, not only because his combat effectiveness was much higher than the last time, but more because he had asked the system whether the S cells in his body had reached the basis for transforming into a Super Saiyan. The news he got surprised him very much. This time, his S cells not only had just reached the foundation of transformation, but also doubled. At this point, Suje was naturally very confident in this transformation. 11 million combat power. 21 million combat power. 31 million combat power. As Suje thought about it, his combat effectiveness skyrocketed again. This time, it is no longer hundreds of thousands of points per second and hundreds of thousands of points of combat effectiveness rising. This time, it basically increased its combat effectiveness by 10 million points in 1 second, which can be called extremely terrifying. What a powerful aura! When Suje continued to skyrocket his combat effectiveness, at the same time, above the Earth's celestial realm, a Namex with a crutch showed shock on his face. He was the heavenly god of the earth, and at this time, he felt such a powerful energy bursting out of the nether earth, and he was almost trembling with fear. Don't think that God will not be afraid, encounter too many powerful existences, even if he is a high-level god, he is still humble like a mortal. Bobo, this guy. Who is it? The celestial god trembled and turned around, looked at a short and chubby dark-skinned man behind him, and lost his voice. The dark-skinned man called Bobo frowned, and then, I saw him close his eyes, and after a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and swallowed his saliva before he spoke. Lord Tenjin, this guy is a scion. However, what powerful transformation should he be doing at the moment? But why is a scion so powerful? Bobo's true age is not as simple as it seems. He has served generations of the gods of the earth. As an old senior, whether it is his strength or mentality, it is very terrifying. It was not that he had never seen a scion, but it was really the first time he had seen a scion who was so powerful that he could even transform into a scion. Scion. The god reached out and wiped the sweat on his brain, and took a deep breath. I have heard of this race. It seems like living by plundering other people's planets, and even more a lackey under Frisia? Bobo sighed, we can't afford to provoke. His strength is indeed terrifying on Earth, and he can be regarded as a master in the universe. However, in front of this scion and a real strong man like Frisia, let alone one him, 10, 100, 1,000 is probably not enough for someone else's finger. But can't let this guy destroy the earth. He is a hidden danger. The heavenly god walked in place, and finally gritted his teeth and spoke, Bobo, I hope you can help me. I want to meet the legendary Lord God of the realm. Update sent. Ask for flower evaluation votes. Thank you all. Chapter 039. In the celestial realm, when the gods were talking to Bobo, meanwhile, on Earth, Suja has reached the combat power of Super Saiyan 1 increase multiple, 250 million points. However, Suja was surprised to find that he did not completely complete the transformation of Super Saiyan 1. Moreover, he also felt that there seemed to be a potential for improvement in his body. System, what's going on? I only have golden hair now, and even the chi around my body has not turned golden yellow, but I have a 50-fold increase in combat effectiveness. Suja himself did not understand, so he asked the system. Host, you are accumulating. The system was silent for a while, and then explained, once you have completely completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 1, then it is possible that you will complete an unprecedented transformation of Super Saiyan. Hearing this, Suja looked dazed. It's impossible for him to jump directly from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2, right? I'm transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Suja closed his eyes, and his appearance at the moment appeared in his mind. With golden hair, green eyes, and a very resolute face, he has a charm like a mystery. Speaking of which, this is indeed no different from Super Saiyan 1. However, the most important thing was that the chi rising around him was not golden. There is no electric light, which can show that he did not skip Super Saiyan 1 to become Super Saiyan 2. Host, you have indeed transformed into Super Saiyan 1. My guess is that you've reached an unprecedented Super Saiyan 1 realm. This unprecedented realm is much more powerful than the ordinary Super Saiyan 1, and at the same time, it may also increase the multiplier of the increase in combat power. The system is also a little uncertain, although it knows a lot, but after all, it is not a programmer in this Dragon Ball world. Naturally it is impossible to know or even understand everything. Leave it alone, the explosion will be over. Suja opened his eyes. His personality is not the personality of a mother-in-law, since he can't understand, he feels that he can continue to explode, so simply explode his mother. Rumble. Thinking about it, Suja once again exploded his momentum, and the aura brought by the combat power of 250 million made the surrounding air a little squeezed and shattered. Boom! Suja roared angrily, and then there was a sound like a bottle stopper being ripped open, and then he saw his combat power soar again. 260 million. 270 million. 280 million. 1 second rose by 10 million, and after 5 seconds, Suja's combat power reached as many as 300 million points. It's terrifying. It's so powerful. Bulma's pretty face, who had already run hundreds of meters away, was a little pale, and the pressure on Suja gave her aura was too great, and it was not at all something she could bear. Even a few hundred meters away, she also had an extremely terrifying and uncomfortable feeling. But this is the man I fancy. Bulma's beautiful eyes shone with pride. Stopped, and the color of the chi rising around me also changed. At this time, in the sky, Suje's face was full of surprise. When his combat power reached 300 million points, the chi rising around his body also turned golden yellow. 300 million combat power, I am. A fine light flashed in Suje's eyes, and he said excitedly. 60 times increase in combat effectiveness. As we all know, Super Saiyan 1 has increased its combat effectiveness by 50 times that of the norm, Super Saiyan 2 has increased its combat effectiveness by 100 times, and Super Saiyan 3 has increased by 400 times. As for Super Saiyan 4 in Dragon Ball GT, some people say that it continues to add up the multiples, and some people say that Super Saiyan 4 is 10 times that of Super Saiyan 3. In this way, Super Saiyan 4 is 4,000 times the norm. In any case, Suje did not know everything that followed. He still had to reach the moment he himself to personally experience how many times the increase in combat effectiveness was. That's what Super Saiyan feels like, it's great. Suje clenched his fists, excited no. As a Dragon Ball fan, he crossed into the Saiyan race and also obtained a system, in this case. Who doesn't want to transform into a Super Saiyan to try the feeling? Now, he has finally transformed into a successful Super Saiyan. 300 million points of combat power is enough for me to be an absolutely invincible existence at the level of strength in the current stage of the plot. Suje smiled. Now Frieza, don't talk about the fourth form, even if it is the final form of his transformation into the fourth form, it is also a younger brother in front of him. After transforming into Super Saiyan 1, I finally gained a foothold in the Dragon Ball world. Suje breathed a sigh of relief. He had confronted Frieza on the planet Vegeta before, and to be honest, he really couldn't possibly slaughter Frieza. After all, under the full outbreak of combat power of this guy Frieza, it is about 120 million combat power. At that time, Suje was normal at 800,000 points of combat power, and under the five-fold Realm King Fist, he only had 4 million points of combat power. 4 million points of combat power, in the face of Frieza with full firepower, even if he sometimes stops his skills, it is not 100% able to kill him in seconds. Once he can't kill in seconds, then what awaits him must be death. The momentum converged, and Suje maintained the transformation state of Super Saiyan 1. Shout! He teleported to reach Bulma, who was a few hundred meters away. Brother Suje! Bulma saw Suje and immediately pounced. Haha! Suje was in a very good mood, hugged Bulma in a circle, and then said, Bulma, promise your trip, let's go in advance. Really? Haha, muah. When Bulma heard Suje's words, she immediately kissed him happily. Update send, ask for flower evaluation tickets, thank you. 60 times the increase in combat effectiveness, it is still possible. Therefore, it is not allowed to say that the protagonist is wasted. Chapter 040. On this trip, Suje took Bulma not to a tourist attraction on Earth, but to the universe. When Suje experienced in the universe a few years ago, he experienced many places with great scenery, and this time he took Bulma to revisit it, and he was quite emotional. On a planet called Sky Blue, this planet is very similar to Earth, the sea area is larger than land, and it is also a planet dominated by scientific and technological civilization. On this day, the two were wandering on the street, and there were many people around. Have you heard? There is a Saiyan who has been provoking the Universe Emperor Frieza all these years, and the key is that this guy is very good at guerrilla warfare, so Frieza cannot personally catch him. There are many passers-by, and naturally there are more news. While Suje and Bulma were slowly wandering around, a voice came into Suje's ears. Today, the entire planet Vegeta no longer exists. So, who can only be this person who is looking for trouble with Frieza? That's right, it can only be Reg, this kid. This scion is terrifyingly powerful, and according to rumors, no one is his opponent except Frisia. I remember that most of the scions have been wiped out by Frisia, and this remaining scion is really strong enough. The sound of communication sounded, and as the two people walked, the sound slowly became smaller and smaller. Reg, I naturally don't have to worry too much. It depends on whether this kid Vegeta can survive under a different plot setting than in the original book. Suje's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. Now this Dragon Ball world can be different from the world in the original book. Vegeta is a lackey under Frisia. You know, this time with the appearance of Suje, Frisia hates the scions very much, so he may directly kill Vegeta. Step by step, my strength has reached a peak, and according to the plot development in the original work, it will take 8 years to start the plot of the first part of Dragon Ball. So, during these 8 years, I still had to practice hard. Suje clearly understood in his heart that in this Dragon Ball world, only if he is strong, can he maintain the peace that belongs to him, and live and moisturize. This trip lasted more than 2 years, and in Suje's words, it was a future honeymoon trip in advance. In the past 2 years, Suje's practice has not been put down, but there has not been much progress. 2 years ago, his normal combat strength was 5 million points, and 2 years later, his combat strength is 6 million points. The growth of 500,000 points of combat effectiveness a year is actually very slow for Suje, who has laid a good foundation and should have soared into the sky. It's a pity, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, I can't use the Realm King Fist. If I can use the Realm King Fist in the Super Saiyan state, then how terrifying should my combat power be? Suje expected that scene. Now that he can use the tenfold Realm King Fist, his combat power when he transforms into Super Saiyan 1 is now at 360 million points. If the tenfold Realm King Fist is increased again, and his combat effectiveness is increased tenfold, then his combat power can reach a terrifying height of 3.6 billion. 3 and 6 billion points of combat effectiveness. Suje pondered, this combat power was a very powerful endorsement even in the artificial man period. It's a pity. It's a pity. Suje shook his head and sighed in his heart, just about to collect his mind and return to the earth with Bulma. At this moment, the system suddenly spoke, "Host, first, you haven't tried to release the tenfold Realm King Fist in the transformation state of Super Saiyan 1. Second, it's time for you to work hard to earn redemption points. Third, now you are only level 25, and you have received countless gift packages, do you really stop working harder?" Hearing the words of the system, Suje coughed twice. In the past 2 years, he has indeed played a little too much. With his mind sinking, he checked the balance in his system wall, 666 exchange points. It's quite a lot of noise, but it's really small. Think about it, system, your wave of reminders is in place. Suje nodded, and the conversation with the system ended here. After that, Suje used the ability to teleport and took Bulma directly back to Earth. Before returning to the western capital, Suje glanced at little Wukong. He calculated the time, the previous 3 years plus the current 2 years, he should also be 6 years old. The 6-year-old little Goku is no different from the little Goku of the first Dragon Ball, and looks very cute. After thinking for a while, Suje was not ready to meet him. This little guy has his own way to go, and he doesn't have to interfere. Let's go. With just one glance at little Goku, Suje returned to the western capital with Bulma. After the two separated, Suje began his own devil training. Another 3 months passed, and on this day, Suje, who had just left the customs, sounded a series of systematic prompts in his mind. Ding! Now released mission, save Little Reg. Mission introduction, Little Reg and Frisia will meet in 10 minutes, and a fight will break out between the two. Host, this time you need to kill Frisia. Mission rewards, 100,000 exchange points, 50,000 experience points. Well, Hearing this system prompt tone of the system, Suge raised his eyebrows. He was just about to say that he hadn't opened the gift bag for a long time and wanted to open it again, but he didn't expect this task to come. System, you're so nice. Suge grinned. Little Reg would meet Frisia in 10 minutes, which he naturally didn't care about, because he had teleportation. Wait. Suge suddenly thought of 2 questions, and his face changed. System. This time the mission calls me to kill Frisia. Suge was shocked. Also, I don't seem to remember Little Reg's chi and Frisia's chi. How can I reach them in 10 minutes of this meow? The 2 questions, no matter which one, to be honest, gave Suge a bit of a headache at the moment. Update sent. Ask for flower evaluation votes, please. This book is about to hit the shelves. I hope you can help me leave a first order when the time comes. This thing is very important for an author. I will ask everyone. Don't worry about leaving. I believe that the plot behind me must be getting better and better. Chapter 041. Host, please calm down. The voice of the system came. Kill Frisia in this mission range. Please rest assured that this killing will not make the subsequent plot impossible. As for your fear of not being able to reach Little Reg and Frisia within 10 minutes, the system mall space has a one-time space jump technique. Hearing this, Suge blinked. What did he think? Is all this planned systematically? However, it doesn't matter if it's planned by the system. After all, he has indeed been a little lazy in the past 2 years. In general, the system planned all this for him. Therefore, Suge naturally did not complain about anything in his heart. Okay, let me see how many redemption points this one-time space jump technique is. Suge nodded, his mind sank into the space of the system mall. He entered the keyword, and then saw the price of this one-time space jump technique. 666 exchange points. Seeing this price, the corners of Suge's mouth twitched. Good fellow, this system really wants to completely drain his exchange points. Redeem. After complaining, Suge directly exchanged this one-time thing, and then read the instructions and directly used this skill. When Suge jumped into space and rushed towards the location of Little Reg, in the universe, on a planet with a backward civilization. A young scion about 1 meter and 8 meters tall was sitting on the top of a mountain looking at a small village from afar. He was none other than Reg. Now he is an 11-year-old boy, but his appearance is no different from that of 16 or 17 years old. I haven't heard from Master for so many years. Where the hell has he gone? Reg had a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. At first he was fine when he left Suge's side, but as time passed, he was lonely. After wandering outside for a long time, he has a feeling that his son misses his old father at home. But think about it, Suge Reg has so much, and he raised him from a small baby to 5 years old. This relationship is indeed not too much to say that it is father and son. Now my combat power has reached 800,000, and the power brought by my bloodline makes me not too afraid even if I face a master with 1,000,000 combat power. Reg took a deep breath, thinking that he had obviously reached 800,000 combat power half a year ago, and he had not increased his combat power for half a year, which made him really doubtful and extremely distressed. I finally found you, Scion. Just as Reg was depressed, a sad voice came from the sky. Hey! Hearing this voice, Reg frowned, but did not look up at the sky. Because he has heard this too much in the past 2 years. These people are all soldiers in Frisia's legion, who think they are powerful, but in fact, these are just scum who can't even get a move in his hands. I'm in a good mood today, I don't want to kill you, you'd better be smart, hurry up. A sound of breaking the air sounded. Reg knew that someone was coming behind him, sensed the breath. Although only one person made him a little curious, he still didn't care too much, and said such a sentence lightly. Oh clatter! Laughter rang out, and then the man behind Reg spoke. Young Scion, you really speak like a Scion I knew before. Miscellaneous, your laughter, it's really ugly. Reg was in a good mood today, because before he came to the top of the mountain, he rescued a cute little girl under the mouth of a fierce beast, and the little girl kissed him on the cheek. However, now the disgusting laughter of the guy behind him was really disgusting to him, and he slowly got up and slowly turned around. Hey! Seeing the person in front of him, Reg's pupils contracted for a while, and he remembered the appearance of the guy in the rumor, and then his face changed, and he blurted out, "You are Frisia." "Oh? So you know me?" It was none other than Frisia, who smiled at Reg and slowly walked towards him with his hands behind his back. Reg didn't move, his body tense, always vigilantly watching Frisia who was circling around him. "You shouldn't be a scion left of planet Vegeta, you're very young, your strength has reached this point, are you that guy's child?" Frisia looked at Reg for a minute or two, then stepped back a few tens of meters and spoke. "That guy?" Reg frowned, he didn't know who his parents were. "No, you're not that guy's kid because you look a lot like that guy Vegeta." Reg didn't speak. Frisia looked up again, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and spoke, "It's still a little strange, you should be too big Vegeta, he is still weak and no different from ants. And your strength is not at all comparable to him. You don't look very strong either." Frisia was looking at Reg, Reg was naturally looking at Frisia, he ignored Frisia's words, and suddenly laughed after a moment of silence, "Come, let me see how strong you are." This guy called the evil emperor. Rumble. As he spoke, Reg directly burst out of momentum, and his powerful combat power of 800,000 points increased in this instant. The airflow around him had a slight hint of golden yellow, and coupled with his black and yellow hair, he really looked a little Super Saiyan in an instant. The fighting spirit of children is indeed high, and it seems that it needs to be hit. Frisia smiled softly, and as soon as the words fell, his figure disappeared directly in place. Shout! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Reg. Boom! With one punch, Frisia simply threw a punch that hit Reg's body, and the latter flew into the sky at great speed like a broken kite. Shout! Frisia's figure flashed again, appearing behind Reg in the sky, his right hand stretched out, and a bright red light appeared at the tip of his index finger. "Farewell, young scion." A cold smile curled at the corner of Frisia's mouth and launched the blow. Rumble. Frisia fired the finger cannon. Drink! Reg knew that the crisis was coming, and roared, and his innate strong reaction made him sideways to avoid Frisia's blow without vision. Update to send, ask for flower review votes. Wow, the penguin colony disbanded. I won't say much, and I won't read book reviews. How I write, everyone will see it. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. After this chapter, I won't ask for any flower evaluation votes, the last Dragon Ball, let me be decent. Chapter 042. Oh? Nice, very nice. Seeing that his finger cannon attack was in vain, Frisia raised his eyebrows and nodded in praise. "To be honest, I quite like your struggle. It makes me feel better," Frisia said and burst out laughing. At the same time, his body shape changed, skipping the second form, the third form, and he went directly to the fourth form. Frisia's combat power in the fourth form stopped at 5 million, he looked at Reg indifferently, raised his hand and extended another finger. Rumble. This time, he did not charge, and a finger cannon was fired directly. Boom! The finger cannon hit Reg solidly, directly blowing him out. "Let me see, can you still struggle?" Frisia's figure flashed, appeared behind Reg, punched out again, and saw Reg fall on the open space on the top of the mountain where he was sitting before. "Die, young scion." Frisia stood tall, stretched out his right hand, and a huge red ball of light appeared in his palm. He was not ready to waste any more time, he was ready to kill Reg directly. On Reg's side, after eating 2 moves in succession, he was almost unconscious. After all, the gap between his combat effectiveness and Frisia was too big. Is it just going to die? Watching a huge red ball of light gradually take shape, Reg sighed in his heart. Shout. Sorry, I'm late. When Reg was desperate, a figure appeared in front of him, and a familiar voice sounded, making his eyes widen and exclaimed, Master! Long time no see, little Reg. Suja turned around, showed a gentle smile, saw that there were already a lot of tears wrapped in Reg's eyes, and suddenly spoke, I told you, a real man, must not shed tears. Hearing Master's words, Reg swallowed his saliva, then firmly glanced up at the sky, took a deep breath, and said, Men, you must not shed tears. Good, you go aside. Next. Suja smiled slightly, then slowly turned back, looked up at the sky, and his gentle expression became cold and vain at this moment, leave it to the master. Rumble. Explosive state. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. After a while, Suja's combat effectiveness directly soared to as much as 20 million. Master. When Suja flew into the sky, the eyeballs of Reg below were about to fall from their eye sockets. He knew that his master was very powerful, but where did he expect that Suja would be so powerful? Just feeling Suja's breath, he felt like he was going to roll over and kneel. It's too powerful. Reg's eyes were full of adoration, and Suja was barely a godlike figure in his eyes before. Now, in Reg's eyes, Suja is a true god. This is a god who truly exists in the world. Frisia, you and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Suja, who flew into the sky, put his hands behind his back and looked at Frisia with an icy smile. You. Frisia was shocked by Suja's breath. How long has it been since they met? Has this guy's strength actually reached this point? Don't be surprised. Suja laughed, and then slowly improved his combat effectiveness, and at the same time, the chi rising around him was slowly turning golden yellow. What? Suja's combat power soared, and Frisia was once again in shock. Shout. While Suja improved his combat effectiveness, a dodge flew directly in front of him. Frisia, bring out your strongest strength. Suja whispered a word, and suddenly burst out with a punch. He didn't want to kill Frisia in an instant, because that would make Frisia feel too good. In Suja's words, the pain suffered in Reg, he, the master, wants Frisia to repay it back in an extremely high multiple. Bang bang! Suja's fist landed on Frisia at an extremely fast speed, screaming the latter. It's too weak. Suja couldn't stop shaking his head. Frisia is a very powerful boss in the early stage, but he still seems weak under him. As long as Suja wanted to, he could be killed in seconds. Bring out all your strength, otherwise you don't need to exist. After Suja punched Frisia, an indifferent voice came into his ears. Ugh! Frisia steadied himself in the sky, his face suddenly turned fierce, and he roared. The momentum, combat effectiveness, soared at this moment. Soon, 10 million points of combat effectiveness, 20 million points of combat effectiveness, 30 million points of combat effectiveness. After a while, Frisia's combat strength, which was angered by Suja, skyrocketed to 120 million. Logically speaking, this is already the limit of Frisia, but in the view of the combat power that Suja felt, this guy's limit has not yet arrived. 130 million, 140 million, 150 million. In the end, Frisia's combat power stopped at 170 million. Scum, today I will let you die. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Frisia laughed maniacally, and then flew towards Suja. Too weak, still too weak. For Frisia to have a combat power of 170 million points, Suja was still a little surprised in his heart. After all, this guy's limit in the original anime is only 120 million. However, another 170 million points of combat power was still so weak in front of Suja. Frisia, you're optimistic. Suge no longer suppressed his strength, burst into a loud gulp, and his breath grew. Rumble. Transform, Super Saiyan 1. The golden hair, golden chi, coupled with green eyes, and the combat power of up to 360 million, directly made Frisia's whole person stunned. This is a Super Saiyan! Frisia exclaimed in shock. That's right, I'm the Super Saiyan who killed your ancestors in the first place. Suge smiled and stepped out. His speed was so fast that he had already arrived in front of Frisia before he could react. A hand grabbed out, and Suge directly pinched Frisia's neck and slowly lifted him up. As I said before, it was not a time for you and me to fight to the death. The implications, you should understand. Now, I guess killing you is simply not too easy. The indifferent smile on the corner of Suge's mouth made Frisia's body tremble, and the panic in his heart was infinitely magnified. Update sent. Chapter 043. Master. As Suge was about to pinch Frisia to death, Reg flew into the sky and shouted loudly. Hearing Reg's voice, Suge turned his head and looked at him suspiciously. Master, can this guy Frisia let me kill? Reg looked serious and asked. Hey! Hearing this, Suge frowned, just about to educate him out loud. It's not what Master thinks, I mean Master, you let him go, give me a few more years of growth, I definitely have to defeat him. Reg hurriedly explained. As soon as these words came out, Suge laughed bitterly in his heart. If he didn't know about Frisia's perversion, he would probably agree. However, he knew what a pervert Frisia's talent was. In the original work, it didn't take long to complete his epic transformation, and his talent can be imagined how powerful it is. In comparison, even the current Suge could not be a golden form of Frisia's opponent. Moreover, even if Frisia cannot transform into a golden form at this stage, the phrase of releasing the tiger back to the mountain will not be unreasonable. Reg, I remember I told you a word once. Suge did not reply to Reg positively, and said in a deep voice, killing people is not a bad heart, cutting grass will remove the roots. Hearing Suge's words, Reg opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something. However, he did not say it, was silent for a while, and sighed, I understand. Suge replied lightly, exerting strength in his hand, and only listened to a dull voice. Frisia, the Emperor of Cosmic Evil, died at the hands of Suge. You'll meet this guy soon, so what you need is to practice hard. Suge threw Frisia's body in the air, and then a finger cannon blasted him to ashes. Really? Reg was overjoyed and asked excitedly. Truer than pearls. Suge smiled, returned to his normal appearance, and slowly landed on the top of the mountain with Reg. Neither of them spoke, both enjoying the silence of the moment. About 10 minutes, Suge spoke, Reg. Yes, Master. Reg bowed in response. I'll tell you about your life. Suge thought for a moment and decided to tell Reg about his background. Reg raised his head and smiled sincerely, I only know that I was raised by Master. I have no father, no mother, no brother, I only have one Master. Hearing Reg's words, Suge was stunned at first, and then laughed. When you feel that you can no longer improve, come to me on a planet called Earth in the galaxy. Suge's voice sounded, but his figure had gradually blurred, and finally, completely disappeared from Reg's sight. Master! Reg shouted reluctantly. Poof! Seeing that Suge could not be saved, Reg immediately knelt down, kowtowed heavily 3 times, and then got up with a resolute face, and muttered, I will definitely not disgrace Master, you are a Scion race, and I am also a Scion race. Then, let this universe know about the existence of our Scion race. Suge, who returned to the Earth, once again entered the state of violent cultivation, and time passed very quickly. Another 3 years passed, and on this day, Suge walked out of the system space. It seems to have hit a bottleneck. Suzhe's brows furrowed. Another 3 months passed in reality, and nearly 3 years passed in the spiritual time house, 10 times the speed of time flow. His combat effectiveness has not increased at all. In recent years, he has encountered this situation frequently, although it has become normal every once in a while. However, it is also every once in a while that it starts to be abnormal again. This still made him very uncomfortable. By the way, system, how many levels am I now? Suzhe hadn't paid attention to his level, since the last time he finished saving Reg and then took on a few more small tasks. His level had been frozen there, and too much time had passed for him to forget his level. Host, your current level is exactly level 30. The system replied quickly. Level 30? Suzhe blinked. If he remembered correctly, the system had told him before. Since the level has passed level 30, it is a qualitative change, and the next upgrade packages are all above the silver level. In other words, the bronze level pack will never be claimed again. Very nice. Suzhe laughed, but the bronze level gift bag was gone, but the experience he needed was getting higher and higher. For example, before level 29 to level 30, only 29,000 experience points were required. Now, from level 30 to level 40, the experience points of each level have reached 100,000 points. Then, level 40 to level 50 is another 200,000. From level 50 to level 60, another 300,000 is needed. As for level 60 and above, the silver level gift package disappears, and the most guaranteed are gold level gift packages, which is naturally more comfortable. However, Suzhe suspected that the experience points required for each level were probably even more terrifying. It's not a big problem, there's pressure, that's motivation. Suzhe grinned, not worrying at all about his future confusion. After all, the Frisia he killed 3 years ago gave him 500,000 XP. He really told him to use this stored experience point to upgrade now, and in a few minutes, he said that he would be able to level 35, and then randomly receive an upgrade package above the silver level. However, Suzhe has longer-term plans. After all, in the future, the level waiting for him will be higher and higher, and the level of the upgrade package he will receive will naturally be higher. Relatively speaking, keeping this experience point is definitely much more useful than upgrading directly now. Without further thought, Suzhe checked his character attribute panel. After a while, his brow furrowed again. System, you have thought about it for so long, do you know how to solve the problem that I will have a bottleneck period from time to time? Suzhe asked. 3 months ago, his normal combat strength had reached 30 million points. In the state of transforming into Super Saiyan 1, he increased by 60 times, that is, 1.8 billion combat power. Add in the tenfold Realm King Fist, that's 18 billion. Hiss. It's not that I don't know, it's really shocking. The final combat power of up to 18 billion made Suzhe gasp for air. Really, compared to the strongest combat power that will appear in the current plot, his strength is inevitably too terrifying. Update sent, just about to ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. But suddenly I thought that I had said, I can't ask for it, I can't be humble. Because it was useless to ask for it, I still deleted the words of asking for flowers and evaluation votes. Oh, Olas. Chapter 044. Thinking of this, Suzhe clenched his fists and complained, if this fucking bottleneck is my bottleneck a few times, then what level of my combat power should soar? Suzhe sighed, and at this moment, the voice of the system sounded in his head, Host, friendly reminder. In Super Saiyan status, your tenfold Realm King Fist increase can only be used for 5 minutes. Hey? What did you say? Suzhe said that he didn't understand. It's not the system that limits it, it's your physical body that limits your persistence. The system spoke. Hearing this, Suzhe coughed dryly, and secretly said that this system actually drove without saying a word. Still, the reminder is good. If there is no systematic reminder, I am afraid that he will be bad if he does not. Point B in the future. Okay. 3 years later, Bulma is also a 14-year-old little sister. Suge showed a bad smile, licked his lips, and said in his heart, so? Should I leave something on Bulma that belongs to my Sue family? Thinking of this, Suge smiled, thinking about it like this was really a little exciting. Stretch out your right hand and point your index finger at the center of your eyebrow. Shout. Suge moved directly to Bulma's home in an instant. Brother Suge. Suge's appearance made Bulma, who was studying something, excitedly throw away a large yellow glass ball in her hand, and then hurriedly pounced on him, and then pecked his face like a chicken pecking rice. Oops! Bulma's enthusiasm made Suge a little surprised. He is nothing more than a mouth monster, really let him attack Bulma or something. I am afraid that he will really be a little shy. After all, whether it was him as an otaku in his previous life or he who was a cultivation maniac in this life, he had never tasted meat. Without experience, this skin is naturally a little thin. Haha, brother Suge, you are still shy. Bulma let go of Suge and covered her small mouth and laughed. Suge coughed twice, glared at the girl, and then his gaze drifted a little. Today Bulma is in his room. Usually girls, alone in their boudoir, naturally dressed more casually. And now, this girl is inevitably a little too casual, so the place where it is developing, from time to time leaks a little snow white, making Suge really have a dry mouth. Therefore, he forcibly turned his eyes away. However, at this moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on the large yellow glass ball that Bulma had dropped on the ground just now. Dragon Ball? 5 planets. Seeing the big yellow glass ball on the ground, Suge's eyes widened, and he immediately turned his head and said in surprise, Bulma, where did you get this Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball. He was not surprised, but what surprised him was, how did Bulma find a Dragon Ball in advance? If he remembers correctly, in the original Dragon Ball anime, at the beginning of the first part, Bulma had just found a Dragon Ball. Therefore, Bulma went to learn about the legend of Dragon Ball, so after understanding, this is the story of Dragon Ball. Hey? Do you say that big yellow glass ball? Not. I found it 2 days ago when I was cleaning at home, but I checked the books and didn't find anything unusual. Bulma comes to the Dragon Ball and then bends down to pick it up. Poof! Just when Bulma just bent over, Suge just looked over, and a beautiful landscape fell into his line of sight, causing him to directly spew out a nosebleed. Speaking of... Yes. Brother Suge, what's wrong with you? Bulma picked up the Dragon Balls on the ground, and then when she turned around, she saw that Suge was spraying nosebleeds, and suddenly panicked, and hurriedly ran over and asked anxiously. I'm fine, I've been making up a little bit lately, so it's a bit on fire. Not. It's okay. Suge swallowed his saliva. Good guy, this girl Bulma is in her room, don't you wear fat times? Hey? How is this? Then brother Suge, you should pay attention in the future, you must not eat too much stuff. Bulma let out a long sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. Ahem. Suge coughed twice and diverted the topic. This thing in your hand is called Dragon Ball. Next, Suge began to tell Bulma about the Dragon Ball. Hey? Is this glass ball so powerful? You can even summon a divine dragon and make a wish. After listening to what Suge said, Bulma was stunned. That's right. Suge glanced solemnly at the Dragon Balls in Bulma's hand, and then asked the system in his heart, System, Bulma found the Dragon Balls before the plot, so is this a hint that the plot will start 2 years earlier? System. After a moment of silence, the system spoke, I think it should be as you think the host thinks. Hearing this, Suge fell silent. This time, the plot was advanced, which made him suddenly feel a little abnormal. Or maybe the powerful characters in the original Dragon Ball book can come out in advance. It is not what he thinks, at which point in the plot should appear, this person appears at which point in the plot. It seems that the next step is still not too high profile. Suje's face froze, not to mention the follow-up Demon Bu, that guy from Shailu. At this stage, it is not a terrifying existence that he can provoke. Not to mention, there is Beerus above this murderer. No. This guy Beerus should be able to be said to be a big devil who destroys the planet without blinking. Brother Suje. Brother Suje? While Suje was still thinking, Bulma pulled his arm and shook it. Hey? Bulma, what do you say? Suje came back to his senses and looked at Bulma in confusion. I said, Brother Suje, or let's go find the Dragon Ball. Bulma's eyes were full of little stars, and her face was very expectant. In this regard, where can Suje refuse, let alone this is a plot that will inevitably be experienced. Update is sent, I hope you enjoy watching. Also, there is a photo of Bulma with a double ponytail related to the work, which is quite beautiful, although it is black and white, it is still beautiful and bubbling. There are also good looks, I will release them to everyone one by one. Chapter 045. 3 days later, Suje and Bulma set off. In the Bun Mountain, the two walked hand in hand, and from time to time there were a few calls of colorful finches. This unique tranquility between the mountains and forests made the two smile. Living in a large city, all I hear is the sound of car horns, and the slightly polluted air. It is indeed quite comfortable to come to the mountains and forests of Bunza Mountain. Brother Suje, is the Monkey King you mentioned the little guy you secretly saw last time? Bulma still has some impressions of Sun Wukong. After all, that little guy, like Suje, has a tail. That's right, he's just like me, he's a scion. Suje smiled, he glanced at Bulma, this girl's combat power is around 500 points. If it weren't for her dislike of cultivation, in his opinion, I am afraid that she would at least be an Earth Master who is close to 10,000 battles now. That's it, Bulma's 500-point combat power on Earth, in terms of the plot at this stage, is indeed a big master. After all, the strongest at present should be the Turtle Immortal, and under the outbreak of the Turtle Immortal, it is only 120 or 130 combat power. In front of Bulma, who has 500 combat strength, he is naturally fragile and no different from a chicken. Not to mention, Bulma was personally guided by Suje and could perfectly reflect all the combat power of 500 points. That's right, brother Suje. Bulma nodded. The two continued to walk. Suddenly Bulma seemed to think of something, paused and turned her head and said, after gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, can you really make any wish and come true? Within the scope of Shenlong's ability, any wish can be fulfilled. Suje smiled. I see. He, after gathering the 7 Dragon Balls when the time comes, I will make a wish with brother Suje for the rest of my life. No, even in the next life, in the next life, in the next life. All together. Bulma suddenly jumped up excitedly and cheered ahead. Seeing Bulma like this, Suje laughed out loud. Bulma, then I tell you, I can fulfill my wish to be together forever for you. In his opinion, there is no so-called next life, just this life, enough to live forever. He. Hearing her sweetheart's words, Bulma smiled even sweeter. Continuing to walk, the two soon arrived outside a cabin. Drink. A little boy with a tail was crouching and sweating and punching. The little one is quite diligent. This little boy was naturally Sun Wukong, and Suje saw a look of remembrance on his face. The current little Goku is 10 years old, no different from the 12-year-old him in the original book. If you have to say it, maybe the 12-year-old is a little taller. All in all, in terms of appearance, the current little Goku is the little Goku on the screen, and the sense of familiarity is bursting. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps sounded, and the little Wukong, who was concentrating on boxing, moved his ears, and then raised his head and put his gaze on the faces of Suge and Bulma who were walking towards him, frowned and closed his fists, and wondered, "Who are you?" Kakarot. Suge did not call Sun Wukong by name on earth, but called him the name of the Sion clan. Kakarot. When little Gaku heard this name, he immediately turned his head and glanced next to him, and he was even more surprised in his heart, and turned his head. "Hey! Did you recognize the wrong person? I'm not called Kakarot. My name is Monkey King." Monkey King. Suge laughed. This little guy in front of him, that was accompanied by the 80s, and the 90s had a whole childhood. Even, some post-70s, and even post-zeros are very fond of this little guy. "My name is Suge and she is my girlfriend, Bulma." Suge introduced himself and also formally introduced his relationship with Bulma. Yay! Hearing her sweetheart's words, Bulma suddenly became shy, especially when she felt the strange gaze cast by Sun Wukong, which made her shy and faceless, covering her pretty face. She jumped around. Seeing Bulma's cute appearance, Suge laughed twice. "Hello, Suge, and Bulma." Sun Wukong blinked. He has lived in Bunza Mountain since he was a child, except for his dead grandfather Sun Gohan. All he saw were some mountain and forest beasts. Suge and Bulma were the same people as he and his grandfather Sun Gohan, and it was the first time he had met. "Hello." Suge stepped forward, and was always thrown out by his tail coiled around his waist, swaying behind him, and he smiled, "You and I are both Sion races." Tail. Seeing that Suge also had a tail, Sun Wukong's face showed excitement, and he hurriedly jumped over to look at Suge, and one of his small tails also swayed. "Suge, you must be very strong. Or, you fight with me?" Sun Wukong's eyes rolled around, and then he took a few steps back and spoke. "Oh." Hearing Sun Wukong's invitation, Suge raised his eyebrows, looked at him, and found that his combat power was the same as the combat power that appeared in the original work, all of which were 10 points of combat power, and while shaking his head and smiling in his heart, he spoke, "I don't like to fight, but if you make a bet with me, maybe I will fight with you." As the emperor of routines, how could Suge not set something out? "Hey? Is this so?" Sun Wukong frowned, scratched the back of his head with some distress, and spoke, "But my deceased grandfather told me not to gamble." "It's not a gamble. You fight with me, you lose, you leave Bun Mountain with us and go to find Dragon Ball together." Suge smiled. What intentions can he have for the weak Monkey King? He is afraid that this little guy does not want to leave Bun Mountain for the time being, so he made such a request. "Hey!" When Sun Wukong heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't want to leave Bunza Mountain as Suge thought, on the contrary, he actually wanted to leave Bunza Mountain and go to the outside world to meet powerful people. However, he couldn't find a way to leave Bunza Mountain, so he couldn't help it over time. "Good. I promise you." Sun Wukong was excited. This was simply the perfect thing for him to kill two birds with one stone. Of course he would not object. "Good. Then you are ready." Suge smiled and stood there straight, looking at little Wukong motionless with his hands behind his back. Update sent. This book is almost on the shelves. I hope everyone can stay. Believe me, the follow-up plot will not disappoint everyone. Chapter 046. With Suge's combat power now, don't say a shot, just showing a little momentum is enough to make little Wukong have a shadow for the rest of his life. This time, he was not ready to strike, at most dodged and gave Gaku some of the contemptible points in his attack. "Suge, aren't you going to make a move?" Little Wukong waited strictly, but seeing Suge motionless, looking so casual, he was immediately stunned. "My strength is too much beyond you, I shoot, you can't take a second." Suge was very direct, without the slightest euphemism. "Hey!" When Xiao Wukong heard this, his eyes widened, but he was extremely simple. He didn't think that Suge was looking down on him, but he became more solemn. Then, be careful. Little Wukong clasped his hands together, bowed to Suge, and then raised his legs and made a fighting posture that Suge was very familiar with. Seeing this little guy like this, Suge laughed fondly. Drink. Little Wukong no longer wasted time, and after drinking a snort, he rushed directly towards Suge. Ah! The strength is not strong, but the momentum is quite strong, and Xiao Wukong's every move is very fast. Of course, his swiftness is only for those who are weaker than him, or at the same level, or a little higher than him. In Suge's eyes, little Wukong's attacks were all slow down, too slow. Leisurely dodging, Suge said, "Your attack is very fast, but it lacks decisiveness. Gaku, you have to remember. The Monkey King personality in the original book is quite indecisive, which has also led to a lot of things. In Suge's opinion, if this guy is more decisive, whether it is Vic or Frisia, or Shailu, these bosses at every stage, it will definitely not be able to cause him any substantial damage." But Suge thought about it carefully. Is the Monkey King who is really decisive still the Monkey King he knows familiarly? Thinking of this, Suge shook his head in his heart. If he insisted on changing, it was actually very good to change him when Sun Wukong was so young. However, it doesn't hurt to attack quickly. Drink. Sun Wukong is indeed a martial arts genius. His comprehension is extremely high, he understands his shortcomings, and soon his attack is much harder and faster. In fact, the most important thing is that Sun Wukong feels that he is very powerful, and he will hurt Suge with a heavy hand. After a few moves to understand, Sun Wukong really felt the invisible pressure of Suge, and it made him understand that this guy in front of him was definitely a super master. Bang bang! Next, Sun Wukong's attack power was even greater, and Suge was passively blocked. Soon, 10 minutes passed like this, and little Gaku was sweating profusely and panting. Looking at Suge again, he didn't sweat a single drop, as if he hadn't moved at all. Don't fight, don't fight. It's not your opponent Suge at all, it's too powerful. After another final attack, Sun Wukong took several steps back, and then waved his hand one after another. His combat effectiveness is still too weak, and fighting with Suge, even if the latter can casually grind Sun Wukong to death without making a move. Follow me out of the mountains, along the way, I can teach you a lot and make you stronger. Suge attempted, moreover, I will also find you a very competent teacher. The Turtle Immortal and Sun Wukong, the master and apprentice in the original work. He is not ready to destroy it. Although that old guy is, he has to praise him as a teacher. He is indeed very competent, and Suge does not have much time, and it is impossible to watch and teach him all the time by Sun Wukong's side. If you don't see Reg, can't you enjoy that kind of treatment? Good. Listen to you. Sun Wukong didn't even think about it, and directly agreed. Although Suge had not made a move, he knew how powerful this man was. It's great to be able to get his teaching, and even to get a recommendation from one of his teachers. So there is simply no reason for Sun Wukong to think of refusing. Next, because it was daytime, the three decided to go out of the mountain that day and officially embarked on a journey to find the Dragon Balls in advance. Bulma has 2 Dragon Balls in her hands, one for 5 planets and one for 2 planets, which is no different from the Dragon Balls she obtained in the original book. Now, together with the 4 planets in Sun Wukong's hand, they have 3 Dragon Balls in their hands. For Suge, wanting to get together 7 Dragon Balls is a completely trivial matter, but what he cares about is not the result, but the process of finding Dragon Balls. So, after the 5th day of their departure, they found the 4th Dragon Ball 6 planet. After that, it took another 2 days to find another planet. At this point, 5 of the 7 Dragon Balls have been collected. Suge thought for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the only 2 Dragon Balls left were the 3 planets in the hands of the Turtle Immortals and the 7 planets under the Flame Mountain. On this day, the trio arrived at the Flame Mountain. Goku, follow the method I taught you to use Chi, condense Chi on your finger arrows, and then fire small finger cannons. Under the Flame Mountain, Suge was not ready to make a move himself. He wanted to test the results of Sun Wukong's cultivation in recent days. In just a week, Suge couldn't teach too much to Sun Wukong, and after thinking about it, he simply taught this little guy how to use Chi. I have to say that Sun Wukong does have the aura of the protagonist, but in 2 days, he can already skillfully use Chi to sense people. As for the finger cannon that Suge said this time, Sun Wukong is now about to use it for the first time. In this regard, Suge is still quite looking forward to it. After all, in the original work, this little guy learned the Turtle Immortals' mastery skill Turtle Faction Qigong Wave at a very fast speed. Finger cannon? In Suge's opinion, it is completely trivial for Sun Wukong. Sure enough, Sun Wukong only thought for a moment, and a small finger cannon shot out from his fingertip. His combat effectiveness has doubled in these days, reaching 20 combat strength. The power of the finger cannon used in the 20-point combat power is naturally very small, so there is no such thing as bombarding or even shattering the entire Flame Mountain. Poof! Ha! When Sun Wukong was embarrassed, a rough laugh came from behind. Update sent, work hard codeword. It will be on the shelves in 2 days, ask for a subscription in advance. Don't forget to make a first order. Even if you want to keep a book, remember to give a first order. Thank you in advance. Chapter 047. Hearing this rough laugh, Suge and several people turned around and glanced back. Bull Demon King? Isn't the little girl next to him Kiki? Suge saw a very funny combination, one big and one small. The big one is like a monster, and the little one is a petite little girl. At the same time, he also recognized who these 2 people were. The Bull Demon King and Kiki. Sure enough, as the plot began, they also appeared in advance. Suge's face was much more solemn, and too many uncertainties existed in this Dragon Ball universe world. The main thing is that I am afraid that he has changed too much because of his arrival. You big man, what are you laughing at? The laughter of the Bull Demon King made little Wukong a little unhappy, snorted coldly, and said dissatisfiedly, if you are here, you will be the same. Hey! Hearing Xiao Wukong's words, the Bull Demon King's eyes suddenly widened. He had been in the Flame Mountain for so many years, and it was the first time he had encountered a guy who dared to look at him or even talk back. Moreover, this guy is still a stinky boy who doesn't have hair at all. Immediately, the Bull Demon King went on a rampage. Boy, it seems that you are usually not well educated. Today, let your Grandpa Niu educate you well. The Bull Demon King burst into a roar, rushed to Sun Wukong and punched out. Tall, naturally powerful. But at the same time, his speed is naturally much slower. Although Sun Wukong was short, he was too flexible, easily dodging the Bull Demon King's fist, and instead stretched out a finger to fire a finger cannon at him. Whoosh! Suffered a small finger cannon from Sun Wukong, although it could not hurt the Bull Demon King too much, but the pain was inevitable, so the big man let out a cry of pain. Poof! Seeing this scene, Bulma on the side couldn't help but laugh. Humph! Sun Wukong snorted coldly and raised his head. Big man, you can't look down on anyone who is shorter than you. Otherwise, you will pay a terrible price for your underestimation. This sentence was given to him by Suge. Now, Sun Wukong told this to his future husband. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the Bull Demon King, who was grinning, was suddenly stunned, and then turned his head to set his gaze on this little guy. In the end, his gaze fixed on a red stick on Sun Wukong's back, his eyes widened, and he said in surprise, "Boy, is that red stick behind your back a Ruyi stick? How do you know?" Hearing the Bull Demon King say the name of his wishful stick, Sun Wukong was stunned and looked at the Bull Demon King strangely. Where did you get the wishful stick? The Bull Demon King suddenly became interested. He really knew Ruyi stick, because this was the weapon of his senior brother Sun Gohan. This is the weapon my grandfather gave me when he was alive. Speaking of Grandpa Sun Wuhan, Sun Wukong's mood was inevitably a little low, took out the Ruyi stick from behind, and then gently stroked the Ruyi stick, sighing, "Grandpa, I miss Grandpa so much. That old guy is dead." When the Bull Demon King heard the news of Sun Wuhan's death, he was immediately stunned, ran to Sun Wukong in a few steps, lifted up Sun Wukong, who was several times shorter than him, and stared at him in shock. He shouldn't have died so early. Who killed him? Grandpa. Grandpa, he fell ill and died. Sun Wukong's tears almost fell. He didn't know that it was actually he himself who transformed into a giant ape form on the night of the full moon and trampled Sun Gohan to death. Until now, and even after growing up, he always thought that Sun Gohan was sick and died. Sick. The Bull Demon King fell silent. Birth, old age, illness and death, human love. This stuff can't be avoided. Sighing heavily, he set his gaze on Sun Wukong and comforted, "Little one, you don't have to be too sad." Sun Wukong's grade looks as old as his daughter Kiki, and with Sun Gohan's relationship here, the Bull Demon King's tone is naturally much softer. Sun Wukong jumped for a moment, slipped away from the Bull Demon King's hand, and then fell back and said to Sujet, "Brother Sujet, this flame mountain needs your hand to break it." Sujet nodded. It seems that Wukong's strength at this stage is still not enough. In general, it is enough to see that Sun Wukong is able to use finger cannons. Wait a minute. Just as Sujet was about to make a move, the Bull Demon King suddenly spoke. He glanced at Sujet and spoke, "You are all still too young. This flame mountain has existed here for many years, and it is not a simple shock wave that can shatter it. If I want to say, it takes a powerful martial heavenly teacher to be able to shatter this flame mountain." Oh! Hearing the Bull Demon King's words, Sujet raised his eyebrows, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I don't know how," Sujet suddenly came to play. "What if the turtle immortal arrives and can't use the turtle faction Qigong wave to fly the flame mountain like in the original work?" Thinking of this, Sujet laughed in his heart, and he had already decided to do so. "Okay, then you go to the powerful Wushan teacher in your mouth." Sujet took half a step back, put his hands behind his back, and smiled. "Teacher Wushan." The Bull Demon King shrunk his neck in embarrassment and said with a sneer, "It's too hard to get out of the mountains. However, little one, you can try to ask him out of the mountain. After all, your grandfather's son Gohan is one of his favorite disciples. Love House and Wu, moreover, Sun Wukong, this little guy does seem to be very spiritual, so in the eyes of the Bull Demon King, it is not necessary that perhaps that Wushan teacher will choose to help." Sun Wukong scratched his head and turned his head to glance at Sujet. In his opinion, Sujet's strength is also very strong, and he must be able to easily make the flame mountain gone. However, as a friend of his grandfather, the Bull Demon King was embarrassed to refuse his proposal. "It's okay, Goku. You and the Bull Demon King go to Teacher Wushan. It just so happens that Teacher Wushan also has a Dragon Ball in his hand." Sujet didn't care. He thought that it was just when Sun Wukong brought the Turtle Immortal over, which made him less traveled to the Turtle Immortal Island, which was also good. That. All right. Seeing that Sujet was not unhappy, Sun Wukong nodded, turned around and was just about to speak, but unexpectedly saw the Bull Demon King directly throw his legs and ran away. In the distance, his voice came, "I won't go with you. My daughter Kikai knows where Teacher Wushan is, so you let her take you." Update sent. Chapter 048. This big guy. When Sun Wukong heard the words of the Bull Demon King, he suddenly felt speechless. That. At this time, Kiki walked over, glanced at the three of Sun Wukong embarrassedly, buried her head and said, In fact, he only went to Wushan teacher when he was very young. Now, I have forgotten where teacher Wu Tian is. Hey! As soon as Kikai's words came out, Sun Wukong's eyes widened again, and his heart became speechless. Yes. Sorry. Kiki hurriedly apologized and turned around to try to chase her father back. No need, I know where teacher Wu Tian is. Suozhe on the side schemed the corners of his mouth, and after saying this, he turned around and stretched out a finger, and under everyone's shocked gaze, a red light finger cannon was fired. Thundered. In an instant, I saw that the flame mountain was smashed by Suozhe's finger cannon. 2. It's so powerful. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong on the side understood for the first time how big the gap between him and this Suozhe big brother was. Similarly, not only Sun Wukong was very shocked, but also the little Lori Kiki on the side was also very shocked. She knew that even being as powerful as her father, the Bull Demon King, could not cause such high-intensity destructive power. And Suozhe's finger cannon directly blasted the entire flame mountain into piles of scum, which shows how powerful this guy is. Come close to me and put your hands on my shoulders. After getting the dragon balls under the flame mountain, Suozhe beckoned to the shocked Sun Wukong and Kiki. He must be too lazy to waste time, and was ready to use the second teleportation method to go directly to the island where the turtle immortals lived. Speaking of the second type of teleportation, Suozhe felt a little distressed when he remembered, knowing that when he purchased this skill, the exchange point was worth 150,000. However, within 2 days, when he went to the system mall space to look at it, he found that the price of this skill had been reduced. In this regard, he also had some small emotions with the system at that time. After all, if you want to reduce the price, why don't you tell him and let him spend an extra 50,000 exchange points for nothing? You know, the exchange point of 50,000 is not a small amount, enough for him to buy delicious beans to eat the plot of Bu. Moreover, it is not the kind of saving to eat 3 meals a day to eat casually, that can be eaten casually for more than 10 years. Finally, it is naturally impossible for the system to refund the 50,000 land exchange points. But the good thing is that the system actively raises the first teleportation and the second teleportation he has by a level. That is to say, as long as it is the person who remembers the chi, even in another universe, Suozhe can reach that person in seconds. This, to be honest, made Suozhe feel that the 50,000 exchange points he spent more had a feeling of making a lot of money. So, host, are you still struggling with this? I see if you want to drop your skill by 1 level, and then I will return the 50,000 exchange points to you. Just as Suozhe was thinking, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. Hearing the system's words, several big black question marks suddenly appeared on Suozhe's brain, and he said directly in his heart, "System, do you think so much time has passed? Are you not going to give me some interest, how to drop? If I want to say, it doesn't matter if the skill drops by 1 level, you can just return me 10 million exchange points. Don't face. Of course. This kind of good thing, who knows after who knows. He is not an idiot, 50,000 exchange points compared to this upgraded skill, who is better, how can he not point B? Even the system that had a certain understanding of Suozhe's thick skin was silent for a short time when it heard his words, and finally thought about it, but still did not interact with Suozhe again. Suozhe, who did not receive interaction, naturally would not ask for trouble again, and he used teleportation to take Bulma and Sun Wukong Kiki, and they arrived on the Turtle Immortal Island where the Turtle Immortals lived within a second. On Turtle Immortal Island, the Turtle Immortal who is basking in the sun on a beach chair at the moment is enjoying the color magazine in his hand. At this moment, a wind blew by, and then 4 people appeared in front of him, directly scaring him off the beach chair. Who are you? The Turtle Immortal looked at the 4 Suozhe who suddenly appeared, and said with an extremely solemn face. As he spoke, he put the color magazine in his hand behind him without missing a trace. As a martial artist with a row, the turtle immortal said how could he reveal his true nature in front of such a cute little girl as Bulma. Hitui. It should be said that the color side comes out. Hello Grandpa, we are here to find Teacher Wushan, is he there? Sun Wukong was taught by Sun Wuhan to be polite, and when he saw the turtle immortal, he immediately said hello. Hey! Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the turtle immortal turned his head and set his gaze on him, and in the afterlight he saw the wishful stick behind Sun Wukong. His eyebrows suddenly picked, and he spoke, "What are you looking for Teacher Wushan?" As he spoke, the turtle immortal glanced at Suizhe and Kiki in turn, and after finding that he was not familiar with these young little guys, he finally set his eyes on Bulma, who looked very gentle and beautiful. Hehe, I don't need to know what you are looking for Teacher Wushan, but I only know that if you want to know where he is, then you need to give me a benefit. The turtle immortal is worthy of being a lewd endorsement. This old guy is simply not good. His gaze just fell on Bulma's face, and then he slowly walked towards her. Brother Suizhe, Seeing the turtle immortal walking towards him, Bulma frowned, turned his head to look at Suizhe, and said in a low voice, "Can I make a move?" "Yes." Suizhe said lightly. This old man should have been taught a lesson, otherwise he would not be able to think about coloring Bulma in the future. Hearing Suizhe's words, Bulma turned back with a sneer, clenched her fists and walked towards the turtle immortal without retreating. "Yo, the little girl is really quite a lord now." Seeing Bulma walking towards him, the turtle immortal didn't think much, his face showed excitement, his steps were much faster, and his mouth spoke, but before his words were finished, the whole person had already taken off. Immediately afterwards, he found that his face hurt to death, and finally came back to his senses. He, the turtle immortal, was actually sent flying by a little girl. Update is sent. Everyone remember to give me a first-day subscription when the time comes. Please. Chapter 049. Brother Suizhe, do you want to teach this old man an unforgettable lesson? Bulma looked up at the sky and saw that the turtle immortal who was shot flying actually made a grimace in midair, and she was immediately angry to death. You feel free. Suizhe laughed. The behavior of the turtle immortal undoubtedly did not indicate that there was an old man in the family, such as the words of a treasure. This old man is colorful, and the laughter provided is really very sufficient. Good. Bulma soared into the air. She had 500 combat power, and there was still no pressure to use the dancing void technique. Shout! In an instant, Bulma flew towards the turtle immortal. Bulma She flew. Seeing Bulma's use of the dancing void technique, Sun Wukong's eyes on the side widened, and only then did he notice that it turned out that Bulma, this woman, was also a small master. This is the art of dancing the void. When your strength is too strong, I will teach you again. Suizhe smiled and said, when Sun Wukong studied under the turtle immortal, the latter was going to give him a somersault cloud, which could still meet the needs of Sun Wukong's flight at this moment. Thank you, Brother Suizhe. Sun Wukong is naturally full of joy. After all, no matter who it is naturally very yearning for such a thing as flying. Suizhe smiled, stopped talking, looked at the sky, and saw that the old man of the turtle immortal was pressed and beaten by Bulma, and finally after the turtle immortal said that he was Wushan's teacher, Bulma awkwardly withdrew his hand. Landing one after the other, Bulma came to Suizhe as if she had done something wrong. It's okay, I already knew that this old man was Teacher Wushan. Suizhe reached out and touched Bulma's head and comforted, don't worry, Teacher Wushan is a martial arts grandmaster, he was only released by you, don't care too much. He was not only comforting Bulma, but also comforting the turtle immortal on the side. After all, this old man still had the last Dragon Ball in his hand. Sure enough, the turtle immortal who had reasonable ear power felt a lot better when he heard Suizhe's words. Although he had a blue nose and a swollen face at the moment, he was happy to greet Sun Wukong and Kikai. As for Suizhe and Bulma, from the bottom of their hearts, the turtle immortals felt that this man and woman could not be provoked at all. Not to mention Bulma, who beat him with a blue nose and a swollen face. It was Sujet, the young man with a long tail, just standing there. He had a feeling of trepidation. This feeling, he once experienced. At that time, the man who gave him this experience was the extremely terrifying Vic Great Devil. Now, Sujet once again made him feel this feeling. Fortunately, this man is not a bad person. The turtle immortal secretly glanced at Sujet, and felt that this man's gentle smile did not look so bad, and his heart suddenly thought, "Teacher Wushan." At this time, Sujet suddenly set his eyes on the turtle immortal and shouted, "In!" Shout. Hearing Sujet's shout, the turtle immortal came directly to his side in a flash. "Do you have one of these glass balls in your hand?" Sujet took out the dragon ball and looked at the turtle immortal with a smile. The turtle immortal frowned, his eyes widened, and then he pulled off his clothes and took out the dragon balls worn around his neck. "You said that? Is that it?" The turtle immortal shook the 7 planets and spoke. "That's right, can this dragon ball be given to me?" Sujet nodded. "Take the 7 planets of the turtle immortal, then he will completely gather the 7 dragon balls, and then he can make Bulma wish." Little Goku didn't have any wishes, and then Sujet and Bulma discussed it, and finally chose to let Bulma stay young forever for the rest of her life. After all, the wish of an Earth Divine Dragon, Sujet naturally did not care too much. Not to mention that the Divine Dragon on Earth has limited abilities and cannot satisfy his appetite at all. "Oh! This glass ball is useless in my hand, give it to you." The turtle immortal didn't care, and directly threw the dragon ball in his hand to Sujet. When the 7 planets arrived, Sujet smiled. To be honest, although it was not the first time he had summoned the Divine Dragon, the thought of summoning the Divine Dragon on this earth made him feel inexplicably happy. In his mind, maybe it was the reason why he was a spectator on Earth in his previous life. "I experienced this feeling for myself at the moment, so there was indeed an unexpected sense of pleasure." Placing the 7 dragon balls on the beach, under the surprised gazes of several turtle immortals, Sujet looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Come out, Shenlong!" Hearing Sujet's shout, several people in the turtle immortals were confused, not understanding what he was doing. Bulma understood a little, and also looked up at the sky, her pretty face full of expectation. "Sky, it's dark." Just 10 seconds later, little Goku suddenly exclaimed. The turtle immortal looked up at the sky, and sure enough, the sky that was originally clear suddenly became gloomy, and slowly dark clouds appeared, and then a divine dragon slowly swam out in the dark clouds. "Mortals, say your wishes. Whatever the wish, I can make it happen." The divine dragon stood tall, looking down at Sujet and the others on the beach below, and spoke. "Bulma, tell the dragon your wish." Sujet smiled. "Call." After Bulma took a deep breath, then breathed a long sigh of relief and looked up, "Shenlong, I hope my youth will stay forever." "No problem." The divine dragon responded, only to see a dazzling light shoot out, and a golden light immediately entered Bulma's body. "Wish granted." Shout. The voice of the divine dragon came again, and its entire body turned into 7 stone balls and scattered to various places on the earth. "Is this a wish?" Bulma only felt that her body was very relaxed, and then her face was slightly cool, and there was no other feeling. Sujet glanced at Bulma and found that her skin was becoming more and more supple, but other than that, there was indeed not much change. In Sujet's opinion, Bulma was already an extremely perfect woman. Because, for so many years, he has been exchanging some things for her to improve her body to eat in the system mall space. So, it doesn't seem too obvious that it's normal. Update send, ask for a first order when the time comes. I hope you can help me. Let me write the last Dragon Ball to the end of the descent. Thank you. Chapter 050. Hey? Is that the end of it? The sky returned to clear, and Sun Wukong and several people came to look at Bulma, and found that she did look much more beautiful than before, and they were suddenly surprised. Sister Bulma is indeed much more beautiful, this divine dragon is really magical. Kiki is naturally very interested as a girl. Haha, really? That's really good news. Women rarely praise each other, so Kiki's praise makes Bulma very satisfied with the changes that Shenlong has brought her. Bulma and Kiki chatted on the side, while Suja came to the turtle immortal and smiled. Teacher Wushan, this little guy is called Sun Wukong. Your disciple, Sun Gohan, is his grandfather. Hey! Hearing Suja's words, the turtle immortal looked at Sun Wukong, who was squatting to greet Mr. Turtle, and said in surprise, how can Gohan have a grandson? Goku was picked up by him. Suja explained. Oh, I see. The turtle immortal nodded, then looked at Suja, thought for a while, and spoke, I think I should understand what you mean, but I'm curious, why didn't you choose to teach this little guy? In the eyes of the turtle immortals, Suja's strength surpassed him too much, and I am afraid that Sun Wukong could easily bring Sun Wukong up without spending any energy to teach him. A strong person is not necessarily a good teacher. Suja replied. His words were half true, naturally because he wanted to put gold on the face of the turtle immortal, and then let him agree, which saved him too much time. Ahem. Sure enough, when Suja said this, the expression on the face of the turtle immortal was a little different. Trust me, Goku, this little guy's future achievements will definitely not disappoint you. Suja continued to bewitch, you will be even more proud of him. That. Yes. The turtle immortals are no longer pretentious, not to mention that there is a relationship with Sun Gohan here. Suja nodded and smiled, looking at Bulma, just as the latter also turned his gaze, the two looked at each other, and their eyes blinked at the same time. To this, the two nodded and laughed. If this continues, then I will leave, and Goku will ask you to take care of it. Suja glanced at Sun Wukong, then walked to Bulma's side, put his arm around her slender waist and teleported away from Turtle Immortal Island. In the follow-up plot, Suja is not prepared to intervene anymore, he will also have his own things to do, the first is to practice, and the second is to continue to cultivate feelings with Bulma. In fact, according to the current relationship between Suja and Bulma, to be honest, he really wants to propose to do something, and presumably Bulma will definitely not refuse. However, Suja repeatedly decided that everything would happen to Bulma on the day he married her. But well, during this period, what should be done, Suja said that it should still be done. 3 months passed silently, and on this day, Suja walked out of the system space and came to Bulma's boudoir to meet her again. 3 months ago, he promised Bulma to take her to the universe again. Brother Suja. Seeing Suja, Bulma naturally ran over excitedly. As time passed, Bulma matured both physically and mentally. At first, the two hugged Suja and didn't feel anything. But now, Suja is enjoying this feeling very closely. Very nice indeed, really nice. Let's go today, Bulma. Where do you want to go? Suja naturally did not dare to continue to think too much, he forcibly diverted his attention, saving himself from waiting for a while. Bulma blinked and began to think. After a while, she spoke, if you think about it, Brother Suja and I have gone to most of the fun planets in the universe, and it seems that there are no fun planets, right? While speaking, Bulma's good-looking eyebrows suddenly stirred, and then continued, wow! I remember. What's wrong? Suja held Bulma and walked around. If there were other people at the moment, he would definitely feel that the two of them were doing something they loved while walking. I remember Brother Suja said that in this big universe, it's not just our universe. So, do you know how to travel to other universes? Bulma's face was full of curiosity, she had some curiosity about other universes, and she wanted to see if the people in other universes looked similar to them. Hearing this, Suje's brows suddenly furrowed. This request of Bulma. It's really difficult enough. You know, the two universes are forbidden to pass each other, and this is still the first point. The second point is that ordinary people simply cannot find the connection point between the seventh universe and other universes, let alone how to enter other universes, so how can he enter? The third and most important point is that if you are caught by Beerus or Weiss, it may be the biggest crisis. Seeing Suje's brows furrowed, Bulma already understood in her heart, and she hurriedly said, "Brother Suje, I'm just talking. In fact, as long as I am with you, it is Bulma's greatest joy." Indeed, for Bulma, as long as she is with Suje, no matter what the environment, it is a blessing for her. Suje smiled, reached out and rubbed Bulma's head, and spoke, "Don't worry, it won't be long before I take you to other universes to play." He needs to prepare, and he needs a great time. Only then will there be no surprises. System, go to other universes. My upgraded teleportation should be able to be used, right? Carrying Bulma to the bedside, Suje asked distractedly. System. No response. After several seconds, Suje found that the system still did not respond, and he was stunned. Hey! System. Feed. Is the system there? Hello? System. Are you there? Hey! Hurry up and come out. Suje blinked, and as he shouted a few more times but did not get a response, to be honest, he was really strange in his heart. Fuck. I forgot to restore contact with the system. After studying for a while, Suje suddenly realized, and his heart slapped his forehead, and he recalled that whenever he had some intimate progress with Bulma, he would cut off contact with the system. Update sent. I want to ask for a first order in advance. This book is definitely updated and stable, and the plot is also interesting. So, when the time comes, be sure to subscribe to it. Chapter 051. Suje thought for a while, still not ready to connect the system now, slowly held Bulma on the bed, and then covered her body. I'll pick you up again tomorrow, this time we may play on Earth, and next time we will go to other universes. Hearing Suje's words, a loss flashed in Bulma's eyes. She was disappointed not because Suje said that she would go to other universes next time, but because she wanted to take the initiative to have something with her beloved more than once. However, since Suje has a bit of a taste of escape, the little girl Bulma is naturally embarrassed to take the initiative to increase her efforts. After saying goodbye, Suje smiled and teleported away. Back in the small apartment where he lived, Suje sat on the sofa and pondered. System, do you say that my upgraded teleportation can directly sense other universes? Suje connected the connection of the system and asked. It's not just that Bulma wants to go to other universes, it's him, and honestly he wants to go. After all, meeting the powerhouses of other universes in advance is also a very good thing for him. Yes. The system replied. So? Can Beerus and Weiss, can they detect that I cross the universe? Suje was still a little worried about Beerus and Weiss. These two were the most powerful people in the seventh universe, and they were not at all what he could compete with at the moment. Host, the system does not guarantee that Beerus and Weiss will not be able to detect your small movements. The system was silent for a short moment and opened its mouth to explain. Hearing this, the corners of Suje's mouth twitched. After thinking about it, he still dismissed the idea. At least, for the time being, with his strength, he can't fight against the two guys Beerus and Weiss. Therefore, for the time being, it is naturally better for him not to move the idea of going to other universes. It's not a big problem, Beerus should be asleep at this stage, if I'm not mistaken, he should wake up early at some point in time, then. Suje's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curved. He controls the personalities of the two guys Beerus and Weiss very well, and understands that grabbing their stomachs may really be able to become friends. In addition, he believes in his potential, at most 10 years, plus the convenience brought by the spiritual time house 10 times the speed of time flow, maybe he will be able to catch up with Beerus? In the end, it is a world where strength is paramount. Suge took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of determination. The next day soon came. Suge took Bulma and began to play on Earth, and the relationship between the two was getting better and better. 2 years passed quickly, in the course of those 2 years. As Suge thought, the two of them basically did almost everything except for the last step. On this day, Suge sent Bulma home. Looking at Bulma, who fell asleep sweetly as soon as she got into bed, Suge shook his head and chuckled. This girl was so crazy last night that she almost couldn't hold it for Suge. The key is what? Just when Suge was about not to suppress herself, this girl told her that her relatives were coming. That is what makes Suge most uncomfortable. Fortunately, the two of them almost did everything they should have done, so it didn't make Suge too uncomfortable. And last night really made him enjoy a different feeling. With this in mind, Suge teleported out of Bulma's boudoir. In 2 years, my combat effectiveness has improved by leaps and bounds. In a small mountain forest near Zidu, Suge clenched his fists and smiled on his face. In the past 2 years, he has not only been playing with Bulma, but also taking time out of private to practice hard. His potential seemed to have completely exploded, but the most important thing was that his 3 Scion bloodlines had been completely fused. It has reached a more terrifying point. Before his transformation into Super Saiyan 1, combat effectiveness increased by 60 times, and after complete fusion, Suge transformed into Super Saiyan 1 has increased combat effectiveness by 80 times. This point had to make Suge extremely sigh what kind of perversion this bloodline was after fusion. Now my normal combat power alone has reached more than 100 million, and in the state of Super Saiyan 1, I have even exceeded the combat power of the 10 billion mark. It's not that I don't know, but it's really shocking. Exactly 10 billion combat power. You know, in the original work, the highest plot at this stage is Friesia's combat effectiveness, about 120 million combat effectiveness. And now, his combat power is 10 billion. In comparison, he is now a hegemon, belonging to an absolutely invincible existence. I will continue to grow, perhaps, by the time Majin Buu is full, I may even be on par with Beerus's strength. Suge is very confident in his future growth, but at the same time, he also warns himself in his heart that he must not be lazy and must practice hard. This is a very cruel world. Without absolute strength, then you cannot say that you can protect the people around you 100%. System, I want to ask a question. Suge's mind suddenly flashed, and he asked in his heart. Host, excuse me. The system opens its mouth to respond. If I can transform into Super Saiyan 2, how much will my combat power increase? Suge was curious about this question, and it stands to reason that the combat effectiveness of transforming into Super Saiyan 2 has increased by 100 times. However, Suge is different. He is a fusion of 3 bloodlines, and when he transforms into Super Saiyan 1 during the initial fusion, he can get a 60-fold increase in combat effectiveness. Now he is the most perfect bloodline, and he has reached a terrifying 80-fold increase. If he transforms into Super Saiyan 2, what if it should be 160 times doubled? Or is it just a simple 100-fold increase in combat effectiveness? Hearing Suge's question, the system fell silent again, probably thinking. Suge was also in no hurry, quietly waiting for the system's answer. After a while, after about 2 or 3 minutes, the system spoke. Host, since the difficulty of your transformation into Super Saiyan 2 is much higher than the normal level, the system estimates that when you reach Super Saiyan 2, your combat effectiveness will at least increase 120 times. 120 times? At least. Hearing this answer of the system, to be honest, Suge was not too satisfied. However, if you think about it, the 120-fold increase in combat effectiveness seems to be very fierce. It's just that the 160-fold increase is not as strong as he thought. Okay. You're also talking about at least a 120-fold increase, maybe more than 160 times. So, wait until I successfully transform into Super Saiyan 2. Suge breathed a sigh of relief and no longer entangled himself in this issue. In his opinion, it was so difficult for him to transform into Super Saiyan 1. Now, this Super Saiyan 2 is probably even more difficult. All in all, practice hard and wait for everything to fall into place. Ding! A build of a task is now detected. As Suge thought about it, the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Update sent. If nothing else, it was on the shelves after the update on Tuesday, and now there is no chapter in the save. I am working on it. Hopefully, everyone can really support it by then. Thank you all. Chapter 052. Task. Hearing this sudden system prompt, Suge was slightly stunned. To be honest, he hadn't heard the system deliver a task for a while. Tell me, what is the mission this time? Suge said lightly. If the task reward obtained for this task could not make him moved, or the difficulty factor was too high, he could choose to refuse. The host, this mission, can't refuse. As if understanding what Suge meant, the system spoke. Well. The system's words made Suge stunned again, and the task that could not be refused, this was the first time he encountered. Is it difficult? Are quest rewards poor? Suge was surprised. He pit the system quite many times. He thought about whether this time the system lost his temper, and he also thought about punishing him once. So, maybe the punishment for failing this mission is very perverted. Suge added another sentence. Not really, this time the task is very simple, that is, cultivate Sun Wukong for a year, and in 1 year, let his combat power break through to 100,000 points. The system did not say more nonsense, and directly said the task this time. Raising the Monkey King for a year? In 1 year, let Sun Wukong's combat power reach 100,000 points? It's so easy. So teach Monkey King, can I use the Spirit Time House 10 times the speed of time flow? Suge laughed. He knew that the task could be completed to a perfect degree. If he cultivates Sun Wukong to 200,000 combat power points in 1 year, then it will be a reward of double the number of copies. Moreover, if Sun Wukong soared to 300,000 combat power in 1 year, it would be another 3 times the mission reward. All in all, it's a welfare task. Of course, the premise is that the system allows Suge to use the Spirit Time House 10 times the time flow speed on Sun Wukong. In this case, Suge said not to mention the reward of tripling the task. Even if it was 10 times, he felt that he was secure. Nope. At present, the spiritual time house with 10 times the speed of time flow can only be used by you, and cannot be used by others. The system replied. Like this. Hearing this answer, Suge frowned. If Sun Wukong cannot use the Spirit Time House, then he will not be able to obtain high multiplier mission rewards. Therefore, reaching 100,000 combat power points in a year is actually quite easy to calculate. However, it is somewhat difficult to rise to 200,000 points. Well, reluctantly take it. Suge nodded and took the task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on the task of teaching Monkey King. Mission Introduction, let Sun Wukong reach 100,000 combat power points in 1 year. At present, Sun Wukong's combat power is 500 points. Mission Rewards, 50,000 experience points, 100,000 exchange points, a system will draw. With Suge's next task, one after another system prompts sounded in his mind. Hey? Is it so fat? When Suge heard the reward of this task, the light in his eyes suddenly flickered several times. 50,000 experience points, 100,000 exchange points, and a system wheel draw. This kind of task reward, logically speaking, should be a very difficult task. In Suje's view, this time the task is completely a welfare task, and logically speaking, it should not be so fat. Host, please try to teach Sun Wukong. After the system said this, there was no sound. Suje nodded, the task had been accepted. And 1 year was enough for him to complete the task, so he was not ready to go to Sun Wukong immediately. Entering the state of cultivation again, because he had no chance to flow 10 times the time flow speed of the spiritual time room, Suje directly began to use the gravity room to practice. But to be honest, with Suje's current strength, even 1,000-fold gravity chamber is not so effective for him. But there is no way, at present, he does not know what other good things can replace the 1,000-fold gravity chamber, so he can only use the gravity chamber as a practice. In cultivation, time always passes very quickly, and if you are not careful, 3 months have passed. On this day, Suje withdrew from cultivation, first sensing and finding Sun Wukong's qi, and then using the ability to teleportation to come to him. On a small island near Turtle Immortal Island, at this time, Sun Wukong, who was dressed in a martial arts uniform of the Turtle Immortal School, was fighting with a small bald head. Suje's breath was hidden by him, so Sun Wukong couldn't sense his breath. The two little guys clashed, it seemed that no one showed mercy, and their respective attacks were very strong. After watching for almost a few minutes, Suje, who was really bored, appeared and interrupted the discussion between the two. Brother Suje! Who are you, are you? Seeing Suje, Sun Wukong and the little bald head had different expressions. Suje smiled at little Gaku, and then looked at the little bald head. This kid is the little monk Klin. Suje recalled and calculated that this kid's age was 1 year older than Sun Wukong. In the early days of Dragon Ball, he was also a full-fledged color boy. In fact, his potential is indeed very good among the Earthlings. However, people are too timid and extremely indecisive. This can be said to make most Dragon Ball fans not like this little bald head very much. Not to mention, this kid also stepped on luck and married such a big beauty as number 18 Lazuli, which is simply even more annoying. Therefore, now Suje is not so cold to Klin. A faint glance at Klin, a slightly warning look and a slightly oppressive gaze made Klin's neck shrink, and he took several steps back in unconscious fear. In this regard, Suje was naturally very satisfied with this kid's appearance at the moment, smiled in his heart, and set his eyes on Sun Wukong again. After a few years, this kid has grown taller, but he looks no different from the early days of the original book, and he is still in the appearance of a little Gaku. Brother Suje, long time no see. Sun Wukong said hello to Suje excitedly, then stretched out his hand and fired a finger cannon into the distance. Thundered. The roar of the explosion sounded, and I saw a large stone directly shattered by his finger cannon. Seeing this scene, Klin's eyes widened on the side, his mouth opened wide, and a large amount of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead and back. Enlightenment. Gaku. How could you have such a powerful move? Klin has always felt that Gaku, who is a year younger than him, is physically tougher at most, and he didn't expect his attack lethality to be so terrifying. When I think about it, I often bully the simple little Wukong, and Klin really feels that he is bold enough, and he is enough to die. The update was sent, it was on the shelves early this morning, and there is still no chapter saved. So nervous, in short, at 0 o'clock I will try to send 5 chapters out, and then the next day during the day to release more. On the shelf, it must be 10 chapters to break out, I try to update a little more, it's really not enough, and the follow-up 6 more every day will be repaid to everyone. I hope you will see my sincerity and give me a first order. Please, everyone. Chapter 053. Hey? Do you mean finger cannons? When Sun Wukong heard Klin's words, he immediately scratched his head and laughed embarrassedly, and spoke, "This is what Brother Suje taught me, and my power in front of Brother Suje's finger cannon is completely a pediatric attack." He still remembered that when he was in the Flame Mountain, Suje was still in the position of raising the Flame Mountain to the ground with a single blow. That power, why not use the word horror to describe it? Although Sun Wukong now feels that the power of his finger cannon is much stronger than the previous 2 years, where can it compare to the kind of movement caused by Suje? In fact, logically speaking, Sun Wukong's strength is not weak, at least much stronger than that in the original work. However, Suje's hand impressed him too deeply, and in his opinion, it could not be compared. He taught you. Clinton set his gaze on Suje awkwardly. He couldn't imagine why this guy who looked so ordinary could make such a powerful move. Feeling Clin's gaze, Suje glanced at him indifferently. At Suje's gaze looked, and Clin twisted his head in a panic, for fear that this guy would unleash such a terrifying attack on himself. That Gaku, I still have something, I left first. Remembering that when he interrupted Suje and fought with Wukong before, his tone was slightly unkind, and a sudden fear rose in his heart, and when Suje did not speak, he hurriedly ran away. Seeing Clin, who ran away at great speed, Suje shook his head and smiled in his heart. Don't see that he is not very friendly to this kid, in fact, he is just a prank as a spectator in his previous life to scare him. Really let the current Suje do something hurtful to such a little guy, he really didn't have the cheek to pull down and make a move on Clin. This kid is quite interesting. Suje withdrew his gaze and smiled at Sun Wukong. Yes. The Clin people are super nice. It's also very good for me. Monkey King nodded affirmatively. Suje nodded, his eyes suddenly flashed, and while he stepped out, his hand was also stretched out. Boom! Not to mention, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is not high, but this reaction power is indeed fast. Suje's speed is not to say how fast, but people at the level of 1000 combat power are probably not easy to react. However, this little guy Gaku not only reacted, but even attacked with a backhand. This made Suje a little surprised and even found it very interesting. Brother Suje. Sun Wukong closed his hand and looked at Suje in surprise. Not bad, Gaku. Your reaction power is very fast. As Suje spoke, he suddenly struck again, this time, his speed was at the level of 2000 combat power. If this kid can still react, then Suje probably really wants to take another apprentice. This time, it may be that Suje's speed of shooting is too fast, and Sun Wukong doesn't have time to dodge if he fights back. Boom! In an instant, Suje's hand reached Sun Wukong's body and directly slapped him dozens of meters away. It's still a little worse. Seeing Sun Wukong's whole person flying out upside down, Suje shook his head. This kid's reaction power is indeed amazing, but the physical reaction is always not trained enough. Yay! Brother Suje is really hateful enough. While Suje was thinking, Sun Wukong, who was knocked and fell to the ground, slowly got up. And then looked at Suje who was tens of meters away with a depressed face, and complained helplessly. Suje's ear power was amazing, naturally he heard Xiao Wukong's complaint, and was just about to speak. Shout! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, followed by a black shadow flashing. Sun Wukong, this kid, is here. What? Sun Wukong's speed made Suje slightly stunned. Hey, hey! When the laughter sounded, Suje came back to his senses, but it was already a little late, and Sun Wukong's fist had already come to his face. Boom! Right in the middle, nose. Haha, brother Suje, you were also attacked by me. Really punched Suje, and Sun Wukong immediately laughed happily. It's beautiful. Just as Sun Wukong was laughing, Suje's voice sounded behind him, which made his face change, and without waiting for him to turn around, Suozhe flicked his fingers and directly flew Sun Wukong out. Looking at the Monkey King who flew out, Suozhe had an interesting smile on the corner of his mouth. Sun Wukong's reaction power is okay, but this speed really surprised him. Just now, if he hadn't used a small skill substitute technique, then he might have really been punched by Sun Wukong. Soon, Sun Wukong, who flew out upside down, returned with a yellow somersault cloud. "Brother Suozhe, you are still too strong." This little guy's face was full of adoration. You know, now his strength is much stronger than that of the turtle immortals. So far, even if the Vic Great Demon King appears, it is definitely not Sun Wukong's opponent. Not to mention, now Suozhe is about to prepare for a devilish training on Sun Wukong. It can be imagined that after 9 months, Sun Wukong's strength should skyrocket. For a while, Suozhe was really looking forward to it. In the original work, whether it is the initial or subsequent plots, Sun Wukong has suffered hardships to gain strong combat power. Now, after Suozhe cultivates, perhaps this kid's experience will be very flat, the only tribulation. Suozhe thought about it, the only tribulation for this kid was probably that he would face his hellish training. Next, Suozhe told Sun Wukong about his training, and the latter was naturally very excited about this. The training, also 3 days later, officially began. Time, day by day. 1 month passed quickly, 2 months passed quickly, and 3 months passed quickly. If you don't pay attention, 9 months will pass. On this day, inside the Bun Mountain, Suozhe looked at Sun Wukong, who was in an explosive state in front of him, and a gratifying smile appeared on his face. This kid, after half a year, finally controlled the primary level explosive state. His normal combat strength has long exceeded 100,000 points and reached 110,000 combat effectiveness. Now, the combat power of the Monkey King in the explosive state is about 220,000 combat power. Explosive state, twice the increase in combat effectiveness. In this regard, Suozhe felt that it was still very formal. After all, Sun Wukong's explosive state at this time is the primary explosive state. Having twice the increase in combat effectiveness is actually a very powerful means. 220,000 combat strength. Suozhe couldn't stop shaking his head in his heart. Now Sun Wukong is only 15 years old and has already reached such a terrifying level. This future achievement is really unimaginable. You know, at the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z plot, Goku after growing up was not so powerful, and with the subsequent growth and Suozhe's training, it is conceivable that the future of this little guy must be stronger than him in the original book. It's really exciting. Suozhe looked at Sun Wukong's familiar little face, let out a long sigh of relief, and his face also showed an expectant look. Update sent, ask for a subscription for 6 PM in advance. By the way, please subscribe automatically at that time, because this thing seems to be updated instantly, and everyone can see the updated chapter immediately, which is a good thing. Chapter 054. After the task was completed, Suozhe naturally received the task reward. After careful calculation, this time the task should be considered super perfect for him, and it is only natural that he received double the mission reward. 100,000 experience points, 200,000 redemption points, 2 system wheel lottery opportunities. Suozhe, who left Bunza Mountain, returned to the small apartment where he lived, and he had not upgraded for a while, because he was basically cultivating except for cultivation, and naturally there was no other time to upgrade. Therefore, a few years ago, he was at level 30, and then upgraded 2 levels, but now he is stuck here in level 30 for most of the year or even nearly a year. Now, he has completed this task and obtained 100,000 experience points, which allowed him to finally directly upgrade to a level, and then successfully received a gold level gift package at random. In this regard, Suozhe was naturally very happy in his heart. System, first help me open that gold level gift package, after opening, just put the things in the system wrapping space. Suja came to the sofa and sat down. He didn't have much interest in the gold level gift bag. Because he was attracted by the opportunity of the system turntable lottery. He glanced at the introduction of this thing, because the contents of this turntable were platinum level gift packs at the bottom, 300,000 experience points, and good things above 500,000 exchange points. Two opportunities, not to be missed. Compared to that gold level upgrade package, his focus is naturally on the lottery. Take a lottery! Suja shouted in his heart. Soon, as his voice fell, a large turntable appeared in front of his eyes, with a small pointer in the center of the turntable. Lottery! Suja shouted again, and saw that the big turntable in front of him began to rotate, and the small pointer in the center also rotated. After more than 10 seconds, Suja saw that the little pointer slowly stopped, and when he felt that he wanted to stop, the small pointer slid for another 2 or 3 seconds, and finally stopped completely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a diamond raffle pack. The system's prompt sounded, and this news made Suja's eyes widen. What level of package? Suja couldn't believe that his luck was so against the sky. Back to the host, diamond level raffle package. The system replied. Hiss. Groove. Once again affirmed, Suja gasped for air, and while he couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth. Diamond. Not gold, not platinum. This is a diamond level pack. Moreover, it is also a gift package of the highest level he has obtained in so many years. He vaguely remembered that at one point he randomly received a platinum level package. That platinum level gift package first produced 800,000 exchange points, and then countless practical small skills. Stuff, that's all. It doesn't seem to be very fat, but don't forget that he went directly out of the 800,000 exchange point. This stuff is very valuable. Just as he was able to completely fuse his 3 bloodlines, it was precisely by relying on these 800,000 exchange points to fuse several times, which led to his achievements today. Moreover, that platinum level package, according to the system, is still in the platinum level package, which is considered an inferior package. From this, it is not difficult to imagine how fat this diamond level gift bag in his hand should be now. Even if it is the most garbage in the diamond package, it is definitely much fatter than the fattest gift bag in platinum. Calm, calm. Suja took a deep breath, and then let out another breath, with a smile on his face. Good stuff, of course, has to be kept for the last opening. Now, he has one more chance. This time the lottery opportunity, his intuition told him, will definitely give him something better to come out. Keep drawing the lottery. Suja now has the kind of expectation of a gambler, but in fact, he is not a gamble, because it is the lottery he deserves. Not to mention, this kind of lottery simply cannot be drawn in any other way. If he could, Suja said that whenever he reached the bottom limit of the lottery, he would probably choose to come to the first shot. The large turntable turned again, even the small hand in the center. This time, it took a full minute or so, and at the same time, it also made Suja look forward to it for a while. At this time, the turntable and the small pointer rotated much slower, gliding for a few seconds like the first time before stopping completely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 300,000 experience points. When the lottery results came out, a systematic prompt sounded in Suja's mind. Only 300,000 experience points. Hearing this, Suja showed a speechless expression on his face. 300,000 experience points sounds great, and it can allow him to upgrade 3 levels, from level 33 directly to level 36. At the same time, you can also receive 3 upgrade packs at random. However, in Suja's opinion, there will definitely be no platinum or upper level packages in these 3 upgrade packages. Without him, it's just a man's intuition. Does the host choose to randomly draw 3 upgrade packs? At this time, the voice of the system once again appeared in Suje's mind. Let's take it. Suje yawned, not caring too much, and then his mind sank into the system wrapping space, and he began to check what the gold level gift package opened before. 1000 delicious beans, super fairy beans, 10,000 fairy beans, 00 total 50,000 experience points, 00 total 20,000 exchange points. There are very few things, all the things that deserve Suje's attention were read out by him. This gold level gift bag is not fat, but it is not too rubbish, it can only be regarded as reluctant. Well, it's okay. Suje shrugged his shoulders and was just about to take his mind out of the system wrapping space. At this moment, 3 gift bags suddenly fell from the sky and then fell into the system wrapping space. Dark gold 1, dark white gold 2. Hiss. Something fell. Suje naturally saw it for the first time, and he also noticed the color of the 3 gift bags, which immediately made him gasp again. 1 gold, 2 white gold. It is not difficult to guess, this is a gold level gift package and 2 platinum level gifts. However, this is dark gold and dark white gold. Suje, who has opened a variety of the fattest gift bags at a certain level, has experience. Often the color of this gift bag is darker, then it means that this gift bag is a very fat gift bag in its level. However, now he was ready to open that diamond level package. He wanted to see how fat this level of gift bag really was. Update sent, change my mind in advance, want everyone to watch a little cooler, put it on the shelves in advance, release all my saved manuscripts. I got up in the morning to code word, and now I have 2 chapters on hand. Everything is laid down, the subsequent plot will definitely become more and more exciting. Everyone, remember to give an automatic subscription please. Chapter 055. Suje had a total of 4 gift bags, 1 gold, 2 platinum gold, and 1 diamond. Among them, gold and 2 platinum packs are considered the fattest in its level. Not to mention, he also has a diamond level gift bag in his hand. So rich. There was never a moment when Suje felt that there would be a moment of wealth. The gold and those 2 platinums are placed in the system wrapping space first. System, now open this diamond level gift package for me. Suje was fiery, and he wanted to see how fat this diamond level gift bag in his hand would be. Okay, host. The system responded. Suje's eyes widened, staring expectantly at a large frame in front of him. He found that opening the diamond level gift package was really different, and a large frame would appear in front of him. In the past, where would there be such treatment? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening a diamond raffle pack. The sound of the system soon sounded. Suje stared at the big frame in front of him, and saw something refreshing inside the big frame. He glanced over one by one. Super Scion 4-minute experience card X1, the first stage of free extreme comprehension X1, 1 million exchange points. Super Fairy Beans X5000, Fairy Beans X10,000. Too much, too many things. When this diamond level gift bag was opened, Suje found that the large frame in front of him was divided into several small frames, and there were more than a dozen grids in each small frame. And each of these grids contained one or several things, which made Suje's eyes almost spent. It's so fat. Heavenly fat that cannot be described in words. My luck is probably too good. Suje took a deep breath, and he found that he really fell in love with this feeling of opening the sky fat gift. Even, he somewhat regretted why he opened this diamond level gift package first. With today's diamond level package, he felt that if he opened the gold platinum package in the future, even if it was fat, the pleasure would probably be too much smaller. All in all, today Suje can be regarded as cutting a large wave of leaks, and now his heart is simply not too beautiful. You know, he also has a gold gift bag and 2 platinum gift bags in his hand. Moreover, these 3 packages must belong to the kind of very fat package. He believed that these 3 gift packages would definitely be able to give him again. Ah! You can't milk yourself, and you'll be done with the milk. Suji hurriedly babbled twice. Today's mouth is completely saying something that doesn't work, so he feels that he still can't milk himself in advance today. Without thinking about it much, Suji collected his excited little emotions and began to watch the good things he had obtained. Super Saiyan 4-minute experience card X1, transform into Super Saiyan 4 and get a 4000 times increase in combat power. The first stage of free extreme comprehension, comprehend the first stage of free extreme work, combat adaptability is improved, reaction ability is improved, speed adaptation is improved. Note, fitness relative to host strength. It can be said that this is the best thing in this diamond gift bag. Suji glanced at it, and his heart that had just calmed down suddenly became hot again. Let's not talk about the first stage of the free extreme skill, let's say that 10-minute Super Saiyan 4 experience card, 4000 times the normal combat effectiveness increase. What is the concept? You know, now his normal combat effectiveness is about 150 million, and the increase in combat effectiveness of 4000 times is down. What kind of combat effectiveness should his combat effectiveness reach? Suji blinked, thought for a second, and came to a conclusion. 600 billion. Transform into Super Saiyan 4 and he will have 600 billion combat power. This is still the Super Saiyan 4 that he currently transforms underneath. If he waited for a while, waited for himself to be stronger, and then used this experience card, how powerful would his combat power be? Although, it was only 10 minutes. However, within 10 minutes, with his sky-breaking combat power, how many people in the entire 7th universe were his opponents? Before the advent of the Beerus chapter, I was an absolutely invincible existence in the world. Suji grinned. Now, this whole card of his is really big and terrifying. In the following days, Suji inevitably had some salted fish. 4 years passed quickly. In the year 756, on May 6, Suji and Bulma flew all the way from the western capital towards the east. There is another day, which is the day when the 23rd First Martial Arts Conference of the world begins. If it weren't for Bulma's desire to participate in this martial arts conference, Suji would definitely not go to such a small occasion. The flight speed of the two was not slow, and in less than 20 minutes, they had already arrived at the gate of the venue of the world's first martial arts conference. As soon as the two arrived, the sky began to drizzle. After a while, a group of people talked and laughed and came to the gate of the venue of the world's first martial arts conference. Hey? Is that Mr. Sahi and Bulma? The group of people were all holding umbrellas, and the bald head walking in the front saw Suji and Bulma, and immediately exclaimed, "Yikes!" Hearing the words of this bald head, the rest of the people hurriedly took away the umbrella they were holding, and then looked towards Suji and Bulma, and their eyes lit up one after another, and they also came up to say hello. "Hello everyone!" Bulma greeted everyone with a smile. Suji did not speak, but also smiled and nodded to everyone, which can be regarded as a greeting. It's not that he looks down on the turtle immortals, but in recent years because the invisible pressure he has given them is quite great, and he is really enthusiastic, I am afraid that it will really make them feel a little flattered. Over time, Suji also gradually got used to the indifference he should make when facing the turtle immortals. What about Goku? Shouldn't that kid be in the celestial realm? Klin scanned the surroundings, never saw Sun Wukong, and suddenly grinned. This time the world's first martial arts conference, I must let him see the results of my efforts. Just like in the original book, the early characters who should appear at this moment have been integrated into the small team dominated by Sun Wukong. Tianjin rice, Yamu tea, puer, dumplings, these guys have already been worshipped under the door of the turtle immortals. At this time, hearing Klin's words, several people in Tianjin suddenly burst out laughing. They understood the strength of Sun Wukong. At the beginning, the Tianjin rice people were quite combative, but with more and more exchanges and encounters. They completely understood that the distance between them and this perverted guy was completely unknown where they were pulled. Here it comes. Just when everyone was laughing, Suje's eyes suddenly lit up, turned his head to look in a direction, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hearing Suje's words, everyone turned their heads to look, and at this time, a person with an umbrella slowly walked over. "Is that Gaku?" Clin spoke again, a little incredulous. "He is a year younger than me, how could he suddenly grow so tall?" The person holding the umbrella who walked towards them looked at least 1 meter 8 meters tall. In fact, whether it was Clin or the turtle immortal, in their impression, Sun Wukong was still the cute little monkey who would show an iron-like smile. Yay! The rain has stopped. Just as everyone was speculating, the voice of the person who had come in front of everyone sounded, and then he was seen take the umbrella away, revealing his appearance. "Hello everyone, meet again." This handsome young man greeted everyone with a smile, then turned his head to look at Sujet and Bulma, and smiled, "Brother Sujet, hello Bulma. Long time no see." Sujet smiled slightly. Now the white cloth on Sun Wukong's head has not yet retreated, and he sees that the turtle immortals and others are all confused. Obviously they don't recognize the Monkey King after growing up. Is he really Gaku? Clin still couldn't believe it, and the finger Sun Wukong was surprised. "Oh! I forgot, I haven't taken my bandana off yet." Sun Wukong glared at his eyes for a moment, and then manipulated his head, and then looked at Clin, and suddenly said, "You are Clin, but why do I feel that you are short?" "Gaku? What a Gaku!" After the white cloth on Sun Wukong's head was removed, his familiar hair and incomparably familiar facial features suddenly made everyone connect him with the face of Wukong in his memory, and shouted one after another. However, there is only one very unhappy at the moment, and that is Clin. Ding! When Sujet was immersed in the remembrance of everyone gathering at this moment, a crisp system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. This chapter is very multi-word, big chapter. If you can see this, you should also think that this book is quite palatable, right? So, I very much hope that you will support the first order. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 056. Ding! Publish the mission now. Mission Introduction: Kill the resurrected Frisia who has returned. Mission Rewards: 1 Spear Robot House, 1 Spirit Time House Advanced Card. A series of system prompts sounded in Sujet's mind, making him stunned in place. Frisia resurrected. After a few seconds, Sujet came back to his senses, his heart suddenly jumped, and he hurriedly asked in his heart, "System, what's going on? This guy, why did he appear now?" He felt that something was wrong, not to mention that Frisia had been killed by him once before. Let's just say that this is still the time period of the first plot of Dragon Ball, and Frisia actually appeared so many years in advance. Host, the resurrected Frisia is only looking for your trouble, you can see it as a butterfly effect because of you. The system gives an answer. Hearing this, Sujet's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Frisia who has returned from the resurrection. Can I transform into the golden form?" He was very curious. If the resurrected Frisia knew how to transform in the golden form, then it would be very tricky for him at this stage. Because, the gold-like Frisia can also be beaten with Super Saiyan Blue. The level of Super Saiyan Blue can no longer be described with clear combat effectiveness. Sujet remembered a Dragon Ball Super combat power post he had read in his previous life, that is, counting the most powerful VES power in the 7th universe as 12 and Beerus as 10. And the Super Saiyan Red Monkey King with the strength of 6% of Beerus is 6, and the Super Saiyan Blue is 1 point higher than him in the red form, then it is 7. In other words, no matter how weak Super Saiyan Blue is in the Dragon Ball Super that collapsed in the later stage, it also has the 70% strength of Beerus. Therefore, the golden form of Frisia, even if he does not have Beerus's 70% strength, then his 60% strength should still be there. So far, Suge has calculated that his final combat effectiveness index can only dominate the Majin Buu chapter in the previous episodes of Dragon Ball Chao at most, so if he really encounters Frisia in golden form, there is no need to think about it at all. He definitely cannot be the opponent of Frisia in gold form. Host, the resurrected Frisia does not control the golden form. The system quickly gave an answer. Well, Suge felt that something was wrong, because he always felt that the system's words had not yet spoken. But he controls a silver form that did not appear in the original book. Sure enough, the system paused for 2 or 3 seconds before speaking again. Silver form. What the hell is that? Suge's brows furrowed. It sounded that this silver form was naturally not as powerful as the gold form. However, it is always different from the form in the original book, and he has never heard of this Frisia silver form in any fanfiction. This made him feel a little strange. Host, Frisia's silver form is a small form located between the golden form and the final stage of his 4th form. Soon Suge got a systematic reply. Hearing this, Suge's eyes rose again, and he asked in a low voice, in that case, how much is the combat power of Frisia in silver form? Host, the combat power of the first stage of the silver form is 3. The system continues to reply. Suge paid attention. And it was the first stage of Frisia's silver form. What does this indicate? Very obvious. Frisia's silver form, maybe a 2nd form, a 3rd form, or the final silver form. Good guy, it's worthy of the Dragon Ball universe world. This Nima is doing some strange things out. Suge was slightly speechless. In general, Frisia, who had returned from the resurrection of 30 billion combat power, categorically could not cause him any harm. However, he was quite curious about how the plot of the follow-up Nemesis should be completed. Thinking of this, Suge asked again, but this time the system did not give him any reminder, and directly fell silent and stopped talking. At the same time, Suge also found that he had quietly taken over the task of killing the resurrected Frisia who had returned. Okay, there is no time limit for reading the mission description, maybe this guy is trying to find me now. Suge glanced at it casually and found that there was no fixed deadline for this task, and he didn't care too much about it in his heart. After that, he followed Bulma and the others into the venue of the world's first martial arts conference. This time he was not prepared to participate, so he wandered around waiting for their registration to succeed. Soon, in about 5 or 6 minutes, after everyone who participated in the martial arts conference this time successfully registered, a group of people gathered again. I propose, let's have a meal together. Sun Wukong, this guy is a foodie. In the heavenly realm, what he eats is all fairy beans, there is no taste at all. Finally returned to the nether realm, he naturally wants to eat a delicious meal. Suge, who was also a foodie, naturally would not refuse this kind of proposal, and he pulled Bulma in private, who naturally understood the meaning of his own man and stood up and organized it directly. Whether it is Bulma or Suge, both belong to the particularly rich kind. After all, Suge has obtained too much new scientific and technological knowledge, and after passing it to Dr. Brive, the two sides cooperate from time to time and achieve a win-win situation, so Suge naturally does not lack money. Not to mention, Dr. Brive's daughters are already Suge's women. Soon, a group of people went straight to a large restaurant nearby. This time the party was not bad, at least everyone was chatting very happily, and the interesting stories from childhood sent this small party to the climax. Hey! When did Mr. Sahi and Bulma get married? At this moment, Klin, who had drunk a lot of alcohol, began to grow bold, staring at Suge and Bulma and asking questions with a bad smile. As soon as Klin's words came out, the audience was silent, and no one spoke for the first time, and one by one they secretly looked at Bulma and Suge. Hey! It's quite an awkward atmosphere. Suge was very indifferent. He picked up a small wine glass in front of him and said with a smile, "Bulma and I have been together for more than 10 years, she wants to marry, I will marry." In reality, the two have naturally not been together for more than 10 years, plus the time in the time house, the two have really been together for more than 10 years. If she wants to marry, I will marry. These are just 6 simple words, but they sound very heavy to everyone's ears. It's not that the topic is heavy, but Suge's promise, which is very heavy. Marry. How to marry? Carefully calculate. This year's Monkey King is 19 years old, Bulma is 4 years older than him, then she is 23 years old. In this world, 23-year-old Bulma is indeed a super old leftover girl. Ha ha ha. Applause and laughter rang out at the same time, which made Ben's suddenly somewhat stiff atmosphere instantly cheerful. Suge and Bulma looked at each other and both smiled. The party continued to go on, and at this moment, there was a sudden sound of smashing things outside the door of the private room, which made Sun Wukong's brows furrow on the side. What's wrong? Klin, who was sitting next to Sun Wukong, saw that his expression was not right, and asked in a low voice. There's a lot like. The breath of the great demon king of Vic flashed outside the door just now. Sun Wukong frowned and whispered, if you think about it, this guy should also appear at the world's first martial arts conference. Because, he want to kill me. The grudge between Vic and Sun Wukong was understood by everyone present. However, they also understood that they and others could not intervene, so they all fell silent. I'll go out and see, you guys eat first. Sun Wukong got up and walked out of the private room. Suge drank a glass of wine, got up as well, and said with a smile, I also go out to breathe, Bulma, I will be back soon. Good. Bulma understood that Suge had something to do, so she nodded very obediently and did not say to go out with him. Suge nodded and walked out of the private room with Sun Wukong's hind feet. All the way to follow, soon out of this big restaurant, to the end of the street, Suge and Sun Wukong got up at the same time, flew all the way east, and finally the two stopped on a small island one after the other. Brother Suge, there is such a strong evil aura on this island. Sun Wukong's voice sounded, and he was not surprised by Suge's follow. The second one is sent on, ask for an automatic subscription. Looking forward to an automatic subscription. When you reach 10, one more chapter will be added. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 057. Well, I feel it. Suge was also not surprised that Sun Wukong perceived him, because he did not hide his breath at all, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to detect his tracking with Sun Wukong's perception. Strange, the evil aura that resembles the great demon king of Vic disappeared after arriving on this island. Sun Wukong frowned and scanned the surroundings. He had been in the celestial realm for a long time, and he had doubled his perception ability for some kind of evil aura. Much like the great demon of Bike. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Suge shook his head and smiled in his heart. If it is really the breath of the great demon king of Bike, where will Suge choose to follow? After all, with the combat power of Sun Wukong now, it definitely belongs to the ranks of super masters. A little Bike, even if he has too much strength beyond the original work, he will definitely not be a pervert level Monkey King opponent. The evil aura that Sun Wukong sensed just now, Suge also sensed it. If it weren't for his higher perception, I'm afraid he would also feel that this was the breath of Bike. However, after Suge carefully sensed it, he found out. It's not that the breath he perceives now is similar to that of the Vic Great Devil, but the breath of the Vic Great Demon is similar to this guy. These two sentences seem to have the same meaning, but in fact, smart people understand that it should be said that the evil aura of the great demon king of Vic is actually inherited from the current guy's magic path. In other words, this mysterious guy who has appeared at present, that is the real old devil. I can't feel it for the time being. Suge scanned the surroundings and increased his perception for sensing. However, except for the two of them, there were only some mountain beasts left on the entire island, and there were no other creatures. This made Suge a little strange at the same time, and at the same time, an interesting feeling rose in his heart. He knew that whether it was the seventh universe or other universes, in each universe, there was not only a god realm, but also a demon realm. Therefore, Suge guessed that perhaps this island was connected to the mysterious entrance to the demon realm. If this world was really all the settings of the original Dragon Ball anime that Suge had seen in his previous life, he would naturally not think much about it. However, there are so many strange things in this Dragon Ball world that he has to think of something else. Brother Suge, can't you sense the existence of that guy either? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked solemnly. In his eyes, Suge is the real god. Moreover, in his opinion, there is nothing in this world that his eldest brother Suge can't see. Well, I didn't sense it either. Suge nodded. He didn't care too much. Since Sun Wukong didn't meet that mysterious demon world master alone, then he didn't have to take the initiative to look for this guy. In his mind, it should appear, Suge felt that this guy would definitely appear on the earth again one day. Okay. Sun Wukong was a little unwilling to perceive the entire island again, and in the end, he still didn't perceive anything, which made him still a little frustrated. After all, in his senses, this is an incomparably pure evil existence, and if he is not cleaned up in time, then there will be endless troubles. Gaku. I haven't seen you for many years, presumably your strength is also improving by leaps and bounds, let me see how your strength is. Since a relatively wide battle area had arrived, Suge naturally would not waste this good opportunity, and he wanted to personally confirm Sun Wukong's cultivation achievements in the past few years. Hearing Suge's words, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly burst into a flash. In recent years, he has worked extremely hard just to make himself stronger, and the main reason is to try to catch up with the footsteps of this big brother Suge. He didn't want to be able to surpass Suge in a moment, but in general, he kept running after his back, and Sun Wukong was also very satisfied. Now, Suge took the initiative to discuss, and he was naturally very excited. Please. Immediately, Sun Wukong was ready for battle, flew back tens of meters away, and then bowed deeply to Suge. You don't need so many gifts. Suge chuckled and shook his head, suppressing his strength, and he stepped out. Shout. Even if Suge suppressed his strength too much, he took this step, and the speed was definitely not something that ordinary people could keep up with. In an instant, Suge arrived in front of Sun Wukong, who was tens of meters away. A punch seemed to be blown out softly. What a speed! Arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong's heart jumped. Fortunately, his reaction power and speed were very fast, sideways to avoid Suge's fist, and the punch also slammed out. Bang! Suge naturally couldn't be hit by him, and at the same time turned sideways and punched Sun Wukong, and the powerful impact made both of them retreat more than 10 meters away. Drink! Stepping back more than 10 meters away, the two stabilized themselves at the same time, and then burst into a loud shout, and once again clenched their fists and rushed up. Ah! Compared to Sun Wukong's roar, Suge was much more bland, and although he used his fists, he didn't use too much strength at all. You know, with the power of Suge now, not to mention the use of Super Saiyan 1, it is the most ordinary normal power, which is definitely not something that Sun Wukong can bear. At present, Suge's strength is at most 0.000000% of his normal combat strength. 1. That's it, Suge, who has suppressed too much power, is still not something that Sun Wukong can compete with. 10 seconds later, Suge was a little more serious and directly knocked Sun Wukong unconscious with one punch. In this regard, Suge has almost learned the final combat power value of Sun Wukong. Normal 1 million points of combat effectiveness, explosive state, more than 2.5 million points of combat effectiveness. More than 2.5 million points of combat power is just a weak ant in Suje's eyes, but for everyone on the earth at the current stage, it is the contrast between heavenly gods and mortals. Coming to the fainted Monkey King, Suje slowly squatted down and took out a delicious bean from the system space and stuffed it into his mouth. After a while, Sun Wukong quickly woke up. "Brother Suje, your strength is probably too unfathomable." Sun Wukong jumped up alive again, but when he remembered that he could not force Sujeduo's strength to come out with all his strength, he inevitably felt a little disappointed in his heart. "As long as you practice harder, you can become stronger and stronger." Suje smiled slightly and gave Sun Wukong a bowl of chicken soup. "I will." Sun Wukong, who was a little disappointed, heard Suje's words. His eyes were instantly full of fighting spirit, and then he raised his head and clenched his fists and roared, "One day, I must catch up with brother Suje." Looking at the scrappy Sun Wukong, Suje had a light smile on the corner of his mouth. To be honest, it was very difficult for him to catch up. Because, it's not just Sun Wukong who is practicing hard and has been improving. Suje is also practicing hard, and he is even more terrifying than Sun Wukong's progress. It is true that Sun Wukong is called the Hanging King in the Dragon Ball world, but why is Suje not a Hanging King? In comparison, Suje's hanging is higher, so even if he is called the King of Hanging Kings, it is not excessive at all. Next, the two did not waste much time on this small island, and quickly flew all the way back to the large restaurant where they were before. Originally, Bulma and the others had already eaten almost the same, but they were eaten alive by the delicious beans taken out by Suje. The second half of the game lasted almost 2 hours before it ended, after which a group of people each looked for a hotel to stay in. The next day came quickly, and in the morning Sahi and Bulma woke up from their sleep at the same time. "Good morning, husband." Bulma squinted at Suje, who was looking at him, with a pair of beautiful big eyes, and smiled and shouted out the title he wanted to shout the most in many years. "Good morning, my Bulma." Suje looked at Bulma tenderly, not because he didn't want to call his wife, but because Bulma liked him to call her name. "Mua." Bulma sent a good morning kiss, and after her lips parted, the two looked at each other and smiled, then got up and started dressing. For both Suje and Bulma, happiness is so simple. The first one to open your eyes every morning is you, and that's enough. It is also true that although the two have never taken the last step between their lovers, they have still been in love for so many years. A little sprinkle of dog food at the end of the chapter. Ask for automatic subscriptions and subscriptions. There are 10 automatic subscriptions and I will add one more chapter. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 058. Inside the venue of the world's first martial arts conference, Suje followed Bulma and other participants into it. This morning is the tryouts, and the quarter-finalists are selected to take a break of up to an hour before continuing the quarter-finals. Suje glanced around. This time the number of people participating in the world's first martial arts conference was not too much. Because he was extremely bored, he instead counted the number of people present, a total of 72 people. "The tryouts are too simple, I feel that it should all be our civil war." On the side, Klin was ranked low because of the competition, and he ran over and laughed happily after watching several fights in the ring. Hearing this, Suje shook his head and smiled in his heart. In the original book, the quarterfinals are Momo Bibai vs Tianjin Rice, Kiki vs Gaku, Vic vs Klin, and Tenjin vs Yamcha. Now this world naturally cannot be the characters in the original work, and there is no need to say more, and he must have been killed by Gaku a long time ago. And the God of Heaven, in the original work, he was worried about the existence of the newborn bike, so this came to the nether. Now that Sun Wukong's strength is so terrifying, he naturally won't worry about what damage the newborn Vic will cause to the earth. However, the specific 8 finalists, this life Suja is not good to guess anything. In short, Bulma can definitely occupy a place. Of course, the premise is that Bulma did not meet the kid Sun Wukong during the trials, otherwise in Suja's mind, participating in this level of combat power with Bulma's 30,000 points of combat power would be a crushing victory. Soon, the crowd's tryouts began. Suja scanned around one by one and found that none of them had any pressure, and finally, he came to a corner of the ring. In the ring was a green-skinned guy, none other than the newborn Bike. This guy is completely a poker face, looking indifferently at the opponent opposite him. Suja glanced at this newborn Vic twice. As one of the Tsundere twin stars in the Z-Warrior, he has not yet revealed his slightly arrogant side. Thinking about it, Suja shook his head and laughed. To be honest, this guy Vic started with Dragon Ball Z, and he is completely the nanny of the Sun family. After 2 more glances, Suja came to Bulma's ring, and she fought against a petite woman. At a glance, he could see through this woman's combat power was only 100 points. How could this be Bulma's opponent? 3 seconds, just 3 seconds Bulma defeated the woman. Husband, I'm amazing. Announcing the victory, Bulma jumped directly off the ring and ran to Suja's side, hooked her lover's arm, and then clinged to him. Great! Suja reached out and touched Bulma's head and smiled. Don't look at Bulma is already 23 years old, but in front of Suja, she is still the little girl when she first met. Not to mention, Bulma was eternally young, and her appearance was frozen in the appearance of a girl at the age of 16 or 17. After the two showed their affection in public, Sun Wukong and they also solved the battle and began to gather one by one. I guess I won't continue for the time being, right? Suja glanced around and found that many rings had also solved the battle, and he was suddenly stunned, and secretly said in his heart, strange. How come these passers-by began to violently one by one? It's too fast, and the tryouts will continue. Sun Wukong knew more. After all, he had participated in the world's first martial arts conference 3 times, and he explained softly, this time the selection competition has a lot fewer people than the last 2, and even I suspect that we have to continue the quarterfinals after the trials. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, everyone nodded. Suja wanted to continue watching, but unexpectedly, in his senses, Xi's breath made his eyes light up, and he spoke, I went out to breathe. As he spoke, Suja smiled at Bulma and teleported away. At this time, the Eastern Sea area was over a small island. This is the Earth. A man who was at least 1 meter 8 meters tall scanned the surroundings, and the corners of his mouth hooked a hint of expectation. Shout! A sound of breaking air sounded. Division! The man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he just opened his mouth to shout a word. Rumble! Before he finished shouting, a Qigong cannon was fired directly at him. Bang! The man's reaction was very fast, and he raised his hand to directly blast a finger cannon at the Qigong cannon fired at him, and the explosion sounded in midair. Reg! Suja's figure appeared, looking at the man in the sky opposite with a smile. Master! This man was Reg. He saw Suja, his face was full of excitement, he hurriedly bowed deeply, and then raised his head and said excitedly, Reg misses Master so much. Haha, let me see the results of your practice over the years. Remember, I need your full commitment. After saying this, Suja stepped forward, his combat power was too strong, and fighting in a normal state was definitely not something that ordinary people could compete with. He got Reg's combat power at the moment from the system, the normal state is 3 million, and in the Super Saiyan 1 state transformed from the blood of the Teiku Saiyan, he has a combat power of 150 million. But in fact, Suja knew that the final combat power value of this kid was definitely not as simple as 150 million combat power. Overall, Suja is still very pleased that Reg can transform into Super Saiyan 1 by himself. In a sense, the growth of the Teiku Saiyans may indeed be much stronger than the bloodline of ordinary Saiyans. Thinking of this, Suge couldn't help but think of Broly, who was dialed by him at that time. This little guy is his disciple, but in fact, he is not a disciple. If you really calculate carefully, I'm afraid that the current Broly should be even stronger than Reg of the Taku Scion bloodline. After all, in the original book, Broly was around 65 billion combat power when he first appeared. The second time is at 800 or 90 billion, and at this point, that is his peak. As for the theatrical version of the new Broly after the follow-up Dragon Ball Super, Suge doesn't know much, and he feels that for now, maybe the one he ordered is the old version of Broly. Wait. Thinking of this, Suge suddenly had a flash of light, and a very incredible idea rose in his heart. That is, the Dragon Ball world he is in is the Dragon Ball Universe world, maybe there is still Dragon Ball GT space-time. Even, there will be a new theatrical version of Broly's plot. Thinking of this, Suge's eyes suddenly narrowed. If it's really what he thinks, then the follow-up plot combat power is absolutely hanging. I'm really looking forward to it. The corners of Suge's mouth hooked a hint of arc. With his current progress rate, he might really be able to fight very happily at that time. Drink. As Suge thought about it, Reg on the opposite side suddenly burst into a roar, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and powerful combat power burst out. Reg's transformation brought Suge back from his thoughts. He looked straight and raised his eyebrows when he saw Reg's transformation form. Black and yellow hair, Reg, who was originally said to have short hair, now has much longer hair, and there is a small trace of electric light next to the golden aura rising around this kid. Is this Super Saiyan 1's ultra full power state? Suge was a little surprised. Logically speaking, only in the state of being infinitely close to Super Saiyan 2, the chi carried by that person may have a little electric light. And now, Reg's transformation has an electric light, which makes Suge feel a little strange. No, in the ultra full power state, the multiplier increase in the combat power of the Scions varies from person to person, but at least there must be an increase of 60 times. Suge thought for a moment and shook his head again. Master! You be careful! Reg's burst of cheers sounded, and then flew in front of him instantly when Suge was slightly distracted. Reg punched him and blasted out. The fist has a fiery red chi, this is a punch with the attribute of chi. Suge, who suddenly came back to his senses, felt a blazing feeling on his face, and his heart was shocked. Subscription please. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 059. As we all know, the chi of people in the Dragon Ball world does not have attributes. If you really want to calculate it, in fact, the god of destruction may be said to have the attribute of destruction. In addition, Suge thought for a while, it seemed that no one really existed anymore. Now, this kid Reg actually has a fire attribute and has a burn effect. This indeed surprised Suge. Reg, you're gas. Suge, who had completely come to his senses, naturally easily dodged Reg's punch, and he asked in surprise, how does your chi possess attributes? Hearing Suge's question, Reg was first stunned, then gathered his powerful aura, stood in front of his master, scratched his head, a confused look flashed on his face, organized the language, and then spoke. If I'm not mistaken, it was after I killed a fire-breathing beast 2 years ago, and after eating its flesh and blood, I found that my chi had a burning effect. As soon as these words came out, Suge raised his eyebrows. To be honest, this kind of opportunity is simply not too big. You know, between masters, there are so many combat moves. Now that Reg's attack with a burn effect is hidden, how great should that be? Perhaps in the eyes of others, this is a trick, and it may feel very humble. But victory is the key to fighting. Win, even if you use some means. Not to mention, in Suge's opinion, chi has attributes. Where is it a trick? This is a serious and powerful means. Not bad, it seems that you have a unique chance. Suge nodded and laughed, hooked his finger at Reg, and spoke, "However, your strength is still not enough, burst all your strength, let me see the results of your cultivation." He knew that although Reg's aura was powerful at the moment, it was definitely not his strongest posture. Good. Reg's face became serious, and he burst out again, and his momentum soared again. Rumble. The fiery red chi fused with the golden yellow chi with a slight electric light, turning golden red, and the aura around Reg at this moment looked extremely cool. Seeing this scene, Suge blinked his eyes, and the corners of his mouth hooked a slight curve. Reg, this kid, really gave him a big surprise. The current Reg has exceeded the common sense of Super Saiyan 1 by 50 times the increase in combat effectiveness, and directly reached a 100 times increase in combat effectiveness. In other words, this kid, in the transformation form of Super Saiyan 1, has reached a 100-fold increase in combat effectiveness that Super Saiyan 2 can get. 300 million combat power completely burst out, and Reg's momentum was much more ferocious than before. Suge nodded secretly, and at the same time slowly improved his strength. This kid is indeed qualified to make Suge face it squarely, and take out a little strength to fight with him seriously. However, even if he faces it squarely, Suge will not transform into the state of Super Saiyan 1. Really transformed into Super Saiyan 1, Suge felt that it's also too unpleasant for Reg to have a combat experience. Rumble. With a slight burst of momentum, Suge rushed forward and began to engage in close hand-to-hand combat with Reg. Both sides were extremely powerful, and each punch seemed to shake the surrounding space, and one after another chi explosions were also shocked in the ears of both sides. Drink. The hand-to-hand combat lasted about 5 minutes, and after each side punched, both retreated 100 meters away. Super Qigong Cannon. Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Fighting from a distance, both sides understood that they began to wave up. Suge will have a lot of waves, but in fact, he still has a soft spot for the Turtle School Qigong waves. Soon, in the center of the two, the yellow Super Qigong Cannon and the blue Turtle School Qigong wave collided. Drink. Reg roared very hard. He wanted to fight Suge and needed to burst out more powerful power. Now, he is trying to march towards the limit, so that he can break through the limit. Compared with Reg's struggle, Suge seemed much lighter. Drink. With a light drink, Suge increased his strength a little more. He thinks the same as Reg, allowing Reg to break through his limits and become stronger. Ugh. Suge increased his strength a little, making Reg a little unable to hold on, and suddenly let out a roar. The blue Turtle School Qigong wave was about to overwhelm the red and yellow Super Qigong Cannon, and at this moment, a golden electric light suddenly erupted from Reg, who had been clenching his teeth. Super Saiyan 1's super full power. In the midst of oppression, Reg broke through himself and successfully transformed into the super full power state of Super Saiyan 1. Feeling Reg's anger, Suge laughed. He understands that the full power state of Super Saiyan 1 is a full power state, which can be achieved as long as he is very skilled in the transformation of Super Saiyan 1. And the super full power state that Reg is now in, that is not something that can be done by being skilled in the transformation of Super Saiyan 1. This transformation state requires bloodline power. Just like the Taku Saiyan bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, or the powerful combination of the 3 bloodlines that Suge now has. 3 bloodlines, take any one of them, you can achieve that super full power transformation state. However, this transformation state was of little use to Suge for the time being, because his combat effectiveness was too high. At present, at the very least, the super full power state of Super Saiyan 3 can be clearly reflected in his bonus. Thundered. As Suge pondered, the roar of the explosion resounded in the sky. Suge came back to his senses, looked towards Reg, and smiled. This kid was not injured by his wave, and it was a tie. Collecting his breath, Suja flew to Reg, looked at Reg, who was panting and had returned to normal, threw out a delicious bean, and smiled. Reg, you are very good, your growth surprised me very much. Master, your strength is too perverted. Reg ate the delicious beans, recovered his spirits, and looked at Suja with a wry smile on his face. Over the years, he felt that his strength had grown rapidly, and he thought that he could at least catch up with his master along the footsteps. But now it seems that let alone chase Suja, he thinks that he may not see Suja's footprints. Hearing Reg's words, and seeing his expression again, Suja shook his head and smiled. You should be proud, there is no one at your age at present. Speaking of this, Suja's words stopped abruptly. Because, he remembered Broly. Perhaps, only that real pervert can compare with Reg. Is there anyone else? Hearing Suja's words, the clever Reg heard that there seemed to be other young masters, and his brows suddenly furrowed. Well, there's another guy, barely. It's a junior brother of yours. Suja nodded, seeing Reg's expression of interest suddenly, he didn't sell it, and said directly, he is also a scion, his name is Broly. Next, Suja began to introduce Broly to Reg. The legendary Super Saiyan physique. When he heard this name, Reg instantly came to the spirit, his eyes were full of fighting intent, and he spoke, Master, I must defeat Broly. You try harder. Suja smiled, and after saying these words, he felt that he seemed to have some meaning of hitting Reg, so he said, now your final combat power value is more than 300 million, if you can reach the standard of 100 billion combat power in 5 or 6 years, maybe you can easily defeat Broly. After saying this, seeing that Reg's face instantly darkened, Suja blinked his eyes, scratched his head, and said in his heart, yourself? Doesn't that seem to motivate Reg? Seem? The blow was worse? Thinking of this, Suja shook his head and laughed, reached out and patted Reg, and spoke, don't be too pressured, you still have a third junior brother under you, the strength is not strong at present, but his growth is so fast that you can't imagine. Master, don't say anything. Reg was really depressed to death, for fear that another more perverted junior disciple would compare him, and hurriedly said, I felt that I didn't practice enough, and I asked Master to allow me to go to the universe to experience again. Haha, let's go. Suja laughed loudly. Master, goodbye. Reg bowed deeply to Suja, and after saying hello, while turning around, tears floated in midair. Shout! Reg flew away directly, and Suja looked at the back of this kid's departure and sighed. He found that he really felt a little sad about the old father sending his son out to work. Chapter 5, please subscribe. Ask for an automatic subscription. 8 more custom orders, add 1 more chapter right away. Babies. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 060. When Suja returned to the venue of the world's first martial arts conference, the quarterfinals had already begun. In the original work, Dobai and Tenjin were replaced by Bulma and an unknown female master, and the rest are still the same as the original. The first scene was the battle between Bulma and Tianjin Fan, and when Suja arrived, he came to the audience to watch. In other words, how much is Bulma's combat power? Under the audience, Puer, who was flying in mid-air, asked curiously. Hearing this, the turtle immortal on the side pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, recalled the pain that Bulma gave him a few years ago, thought for a while, and guessed, Tianjin Rice. Probably not Bulma's opponent. Don't look at Tianjin Rice's combat power is hundreds of points stronger than in the original book, but in front of Bulma, who was able to easily crush him a few years ago, the turtle immortals really don't think that Tianjin Rice can beat Bulma. After all, Bulma is also Suja's woman, how can the latter not be personally instructed? What? Is Bulma's strength so strong? On the side, Oolong, who was still looking around at the beautiful woman, heard the words of the turtle immortal. His eyes suddenly widened, and he was shocked. I always thought that Bulma's participation this time was just for fun. Unexpectedly, it turned out that she went to the name of the number one in the world. Burst. Hearing Oolong's words, the turtle immortal on the side did not hold back his laughter. He turned his head to look at Suizhe, and then said, Oolong, winning the championship at the world's first martial arts conference does not mean that you are the world's number one master. The real masters are hidden in the folk. His words implied that Suizhe was truly the number one master in the world, but to Oolong's ears, this old man was talking about himself, and he immediately scoffed. He still has too little time to join this small team, or in fact, it should be said that Suizhe has too few opportunities to show his strong strength in front of everyone, so in fact, whether it is Oolong or Puer or Dumplings, they don't know much about Suizhe. Maybe they only know that this man is just stronger than them. The turtle immortal shook his head, said nothing more, turned his head and looked solemnly at the ring again. Drink. Sun Fist. Tianjin Fan in the ring has already used his special move Sun Fist, and the people in the audience around are a little dazzling, and they are completely out of sight at this moment. Here it comes. Here it comes. Tianjin Rice's trick is out. Under the audience, Dumplings shouted excitedly. Suizhe clasped his hands to his chest and looked at the ring with an indifferent expression. The final combat power value of Tianjin Rice is about 1,000 points, while the final combat power value of Bulma is 100,000 points. In contrast, it's like an ant shaking its fist at an adult. Can it cause harm? It's not realistic at all. In the ring, I saw that Bulma in the center was not affected by the moves of Tianjin Rice Sun Fist at all, and her hands were calyx-shaped. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Work. Wave. Bulma also can send Qigong waves, and at this moment she uses it, and the powerful Qi makes everyone nearby feel that the end of the world is coming. Oops. Suizhe under the ring frowned. How much damage could the turtle faction Qigong wave released by Bulma, who had 100,000 combat power, do with all his strength? Suizhe couldn't guess, but from the original work, the turtle Qigong wave used by the turtle immortal with 130 combat power was able to bounce the moon apart, which is not difficult to compare. 100,000 combat power, without any left-hand situation, a turtle faction Qigong wave can definitely burst the entire earth. Shout! Suizhe no longer dared to think about it, hurriedly teleported to the ring, and pointed a finger at the turtle school Qigong wave used by Bulma. Thundered. Suizhe's shot was extremely strong, allowing Buletin's turtle sect Qigong wave to perfectly offset his attack. Although the momentum is still a little strong, in fact, the power is not so great, and it just exploded a large mushroom cloud in mid-air. Husband! Seeing the explosive force she had caused, Bulma lowered her head and shouted embarrassedly. It's okay, but why did you suddenly use your full strength? Logically speaking, don't you have perfect control over your strength? Suizhe felt a little strange. Not long ago he also fought with Bulma, although this girl's combat power is not strong. But it may be that the woman's nature is delicate, and she controls her attack power extremely perfectly, and has never happened in the violent state just now. I don't know what's going on either. Bulma looked up, confused. Just now, she also controlled her strength, but she suddenly lost control, which made her feel very strange. Suizhe's brows furrowed, scanning the surroundings, his eyes suddenly narrowed. So? Just now, what is hidden and ghosting? But Suizhe shook his head. He didn't find that there were any hidden imps doing things in private. It's not a big problem, you keep fighting. Suizhe smiled and rubbed Bulma's head, then teleported back to the bottom of the ring. He folded his hands to his chest and looked at Bulma in the ring with a gentle gaze. But in fact, he had already spread his perception power in his heart, and it was as if a large net of perception had spread covering hundreds of miles in a radius. any little wind and grass, that cannot escape his perception. This is a kind of mental technique, which has no big effect, such as perceiving where people are, but it is very effective. This little skill, paired with his upgraded teleportation, is simply not too perfect. The small commotion before stopped, and Bulma and Tianjin Fan continued to fight in the ring. With the previous mistakes, this time Bulma thought for a long time every time she launched an attack, which also caused her strength to not be perfectly utilized. In this way, the combat effectiveness of the two lasted for almost 5 or 6 minutes. Over time, the strength of the power was reflected, and in a mistake in Tianjin Fan, Bulma easily knocked him out of the ring and won his first victory in the quarterfinals. Suge smiled and applauded below, but he was extremely puzzled in his heart, because in the past few minutes, he had not noticed anything unusual. Strange, is it Bulma who is slightly affected by the Sun Fist and causes distraction? Suge frowned, shook his head, and didn't bother to think more. All in all, it's good that nothing goes wrong. Soon, the second battle continued. This battle is a mysterious girl fighting Goku. The Turtle Immortal and the others did not recognize the mysterious girl, but Suge easily recognized it. This mysterious girl was Kikai, the daughter of the Bull Demon King who had seen it in the Flame Mountain. Suge looked at Goku, who was confused and fighting Kiki, and shrugged his shoulders. It seems that this is no different from the plot in the original anime. After this martial arts convention, Goku and Kiki got married, and a year later, Son Gohan was born. Thinking of this, the corner of Suge's mouth hooked a hint of interesting arc. In a year, Sun Wukong was born, and I have to say that these two little guys are really hard-working enough. Or is it that the plot needs to be hit at once? Thinking of this, Suge thought for a while, raised his hand and pinched his chin and thought, maybe? After this world's first martial arts conference, I should also handle my marriage with Bulma. Well. So decided. Suge showed a gentle smile on his face, making Bulma wait for so many years. He really felt embarrassed from the bottom of his heart. Shout! Teleporting to the backstage of the venue, Suge and Bulma met, and the two talked in low voices. While Suge and Bulma were talking backstage at the venue, at the same time, a huge spaceship stopped over an island in the western part of the Earth. Boom! With a dull sound, I saw the door of the huge spaceship open, and two tall and a short man walked out side by side. Father, is this the Earth? The short man in the middle scanned the surroundings, his expression extremely indifferent, and spoke. At this time, the tall man on the left of the short man also scanned the surroundings, and between the raised hands, a finger cannon was fired from his fingertips. Rumble! As soon as the finger cannon came out, I saw that an island under them was directly submerged into the sea. The coordinates should be correct, this is indeed the Earth. The tall man to the right of the short man nodded indifferently. Hey! Scion! The short man sneered, with monstrous killing intent on his face, clenched his teeth, and roared in a low voice, when this time comes, I will kill you. No. I will torture you well, so that you cannot survive, and you cannot die. As he spoke, the short man closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and then slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Father, brother, you should know each other as scions. I suddenly thought of a very good idea, that is, to slowly slaughter the people on this planet, and then slowly kill everyone around him, and finally he was left alone. How lonely and painful he would be at that time. He knew that the scion had settled on this planet, so naturally there were his friends or family on this planet. The idea just now, in his opinion, will definitely be very wonderful to implement. The sixth is sent, ask for an automatic subscription, there are only 2 at the moment, and there are 8 more. We will add 1 chapter on the basis of the 10 changes on the first day. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 061. Suge naturally did not know that the 3 of Friesia's father and son had arrived on the Earth, and the champion had been divided on the side of the world's first martial arts conference, just like in the original book. Sun Wukong was the champion. However, the runner-up changed and became Bulma. In this regard, Bulma, who had participated in this martial arts conference with a fun mind, naturally did not have much loss. Not to mention, she also won the runner-up position, not to mention how happy she was. This small paragraph ended, and 3 days later, Suge and Bulma held a grand wedding in Zidu. At this point, the two officially became a couple. On this day, Suge also drank wine for the first time, and this time, he was directly drunk. Originally, it was logically impossible to get drunk with his strength. However, there is a good saying, wine is not drunk, people are drunk. Suge came to this Dragon Ball world, from the beginning of the strangeness, to the current family. I have to say that more than 10 years have passed, but in Suge's opinion, it is as if the crossing was still yesterday. Too much sentimentality, too much happiness, in short, the rest of life is a new beginning. At about 9 o'clock the next morning, Suge woke up from his sleep, glanced at Bulma, who was still asleep, and showed a gentle smile. Yesterday evening, the two of them who first experienced it were extremely crazy, and they didn't stop until 4 o'clock in the morning. A new day should be the real beginning of my new life. Suge got up lightly and got dressed, then came to the balcony, closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the morning air. Awesome! Suge smiled, and then slowly opened his eyes. Well! As soon as he opened his eyes, Suge's brows suddenly frowned, and his eyes narrowed instantly. System, Frisia. Arrived on Earth? Just now, he inadvertently sensed a powerful and familiar aura, and the owner of this breath was none other than Frisia's breath that hated him very much. Yes, host. The system responds. Oh. The smile on Suge's face slowly disappeared, squinting his eyes to the southeast, and then the middle finger of his index finger stretched out and pointed at the center of his eyebrows. It's close. It's close. Suge slowly sensed it, and he found that Frisia was not far from where he was, and if he flew at full speed, it would take a few minutes at most. However, he is naturally not that stupid and has the ability to teleport. Of course, he uses teleportation to go to where Frisia is. That's not right. And the breath of Goku. Between Suge's perceptions, another familiar chi appeared. It was Sun Wukong's chi, which made his eyes flicker, nodded, and disappeared on the balcony of his home with a bang. Shout! When he appeared in the next second, Suge had already appeared over a small island in the southeast. Fight! Suge looked at it from a distance. The two figures were fighting hand-to-hand at close range, and he got closer and recognized who these two people were. Sun Wukong, and another person who is a frozen demon clan, but he is not Frisia, but Frisia's brother Gura. This guy. Seeing Gula, Suge pondered. In the original work, this guy's combat power for the first time is 200 million points. Frisia knows how to transform, he is natural. In his transformed form, his combat power was 470 million points. It is not difficult to see from here that although Gula is much stronger in normal battle, from the point of view of transformation, his growth rate is far inferior to Frisia. That is to say, in a real sense, Gula is not as terrifying as Frisia. Thinking of this, Sugekian, Frisia has only one Frisia after all. Just as if there is only one Monkey King after all, no matter how much Vegeta catches up, it is actually very difficult to completely surpass him. The current Gula combat power is no different from the first time it appeared in the original work, 200 million points of combat effectiveness. This guy is now teasing Goku, but he doesn't know that he might capsize in the gutter. Suge looked at the battle between the two, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't look at Sun Wukong's current normal combat power of only 1 million, but in his explosive state, it has more than 2.5 million combat power. The lion fights the rabbit, and it still uses all its strength, unless it is really crushed to a point. With a combat power of more than 2.5 million points in full swing, with the attitude that Gula doesn't care, it is really possible to directly kill Gula with more than 200 million combat power in seconds. After all, this is the Monkey King, not a small character. Long time no see, Sion who killed me once. Suge did not hide his figure, so at the first time he arrived, Frisia with his hands behind him had already noticed him, and at this time, seeing Suge looking towards him, the short Frisia shouted at him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Hearing Frisia's shout, Suge glanced sideways at him, and then directly withdrew his gaze. Normal Frisia, 300 million combat power. The second form, 600 million combat power. The third form, 1.8 billion points of combat power. The fourth form, 4 billion to 10 billion combat power. Silver form, 30 billion combat power. With just one glance, Suge directly saw through Frisia's combat effectiveness at every stage. In this regard, Suge naturally paid no attention to him at all. The combat power of 30 billion may be very powerful, but this is only for others. In front of Suge, it is undoubtedly not a strong and lost ant. In fact, Suge's combat effectiveness on the surface is similar to Frisia's, but his powerful backhand is too much. Too much you can't imagine, and even stronger than you can't imagine. Tenfold Realm King Fist, Time Stop, the first stage of Freedom Extreme Skill. These are some powerful means, not to mention other small means, which are simply countless. If Suge really wanted to say what his final combat strength value was, perhaps, he could only predict and estimate a value. That is, hundreds of billions of combat effectiveness guaranteed. 100 billion points of combat power vs 30 billion points of combat power, who wins and who loses? This is a complete sub-question, okay. So, it is necessary for Suge to look at this guy Frisia squarely? Host, didn't you say that the lion fights the rabbit and goes all out? At this time, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Suge's mind. Hearing this, Suge smiled lightly. You may not have heard a word from my Huaxia, then I will tell you. Successful victors tend to despise the enemy strategically and value the enemy tactically. Needless to say, his indifferent gesture at the moment would inevitably make Frisia, who already hated him incomparably, even more hateful and angry. Perhaps, now this guy has been carried away by anger, and after a real fight, there is absolutely no slightest bit of reason. In this case, wouldn't Suge's odds of winning be much simpler? Hearing Suge's words, the system suddenly stopped talking. Obviously, it understood the meaning of Suge's words. Abominable! This guy dared to ignore me. Sure enough, Suge's disregard made Frisia on the side grit his teeth with hatred, and his eyes were completely red. He now completely wanted to tear Suge to pieces directly, so that he could vent the dissatisfaction and anger in his heart. Turtle Sect Kikong Wave. Just as Frisia was killing Suge, Sun Wukong, who was already in an explosive state, launched a wave in the field. Thundered. His Turtle Sect Kikong Wave directly slammed into Gula's body, and one explosion after another roared. Woohoo! Sun Wukong exhaled heavily. After this attack, he was already completely at his limit, and now he was almost out of strength. If it weren't for the strong willpower supporting him, he would definitely have fallen from the sky by now. Soon, the smoke in midair dispersed, Gula's figure appeared. Sun Wukong looked up, the corners of his mouth hooked a helpless smile, his eyelids slowly drooped, his body also softened at this moment. While closing his eyes, he also slowly fell down. Shout! Suge kept paying attention, and saw the completely exhausted Monkey King unconscious. A dodge held him up, grabbed him backhanded, and a delicious bean appeared between his index and middle fingers, and then fed him. More than 2.5 million points of combat power against 200 million points of combat power. Gula is still too difficult for you. Not to mention, the guy Gula did not relax and remained vigilant. Suji glanced at Gula, who was unharmed not far away, and whispered, "However, this battle is indeed a very good experience for you." As he spoke, Sun Wukong also slowly woke up from his coma. "Brother Suji!" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. "Not bad, you're already awesome." Suji smiled slightly, saw that Sun Wukong stabilized his figure, nodded, and then set his eyes on Gula not far away, his hand slowly raised, a little towards this guy, and then a little to Frisia on the side, and then the corner of his mouth hooked a cold arc, and finally made a finger-hooking action. His lips moved, and his voice reached the ears of several people present. "Come, die." To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 062. Come here, die. Suji's simple 4 words were even more said in a very casual tone. Even, his expression at the moment was so casual. This attitude seems to be facing 2 small crawlers. "I want to kill you, but it's just a matter of moment. Brother Suji, these 2 guys are very powerful." Sun Wukong was afraid that Suji would underestimate the enemy, and hurriedly whispered a reminder. Suji smiled slightly, glanced at Sun Wukong, shook his head but did not speak. "Shout!" At the moment when Suji shook his head, he only heard a sound of breaking the air. "Gura, kill it!" Bang! He punched out violently, and he could hear the sound of the space vibrating, which showed how powerful and terrifying his power was. "Be careful!" Sun Wukong's face changed, and as soon as he shouted out, his eyes suddenly widened. Rumble! I saw the fierce Gula flew out inexplicably, and when he looked again, Sun Wukong found that Suji beside him had disappeared. "I'll go, brother Suji." Sun Wukong's breath was sluggish, and he couldn't help but swallow his throat, and he found that a lot of sweat beads had appeared on his brain. Brother Suji's reaction power is inevitably too perverted. But think about it, Sun Wukong, he himself has come back to his senses, there is no reason why Suji is indifferent. Therefore, he took a deep breath and felt that maybe Suji could easily 1v2 and complete the kill. Thundered. While Sun Wukong was thinking, the battle on Suji's side. No. This should not be said to be a fight, but rather a crushing beating on the one hand. Suji's strength is too strong, a punch or a finger cannon comes out, and the normal state of Gula can't withstand this kind of blow at all. Too strong. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong's whole body trembled. This is not fear, but excitement, but also a fighting intent. However, he is also forcibly suppressing his own fighting intent, which is extremely weak at the moment. He understood that at this time, he stepped forward to add trouble to Suji. "You're strong, aren't you? Just said that you want to torture me to death, right? Well, autistic? Stop talking." Suji grabbed Gula's head at close range, and his other hand slammed into his head door with a punch. This guy was dizzy from being beaten by him, and he was already in pain and unconscious. "Frisia, if you don't come again, you can wait to collect your brother's body." Suji punched Gula with a punch, took the time to tilt his head and put trash talk at Frisia. Cluck. Miscellaneous. What a scrap. Suji's trash talk completely made Frisia mentally collapsed, clenched his teeth, and his momentum exploded in an all-round way, rushing directly towards him. In mid-air, Frisia transforms from the first form to the second form, and from the third form to the fourth form. After transforming into the fourth form, Frisia did not transform into his new form, the silver form, but continued to soar in combat power. 4 billion. 7 billion. In the end, Frisia's combat power stopped at 10 billion points. "I'm going to..." Frisia roared hysterically, "Kill you! Kill you!" Frisia's voice rang through the sky, and he had never suffered such humiliation. He even thought that he had been killed once by the damn scion in front of him, which made him angry. Good to go. Suge felt Frisia's powerful aura, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. And he casually punched Gula, who had passed out, directly knocking him away. Shout! With a flick of his finger, a finger cannon shot out from his fingertip at great speed, and then slammed into Gula's body, and the explosion sounded, and I saw Gula slowly falling from the sky towards the clearing of the island below, and I don't know if he was dead or not. Suge turned around, his body shook, and he exploded with a bang, explosive state, Super Saiyan 1, and instantly reached the super full power state of Super Saiyan 1. 5 billion combat power. 10 billion combat power. 15 billion combat power. In 3 seconds, in just 3 seconds, Suge transformed from a weak chicken with 200 million combat power to a master of 15 billion combat power. Come, let me see you after the resurrection, you can hold me for a few seconds. Suge looked at Frisia, who was rushing towards him, and once again stretched out his finger to tick it, and his mouth was even more complaining, and once again poked Frisia's scar. Scum! Frisia's momentum broke out again, and I saw that the fireworks rising around him slowly turned white and silver, which looked like a different cool feeling. Suge flashed and fought hand-to-hand with Frisia at close range. Bang bang! Frisia's physical strength is not bad, and he fights back and forth with Suge. I don't know when I'll be able to reach this level. On the side, Sun Wukong looked at Suge and Frisia in the fierce battle in the field, his eyes flashed with surging battle intent. He also very much wanted to cause such a powerful collision with this kind of strong man. Practice hard. Brother Suge said that I can also transform into Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, and a pair of eyes were firmly fixed on Suge in the Super Saiyan form, cheering himself up in his heart. Too weak. Too weak. At this time, in the field, Suge kept making commotion, disturbing Frisia's mind. Frisia, I thought that you can have some power worth paying attention to when you return from resurrection, but in my eyes, it is still so weak. Kill without shame. Suge has always educated his apprentices like this, but at this moment, he not only wants to slaughter Frisia, but also uses words to slowly erode Frisia's heart. He understands this, but casually, he naturally does not feel anything. Frisia, this guy, doesn't deserve sympathy. Even if he won the favor of the majority of Dragon Ball fans in the late stage, he even attracted countless fans. But, this is not an anime. This is a real new Dragon Ball world. The plot will shift because of his arrival, and people's personalities will naturally shift because of his arrival. Therefore, since he offended Frisia and died, he naturally couldn't be the one in front of him as the Frisia who attracted countless fans and was extremely arrogant in the late Dragon Ball Super stage in his previous life. Being kind to the enemy is always the greatest harm to oneself. Suge was naturally not afraid of Frisia, but the people around him should still be afraid. I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. Ugh. Scum, I'm not just going to kill you, I'm going to kill everyone around you. Suge's trick is really effective, compared to Frisia, who had some rational moves before, now he is completely a mad dog. The combat power was soaring, and at this moment, Frisia also completely took out the silver form controlled by his resurrection and return. 2 billion combat power. 30 billion combat power. 40 billion combat power. As Suge controlled the information before, Frisia's combat power, which had completely fallen into a state of rage, had truly soared. However, in a few breaths, his combat power had skyrocketed from 10 billion points to 4 billion points, and he had not stopped. His combat effectiveness is slowly rising, although it is not as terrifying as the previous increase, but after a few seconds, his combat effectiveness has still increased by 10 billion, reaching 50 billion. Now, it's your turn. Frisia's face was hideous. Looking at Suge's surging killing intent, he could feel how powerful he was at the moment, and he had an illusion, if he wanted to kill Suge, it was only a thought. What should I do? Suge laughed. Frisia, who had 5 billion combat power, was indeed powerful. You know, in the original anime, his highest combat power at the moment is only about 120 million. Speaking of which, this guy was able to become so powerful thanks to him. So, want to kill his mentor? Thinking of this, Suge's pupils contracted for a while, and then he retreated a few hundred meters, clasped his hands, and the whole person floated in the air in a curved shrimp posture. Drink! Suge let out a roar, and saw that as his roar spread above the sky, several electric rays of electricity jumped in vain in the center of the golden fireworks rising around him. Hiss! Brother Suge, this is going to... Seeing several electric rays of electricity dancing in the center of the golden fireworks rising around Suge, while gasping for air, he remembered some of the characteristics of the next transformation form that Suge had told him about Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 2, the fireworks around the body carry electric light, and the combat power has increased by 100 times. So, at this moment, is Brother Suge going to transform into Super Saiyan 2 next? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's eyes widened, staring at Suge, whose aura was growing in the center of the field, and his heart was stirring. 8th, the number of words in each chapter is very sufficient. I believe everyone is also cool to read. I tried to write, but we didn't do well. It's okay, I at least tried. Come on. Keep it up. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 063. Drink. While Sun Wukong stared at Suge in the field and his heart was turbulent, Frisia, who was watching Suge slightly lost his mind on the other side, finally came back to his senses and hurriedly attacked Suge. He still had some shadows over Suge, after all, Frisia had felt the strength of this man, and it was a suffocating despair. Although, now Frisia's sanity was not very clear, a deep-seated fear warned him. Absolutely, never let this man continue to transform. Otherwise, what awaits him is bound to be defeat, and possibly even death again. So, Frisia moved. Brother Suge. Seeing that Suge was still transforming, and Frisia had already killed him, this made Sun Wukong's face suddenly change, roared and hurriedly exploded and flew towards Frisia. He wanted to stop Frisia by himself. Get out! Frisia only had Suge alone in his eyes at the moment, and Sun Wukong flew forward to stop him, which made him angry, and raised his hand to directly shoot Sun Wukong away. Brother Suge! Sun Wukong was slapped away, spit out a large mouthful of blood in mid-air, forcibly stabilized the body that flew out upside down, and then hurriedly flew forward again. Gaku! No! Just when Sun Wukong still wanted to stop Frisia, Suge's soft voice sounded behind him, and then he saw a figure flash, and he saw the back of a man appear in front of him, not who Suge was. Brother Suge, are you successful in transforming into Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wukong looked at Suge's back, and his face showed surprise. At this moment, Suge did not turn around, but it could be seen from the fireworks rising around him with electric light. Suge, successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Ugh! Suge replied with a nasal voice, and then slowly turned back with a praising smile on his face. He closed one eye, stretched out his right thumb, and said to Sun Wukong, "Thanks to you, Wukong." Hey, hey, hey! Receiving Suge's praise, Sun Wukong immediately laughed embarrassedly, then scratched the back of his head, and then waved his hand. I also didn't help you, Suge, big brother. It's not. As soon as Suge opened his mouth to say 3 words, Frisia's roar sounded, which made him turn his head again, and the voice came, "I'll solve this disgusting guy first, Gaku, then look good and study hard." Shout! When the words fell, Suge's figure instantly disappeared in midair, and when it appeared in the next second, it was already in front of Frisia. Bang! A punch blasted out, hitting the bridge of Frisia's nose. Gat! Frisia, bridge of the nose, broken. Ugh! The pain caused Frisia to let out a heart-rending cry. It's not enough. Suge chuckled and shook his head, reached out and grabbed Frisia's head directly to lift him up. Spin around, Frisia! Yikes! Suge directly threw him around in the sky like a piece of boneless meat, and after about 10 seconds, Frisia was directly thrown away by him. Shout! Suge flew forward and followed Frisia, who was thrown out by him. One punch. Bang! Fly far! Suge followed up again, another punch. Bang! Fly again! Repeatedly, non-stop bombardment, non-stop follow-up, non-stop bombardment, non-stop follow-up. A minute later, Suge abandoned the idea of playing and was about to start slaughtering Frisia when a chi appeared in his induction again. Stop! A boom resounded above the sky. Suge froze. Tilted his head to look in a certain direction, a figure flickered, and then a tall man appeared in his line of sight. Bang! At this moment, Frisia, who flew out upside down, crashed into the clearing of the island below. It's a pity, it's a pity. Hearing the sound of collision, Suge glanced down and shook his head and smiled. He knew he had missed the opportunity to kill Frisia with one hit. Still, the problem is small. Frisia's 50 billion combat power completely exploded power, and it was indeed very powerful. However, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his combat power increased by 150 times that of normal combat effectiveness, did not instigate Frisia at all. Although, his current combat strength is only more than 30 billion. Abominable dead monkey. The tall man who came was none other than Frisia's father, King Kurd, who was once the evil emperor of the 7th universe. However, a few years before the destruction of the planet Vegeta, he passed the throne to Frisia. Now, he is in retirement. However, this time he went out again for Frisia. Suge turned his attention to the Kurdish king, and through the system was informed, he knew all the dynamics of this guy. Kurdish king normal, combat power 100 million. Transformation state, 300 million combat power. Too weak. The corner of Suge's mouth hooked a grim smile, and when he raised his hand, a ball of golden light appeared in his palm, and he threw it casually, only to see that this ball of golden light arrived on the face of the Kurdish king at a teleportation speed. Thundered. The roar of the explosion sounded. Suge withdrew his gaze, and then teleported to the clearing of the island below. The Kurdish king was not seen by him, he did not need to probe at all, and a weak chicken with a final combat power value of 300 million points would definitely not survive his wave of attacks. Now, here in the deep pit of the clearing where Frisia had fallen before his arrival, one foot on a piece of rubble, his right hand on his knee, and then he looked into the pit, his right hand made a trumpet, and he shouted. Dead. There was no response to the shout, and there was not even any movement under this deep pit, which made Suge feel a little strange, thinking about how could it be that Frisia couldn't help but hit so much. Thundered. Just as Suge was thinking, there was a sound of collapse from the deep pit in front of him. Hey! At this moment, Suge's whole person also shook, and he found that the earth began to tremble, which made him raise his eyebrows. It seems that Frisia is still Frisia. It is indeed forbidden to fight. With a smile, Suge flew into the sky, clasped his hands to his chest, and quietly waited for Frisia to appear again. He has just transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2, and it is indeed a very good choice to practice with Frisia, who has 50 billion combat power. When he first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his combat power increased by 150 times, which inevitably surprised him. After all, the system said at the time that once he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 form, it would have to be at least 120 times the increase in combat power. Now it is 30 times more than 120 times the guarantee, and to be honest, Suge is very surprised. Looks like it's time for me to take back the idea that only Super Saiyan 3's ultra full power state can greatly improve my combat power. Suge's eyes narrowed, and his mind began to think and calculate. From today's initial transformation to reach 150 times the increase in combat power, maybe when he reaches the super full power state of Super Saiyan 2, maybe it may reach 180 times? Or maybe it's 200 times more terrifying. Thinking of this, Suge blinked his eyes. This idea is indeed a little beautiful. However, it is not without opportunity. In short, everything will slowly wait until he really reaches the super full power state of Super Saiyan 2 to know the specific multiplier. Dead monkey! I'm going to slaughter you. Yes. As Suge thought about it, a burst of cheers came from the island below, and when he came back to his senses after a while, an ugly face appeared in front of him. The owner of this ugly face is not who Frisia is. Die! Frisia's face was hideous, and at close range, his hands stretched out and began to attack Suge's head. Stand in! No, this guy was so abrupt that the distance between me and him was too close. In the first 0.01 seconds before Frisia launched the energy balls, Suge wanted to use the avatar technique to block his attack. Unexpectedly, Frisia's shot speed was too fast, and he didn't give Suge time to use his skills at all, and one energy ball after another had already hit him in the face. Thundered. The roar of the explosion sounded. Scum! With a grim smile on his face, Frisia looked at the explosions that provoked in front of him, and there was a feeling of joy at this moment. Brother Suge! Seeing Suge being submerged by energy balls one by one, coupled with the terrifying explosion sound from the place where he was, Sun Wukong's face on the other side changed drastically and he was just about to fly over. Hey! That's it! When Frisia was extremely happy in his heart and Sun Wukong was extremely worried, a disdainful nasal voice snorted softly, and followed Suge's voice into Frisia and Sun Wukong's ears. Phew! Hearing Suge's voice, Sun Wukong breathed a long sigh of relief, looked up at the sky, and a smile appeared on his face. He found that he still seemed to be a little too underestimating the strength of this Suge eldest brother. The 9th is sent, and one more completes the 10. As for whether there is an 11th change, I can only say, work hard. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 064. Boom! As Suge's voice sounded in the field, he immediately saw Frisia's whole person being shot out. Drink! A cold sound continued to sound in the audience. Bang bang! Suge followed up and began a continuous attack, returning Frisia to normal directly. It's too weak. Suge held Frisia's head and shook his head. Now he is only fighting Frisia with 50 billion combat power in the posture of Super Saiyan 2, the tenfold Realm King Fist has not been used, and the first stage of Free Extreme Skill has not been used. Just such a little means to beat Frisia cannot take care of his life. Doesn't this show that Frisia is really too weak? No, it's the host, you're too powerful. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in Suge's mind. Hearing the words of the system, Suge laughed in his heart. This system has also learned to slap. Okay, send you to hell. Suge didn't get any response from Frisia. At this moment, this guy already had more chi in and less chi out, and it seemed that he was almost about to stop, so he was not ready to waste any more time. An energy ball appeared in his hand, and Suge slowly pushed the energy ball into Frisia's face. Rumble! The energy ball was attached to Frisia's face, only listening to a roar, and then he saw Frisia's body disappear under this energy ball. The Universe Evil Emperor, a master of 50 billion points of combat power, died at the hands of Suge for the second time. Frisia! At this time, there was a sudden burst of cheers. Oh! Suge looked sideways and found that it was Gula, who did not know whether he was alive or dead before, who had come to his senses and was rushing towards him. "It's okay, family, just go down to hell on earth." Suji grinned, and a finger cannon between his hands instantly arrived in front of Gula. Rumble. There were no accidents at all, and Gula died directly. At this point, the family went to hell neatly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of Frisia, who has returned from the resurrection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mission reward, a sparring robot house, and a spiritual time house advanced card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Frisia for gaining 500,000 stored experience points. When Suji returned to normal, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Killing the three of Frisia's father and son, they gained a total of almost 800,000 experience points, leaving a sparring robot house and a mental time house advanced card. He doesn't know what it is to sparring with the robot house, but this spiritual time house advanced Kazhizhe can understand what it is without looking, and it can make him advance to the spiritual time house 10 times the speed of time flow once. However, he was a little curious about how many times this advanced card was advanced. Thinking of this, Suji was ready to glance at the contents of the system wrapping space. But at this time, Sun Wukong Fei talked to him. Therefore, Suji is not good to ignore Sun Wukong and himself. The two began to talk, most of them expressing their adoration for Suji. After talking for a while, the two separated and left. However, before parting, Suji gave a capsule. Inside the capsule, there is a 1,000-fold gravity chamber that can control gravity at will. At this stage of the plot, Sun Wukong's combat effectiveness is indeed high horror. However, in this somewhat changed Dragon Ball world, his combat effectiveness is very low. After all, now Frisia has already controlled the silver form, and his combat power has reached as much as 50 billion. What about the follow-up? Perhaps, when this guy waits for the next resurrection, won't he be able to transform into a golden form? I also need to practice harder. Suji's gaze froze, and his expression was extremely serious as he entered the space that came with the system. Cultivate, start again. In the year 757, one day in May, Sun Wukong's eldest son Sun Gohan was born. On this day, Suji also walked out of the system space, but he only glanced over and blessed Xiao Gohan, and then returned to the system space again to continue cultivating. And just like that, 4 years passed quickly. On this day, Suji, who was studying the principle of time mechanism creation with Bulma at home, suddenly felt a strange aura landing on the earth. It's the breath of a scion, could it be Raditz coming? Suji put down what he was doing, then walked out of the research room at home, returned to his room and changed his clothes. He teleported to Turtle Immortal Island. At this time, on Turtle Immortal Island, Sun Wukong and the others were conducting this small gathering, and they all had smiles on their faces. When Suji arrived, everyone gathered around to greet him. Suji responded one by one, and finally set his eyes on the little guy hiding behind Sun Wukong, and smiled, "This is Gohan." "Yes, Gohan, come and call Uncle Sahi." Sun Wukong bent down slightly and touched Sun Wuhan's head and smiled. Hearing his father's words, Xiao Gohan obviously glanced at Suji with some fear, and then hurriedly lowered his head and whispered, "Uncle Suji." "Haha, hello Gohan." Suji really likes children, laughing and watching Xiao Gohan wave his hand, then his eyes swept around, and he said directly, "Raditz has arrived on Earth." Suji had already told him about Sun Wukong's identity as a scion, and even told him that he also had an older brother. So, Sun Wukong he knows Raditz. "My brother has already come to Earth." Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. "That's right, if I'm not mistaken, this guy wants you to follow him to the universe." Suji naturally can't tell Sun Wukong with great certainty. In fact, Raditz is asking you to go to the universe and plunder other planets with him. Hearing this, Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled. I naturally can't go with him, although I have Scion blood. I grew up on Earth since I was a child. For me, Scion life is not at all for me. I like to fight, but I prefer stability. Shout! When Sun Wukong's words fell, a sound of breaking the void came from the distant sky. Everyone looked up, and after a while, they saw a long-haired man flying over Turtle Immortal Island. Cockroach. This long-haired man was naturally Raditz. He glanced at everyone on the Turtle Immortal Island below, and finally fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong, who looked exactly like his father. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he shouted coldly. Those who come are not good, and those who are good do not come. Raditz's tone made everyone on Turtle Immortal Island frown, and this thought rose in their hearts. Are you my brother Raditz? Sun Wukong looked up at Raditz and spoke. Hey? You even know me? Raditz was slightly surprised that Sun Wukong knew himself. Sun Wukong glanced at Sujet, and was just about to speak, but unexpectedly, Raditz in the sky noticed Sujet again, and couldn't help but be surprised. Why is there still a Scion on Earth? Raditz was very strange, because in his message, he understood that there were very few Scions in the entire universe at present. In addition to him, Vegeta, Naba, there is only one brother of Vegeta who does not know where. In addition, only the Scion in front of him, his younger brother Kakarot, was left far away, that is, the Scion in front of him. But how can this not surprise Raditz now that a new Scion has appeared? Hearing Raditz's words, Sun Wukong was stunned. A little strange that Raditz didn't know Sujet, but he guessed it. It seems that Sujet also came to Earth a long time ago. Maybe he doesn't like the style of the Scion family. The 10th is more sent. Please subscribe. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 065. Hey! While Sun Wukong was thinking, Raditz in the sky noticed Sun Wuhan hiding behind Sun Wukong. His eyebrows suddenly raised, and then he reached out and gently tapped the combat power detection glasses that he was carrying in his left eye. The combat effectiveness detection glasses began to ring. 1,000 points of combat effectiveness. Seeing the combat power of his combat power detection glasses, Raditz was suddenly stunned. Kakarot, this little guy is your son. Raditz quickly came back to his senses, and then glanced at Son Gohan with a smile before saying to Son Goku. What do you want to do? Seeing Raditz's gaze, Sun Wukong's brows furrowed. It's good that you are also his uncle. Do you still want such a young him to follow you to the universe to fight? Ha ha ha, you're so smart. Raditz laughed loudly. At such a young age, there are 1,000 combat strength, and if this is cultivated, future achievements will be unimaginable. In Raditz's opinion, what strength can his younger brother have to teach such a gifted child? He knew that the newborn Kakarot only had 2 combat powers, otherwise it would be impossible to be sent to Earth, a planet with extremely low combat power. Impossible. My children, I teach myself. Speaking of his son, Sun Wukong's face instantly became cold and said strongly. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Raditz immediately sneered, Kakarot, my good brother. You know, there are very few Scions in the universe now. Follow me, follow the noble Prince Vegeta. When we rebuild our Scion clan in the future, you and I will be heroes. Do you understand this? Prince Vegeta? Sujet, who heard Raditz's words, shook his head and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Hearing the laughter, Raditz tilted his head and placed his icy gaze on Sujet. I'm telling you, although I don't know where you came from. But as long as you're a Scion, then you have to follow me. As he spoke, Raditz slightly tapped the combat power detection eye on his left eye and went towards Sujet. 800 combat power? Not bad, it's a good hand. Raditz, who detected Sujet's combat strength, smiled and nodded. Your strength is enough to conquer many planets, believe me, follow in the footsteps of Prince Vegeta, you will definitely get a lifetime of glory and wealth. I have to say that this Raditz has great potential to be a salesman. Oh, 800 combat power? Then you can probe me again now. Suge chuckled again, and then his momentum slowly increased, and said to Raditz. Well. Hearing Suge's words, Raditz's eyebrows, just about to open his mouth to reprimand Suge. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared, giving him a shocked expression. You. Raditz looked at Suge and subconsciously began to rise Suge's combat strength at the moment. 1000 combat power. 2000 combat power. 10,000 combat power. SHHH. Oh my god. At the beginning, Suge's combat effectiveness was relatively normal, and then it suddenly increased by 10,000 points, directly frightening Raditz and almost falling from the sky. Fake. Fake. My combat power detection glasses are absolutely broken. When Suge's combat power reached 20,000 points, Raditz roared in disbelief. Day. Just when Suge's combat effectiveness was still improving rapidly, the combat effectiveness detection glasses on Raditz's left eye were directly shattered. Sure enough. Ha ha ha. My combat effectiveness detection glasses are broken. How can you reach 20,000 combat effectiveness points with such a garbage? Raditz removed the glasses on his left eye, a grim smile on his lips. In this regard, Suge shook his head and smiled, stretched out a finger, a golden light emerged, and the finger cannon was condensing. Brother Suge. Wait. Seeing that Suge was about to make a move, Sun Wukong thought for a long time, gritted his teeth and stopped. He is my eldest brother, Okay. Sun Wukong's entangled Suge saw it in his eyes, nodded, withdrew his hand and stood aside, winked at Xiao Gohan who looked towards him, and then revealed a soft smile. Xiao Gohan blinked, much less afraid of Suge, and smiled at him even more shyly. Seeing Xiao Gohan smiling at himself, Suge beckoned to him. The potential of this kid, Suge, who has watched the original anime, naturally understands. To put it bluntly, in fact, the potential of second-generation scions is stronger than the bloodline of purebred scions. Because the S-cells practiced in the previous generation will be inherited, this also gives the offspring a unique innate advantage. This can be seen from Sun Wushan and Trunks. It's just that the Dragon Ball anime Goku and Vegeta's protagonist Halo are there, thus covering up the excellence of these descendants. Seeing Suge waving to himself, Xiao Gohan, who was hiding behind Sun Wukong, thought for a while, then looked up at his father and found that he didn't pay attention to him either, so he slowly walked towards Suge. Brother Raditz, give up the purpose of your visit. I'm used to peace and don't like to do what you like to do. Sun Wukong raised his head and said loudly, also, the potential of our Scion clan is very huge, my strength. Shut up. Raditz's eyes widened, slowly falling from the sky, he came to Sun Wukong, raised his hand and punched out, directly knocking Sun Wukong to the ground. Look what you are. Raditz was condescending, looked at Sun Wukong coldly, and shook his head. Scions are warlike. Do you think that conquering other planets is just for your own status or wealth? Nope. I tell you, cockroach. Scions can only fight to make themselves stronger and stronger, and I really feel sorry for you to see you so weak. Saying this, Raditz turned his head and put his gaze on Sun Gohan, who was frolicking with Suge on the side, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I gave up the idea of looking for you and me, but, your son, I will definitely take it away. His future is infinite, and his potential is infinite, so he shouldn't stay on this low planet with you at all. Sun Gohan looks no more than 3 or 4 years old, and his combat effectiveness has already reached 1,000 points. How can this potential be described by the word terrifying? You know, he is already in his 20s, and his current combat strength is only 1,500 points. In comparison, to be honest, Raditz can't imagine that he has been cultivated for 10 years. No. Even 5 years, he couldn't imagine what this kid could achieve. In short, absolutely powerful, there is no doubt about it. The first change, the stable update does not drag on. I hope you can support subscribing. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 066. Raditz's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present. Suddenly, the turtle immortals and the others all showed meaningful smiles on their faces. Monkey King is weak? Just kidding. Do you feel powerful? As a good friend of Sun Wukong, Clin thought about it, but still stood up to speak for Sun Wukong. The two have known each other for so many years, he naturally knows the character of Sun Wukong, does not like disputes, and bears it silently. Hey? Although I am not too powerful, I am indeed a super master that you can never catch up with for the low-level warriors on your marginal planet. Raditz is self-aware, but he has a natural superiority over Clin. Hey! Clin laughed. In recent years, Suja would also teach Clin Tianjin Rice and Yamcha from time to time. As a result, their combat effectiveness is actually much stronger than in the original work. Just like Clin now, his combat power is more than 3000, which is a full double the combat power of Raditz. Okay, I'll let you see how powerful my low-level warriors on the Edge planet are. Clin knew that it was useless to say more, stepped forward, and while exploding, he instantly flew in front of Raditz. Scum! Raditz naturally did not hesitate, and while dodging Clin's attack sideways, he punched out with a backhand. Boom! The two fists collided, Raditz's face showed shock, and then when Clin increased some strength, his whole person flew out directly upside down. Burst! In midair, a large mouthful of blood spewed out of Raditz's mouth, which flew out upside down. Vulnerable! Clin sneered, came to Raditz, looked at him equally condescendingly, and said coldly, I tell you, you are not even my opponent, and you dare to mock Goku's strength. You! Why can you be so powerful as an earthling? Raditz, who fell to the ground, coughed, slowly raised his body and looked at Clin in disbelief, exclaiming. Hey! Clin didn't want to talk to this kind of guy more, and was about to take out Raditz. At this moment, Sun Wukong spoke, Clin, no. But... Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Clin frowned and turned his head. He was about to speak, but when he looked at Sun Wukong's eyes, he sighed, shook his head and walked to the side. This is Goku's family affair, and he is really not good at what an outsider does. Otherwise, it's really over. Monkey King cast a thankful look at Clin, then slowly came to Raditz, crouched down and helped him up. Kakarot, your strength is also strong? With blood flowing from the corner of Raditz's mouth, his expression uncertain, he opened his mouth to ask. It is not difficult to hear from Clin's words that his younger brother is stronger than him. Rumble. Sun Wukong did not answer Raditz positively, but he directly exploded his own breath. 10,000 combat power. 50,000 combat power. 100,000 combat power. In 1 second, it increased its combat power by 50,000 points, which made Raditz, who had never felt such a powerful aura, have an incredible look on her face. Although he doesn't have combat power detection glasses at the moment, but Sun Wukong's powerful aura, how can he not feel his power? You! Why is it so powerful? Raditz was shocked, and he couldn't figure it out more. It is clear that the guy who was born only 2 combat power and has no potential, how can he become so powerful? Thinking of this, Raditz calculated the age of the Monkey King. And there was a 5-year gap between the two, which means that the current Monkey King is at most 23 and 24 years old. Hiss! It's not that I don't know, it's a shock. At the age of 23 and 24, how much combat power did he have? He began to think again, less than 1,000 combat strength. The corners of Radit's mouth were filled with helplessness. People are more than people, and they are really angry. Fighting can indeed make our scions stronger and stronger, but practice is equally important. Sun Wukong explained softly. He didn't want to lose Raditz, a relative. He wanted to make him understand that on the earth, it can become stronger and stronger, so he paused slightly, and then continued to organize the language. I was also weak at the beginning, and although I am still weak now, I can feel my progress, and I can feel the more and more powerful power in my body. Cultivation is about skill, but also about letting people teach. Sun Wukong began to speak. Once Suje told him some truth, at this moment he also said it. Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Raditz became more and more silent, and after a while, he spoke. Can you become as powerful as you? Yes. Sun Wukong smiled, tilted his head to look at Suje, who was teasing Xiao Wuhan on the side, and he said in a low voice, I have a good master, but the master leads the door, and the practice depends on the individual. Brother Raditz, your talent is definitely not weak. If you practice well, it is not impossible to surpass me in the future. I have to say that Sun Wukong's probation ability is indeed good. The anger in Raditz's body had completely disappeared, and he sighed and spoke, I see. But can I really stay on earth and practice? Saying him, his head slowly lowered, and while lowering it, a strange brilliance flashed in his eyes. You believe me, as long as you promise me not to follow that Prince Vegeta again, we are willing to accept you. Sun Wukong smiled. Good. I promise you. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Raditz looked up with gratitude on his face. Next, the two brothers of the Monkey King began to talk, and by the way, he also introduced Klin and the others to Raditz. Raditz, this guy. It's a little different from him in the original anime. Looking at Raditz talking with Klin and the others, Suje's eyes narrowed on the side, and a funny smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, after thinking for a while, Suje shook his head again. In the original work, Raditz this guy died too quickly, plus Sun Wukong and others were not much stronger. Compared to now, it may indeed make a person smarter. Thinking of this, Suje's eyes rolled for a moment, and then he laughed in his heart. I want to see what you have in mind in this Raditz. Brother Suje. While Suje was thinking, Sun Wukong arrived with Raditz. Suje came back to his senses, smiled at Sun Wukong, and then put his gaze on Raditz's face, and his eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts made the latter's heart jump wildly. The second one is sent, never delayed. Ask for a subscription. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 067. Hello, Raditz. Suje looked at Raditz with a smile and said hello. Knock knock. Suje's gaze made Raditz's heart beat wildly, and at this moment, he seemed to have the feeling that all the thoughts in his heart were seen through by this man. You. Hello. Raditz took a deep breath in his heart, then squeezed a smile on his face, bowed to Suje, and then looked up and spoke. I heard Kakarot say that your strength is very strong, and you can teach him a lot of cultivation experience. So you want me to teach you practice? Suje clasped his hands to his chest and looked at this guy with a playful look. This Raditz of the Dragon Ball world is really not the same as the Raditz in the Dragon Ball anime he watched in his previous life, but compared to it, this Raditz is smarter now. For example, this guy has ambitions that he never had. That's right, in the eyes of Raditz looking at him, he saw not only fear, but also a trace buried in the depths ambition. Kind of interesting. The corner of Suje's mouth hooked a smile. He was never afraid of meeting ambitious people. Because he is confident that his strength can definitely suppress you. In other words, Suje actually has a very good idea of this different original character Raditz, that is, let him be his own dog. Please sir, teach me how to become stronger. Raditz bowed deeply, his attitude extremely sincere. Suge saw it in his eyes and pretended to think and hesitate. Brother Suge, brother Raditz, he has collected his mind and promised that he will never be in the same league as other scions again. Sun Wukong, this person is still too kind, coupled with the relationship between Raditz and him as a biological brother, he hurriedly spoke for him. Okay. Suge seemed to be moved by Sun Wukong, and even more as if he was looking at Sun Wukong's face, he nodded and agreed. Great. Hearing Suge agree, Raditz, who lowered his head, had a light called ambition in his eyes. He was extremely confident that he would grow stronger after being taught. After all, he thinks his growth potential should be stronger than that of his younger brother Cockroach. So, Cockroach can be so powerful, why can't he be even stronger than him? Thinking of this, Raditz couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart, and even, at this moment, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a happy smile. After a few seconds, Raditz suppressed his mood, his face was grateful, and then slowly raised his body, took 3 steps and 2 steps, and instantly came to Suge. Poof! In the face of being able to gain great strength, dignity is what garbage. Therefore, Raditz knelt down directly in front of Suge. Thank you, sir, Raditz will not let you down. Raditz's firm voice sounded. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the face of Sun Wukong on the side. Okay, come with me. Suge smiled at Sun Wukong, and then flew into the sky. Cockroach, I left with Mr. First. Raditz greeted Sun Wukong, then greeted Klin and the others, and then directly followed Suge to leave Turtle Immortal Island. On a small island east of Kamizan Island. Suhi and Raditz are in a clearing in the center of the island. Raditz. Suge put his hands behind his back, turned his back to Raditz, and shouted indifferently. Sir, I'm here. Raditz bowed. How strong you want to become? Suge slowly turned around, looked at Raditz, who slowly raised his body with a smile, and spoke, or what do you want to do after you become stronger? Hearing Suge's question, Raditz's eyelids blinked, and his heart ran rapidly, thinking about how he should take this man's words. After a few seconds, Raditz opened her mouth and was just about to speak. Okay, I think I know. Suge waved his hand to interrupt him and smiled lightly, it's good to have ambition, but the premise is that you. Speaking of this, he paused slightly, squinted at Raditz, and continued, you have to have the consciousness of being a dog first. Suge's words were so direct, or rather, as Raditz, he was not qualified to talk to him hypocritically. Hearing Suge's words, Raditz's eyes widened, looked directly at the man in front of him, and asked very suspiciously, Sir, what do you mean? I do not quite understand. You don't need to understand. Suge said lightly, you. Just know that if you want to become stronger, you can only be a dog. Otherwise, you think you can stand in front of me? As soon as these words came out, Raditz was so frightened that he took several steps back, and a terrified expression appeared on his face. Boom! Suge stepped forward expressionlessly. Escape! Raditz's face changed drastically, and he flew ready to flee. Escape! Suge sneered, and at the moment when Raditz got up, he raised his hand and teleported in front of him and slapped it down. This guy is a scion after all, and through my training, it is not impossible to transform into a super scion in the future. Not. Frisia's power in the universe is not bad, maybe try to let him take over for me. Thinking about it in his heart, Suge looked condescendingly at Raditz, who had a look of horror on his face, and smiled. Sometimes, being a dog also has a very high status. Hearing this, Raditz lowered his head, the look of horror on his face slowly dissipated, and he began to think. Boom! Raditz had just thought for less than a second, when Suge raised his hand and slapped him directly. Die or surrender, you don't have time to think about it. Suge followed up, pointed his finger at Raditz, and directly began to count, 3, 2. Surrender. I surrender. Before Suizhe finished counting the 2, Raditz directly rolled over and knelt on the ground, banging his head and kowtowing. Suizhe replied lightly. Update is sent, please subscribe. Anyway, no matter how bad the grades are, I have to write. Rest assured, there will be no eunuchs. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 068. After Raditz expressed his submission, Suizhe took this guy with him for 6 months of true devil-style training. What is true devil training? That is, Suizhe does not treat Raditz as a human at all, but completely treats him as a robot. Tired, injured, or whatever, just give him a fairy bean. That is to say, basically, for half a year, Raditz is basically practicing 24 hours a day. For half a year, he basically practiced 24 hours a day. Even if Raditz's talent was low, then naturally the improvement would be ideal. Half a year ago, Raditz's combat effectiveness was at 1500. Now, Raditz's combat effectiveness has reached 30,000 points. The increase in combat effectiveness of 28,500 points in half a year, to be honest, is actually not too rapid. However, Raditz's foundation gradually stabilized. People who have been trained by Suizhe basically exist to fight across some combat power. For example, the current Raditz has a combat power of about 30,000 points, but Suizhe feels that even if he encounters 40,000 or 50,000 points of combat strength, it is not impossible to fight. Even if it breaks out, he may still be able to defeat someone who is stronger than himself. Next, you independently use the gravity chamber to practice. This time I will not come from time to time to test, but half a year later, I will test your cultivation results. On this day, Suizhe was ready to leave the small island and return to the western capital, and he called Raditz to him. Yes, my lord. Half a year is enough to make a person deeply servile. Raditz facing Suizhe at this moment was completely an extremely humble gesture. Suizhe is powerful and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and he never thought that he would one day become as strong as he is now. He is full of yearning and confidence in his future. In his opinion, he may one day really be able to transform into the Super Saiyan in Saiyan legend. Thinking of this, Raditz faced Suizhe at this moment, not only fear, but also a heartfelt gratitude. Suizhe replied lightly and teleported away from the small island. The next second, Zidu, Suizhe's home. After he and Bulma got married, they naturally bought a manor and lived together. Usually he practiced, and Bulma himself tinkered in the research room a while before Suizhe gave her an idea time machine. That's right, it's a time machine. In the original work, Bulma in the future world was successfully developed a time machine that can travel through time and space, and later Bulma on the main world line also had some understanding of the time machine. Therefore, Suizhe felt that this Bulma of the Dragon Ball world might also be able to be studied and named. However, in recent years, there has been no reference. Relying on Suizhe's new knowledge, there is still not much use, so for now it still makes Bulma a little confused. In the research room, Bulma was thinking about the problem, and the arrival did not bring her back to her senses. Seeing Bulma so attentive, Su was embarrassed to disturb her, and thought about leaving the research room. Coming to the sofa in the living room on the first floor of the villa in the center of the manor, Suizhe began to think. In half a year, Vegeta will arrive on Earth, and the Saiyan attack will end with Nappa's death and Vegeta's defeat and escape. Then, according to the plot trend in the original work, then it is the plot of namixing. However, Suizhe knows, probably, the plot of that mixing should not be able to unfold normally. After all 3 of Frisia's father and son were slaughtered by him, where else can there be any powerful characters who can boost the plot? Thinking of this, Suizhe had a headache. If he had thought about the current situation before, he might have left one of the two guys, King Kurdish or Gula, to push the plot. Now, no one can push the plot forward, which makes Suge a little afraid that the plotline of this Dragon Ball world will completely jump off, thus his. Thinking about it, Suge couldn't help but gasp and muttered, in this case, after the plotline is messed up, and the butterfly effect unfolds, it will definitely make the timeline collapse. The timeline collapsed, which undoubtedly means that perhaps there are many artificial humans in this Dragon Ball world at the same time, as well as Shuru, Majin Buu, Evil Thought Wave. I go, obviously it's a very bad thing, why do I suddenly feel excited? Sujet, who was sitting on the sofa, shook his head and smiled bitterly. The nature of the scions made him think of the strong enemy in the future, and inexplicably made him feel excited. Slowly getting up from the sofa, the corners of Sujet's mouth curved a little, and said softly, but what? It seems that it is really interesting. Think about it, this is the Dragon Ball universe world, and the boss characters that exist in each time period at the same time. Wouldn't it be really interesting to think that these boss characters were connected by plot lines and then fought each other? Thinking of this, Suge grinned, and his heart was looking forward to it. Host, you're thinking too much. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Suge's mind. Hey? What do you mean? Suge's brows furrowed. The bosses of various time periods are gathered on a timeline, do you fight over? It is possible that you are fighting artificial humans today, and maybe in the next second, not only the Earth, but even the entire galaxy will be destroyed. The system opened its mouth to explain. Hearing this, Suge pondered deeply. After about 5 minutes or so, he sighed, his idea was indeed too good. Take one step at a time, see one step at a time. Wait a minute. Suge sighed and said a word, just about to enter the system space to prepare for cultivation, but unexpectedly a flash of light suddenly flashed in his mind. Squinting his eyes, system, you can't directly influence the plot development of this world, right? That's right. The system has only a secondary role for the host you. The system replied. Okay, I see. Hearing the system's reply, Suge laughed. The previous system's worries were indeed justified, but Suge naturally had his own ideas. Isn't this Dragon Ball universe world a Dragon Ball world that contains many times and spaces? So, in the future, he may be able to make a big fight with the characters in the Dragon Ball world of various time and space? For example, the duel between Goku of Super Saiyan 4 and Goku of Super Saiyan Blue really satisfies his opinion on which of the two transformation forms is more powerful. And also, the new version of Broly vs the old version of Broly, who is more powerful and more violent? All in all, Suge felt that this was indeed a very good idea. So, you still have to practice hard to become the most powerful person in this Dragon Ball world to be qualified to operate these ideas. Suge once again had a goal, his face was firm, his figure flashed, disappeared in place, and once again entered the system space. Devilish cultivation, start again. 5th, I don't know if there is any, because I am about to start saving the manuscript of a new book, and this book will not be broken, please rest assured. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 069. In cultivation, time naturally passes very quickly. On this day, the system took the initiative to kick Suge out of the system space. Suge knew that half a year had passed so quietly. In half a year, Suge's combat effectiveness has not improved quickly, but it is not slow. He had previously obtained a sparring robot house, and he tried it, and it was a robot that simulated various powerful bloodlines appeared, and it fought him with a combat power standard. This is naturally very good for his growth. After all, there are very few people who can make him comfortable fighting at this stage, and when that powerful figure appears, his strength rises again, and no one can fight him. So, now this sparring robot is simply a perfect solution to this problem. It is also worth mentioning that his current spiritual time house has advanced to a time house with 15 times the speed of time flow. Don't think that it has only increased by 5 times, but in fact, it is simply another level for Suje's progress. Half a year ago, his normal combat strength was 400 million, and now his normal combat power is 500 million. In the super full power state of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power has reached the standard of 100 billion, not to mention that he has not used other means of increase. Speaking of which, Vegeta and Nappa are about to come to Earth. Suje slowly walked to the back garden of the manor. He sensed that Bulma was watering flowers in the back garden, and when the moment came, the two hugged and kissed for a while. After a while, Suje took Bulma back into the room. There has been no affection for half a year, but you can imagine how crazy the two were, and the beautiful sound of 3 hours sounded in the room. After that, the two of them warmed up in bed for more than an hour, and then Suje got up and dressed and went to the small island where Raditz was half a year ago. Raditz, meet my lord. Raditz, who had just finished cultivating, was falling to the ground and gasping for breath. Feeling Suje's breath, he hurriedly braced his body and got up from the ground to greet Suje respectfully. Well, it seems that you are making very good progress. Suje was reminded by the system to see through Raditz's final combat strength, 130,000 points. In half a year, increasing his combat effectiveness by 100,000 points, you can imagine how hard this guy practiced. Thank you for your compliment. Raditz bowed a little flattered, and then raised his body, with a hesitant look on his face, and the look of wanting to say something made Suje frown. If you have anything to say, you can say it. Suje said lightly. That's right. Raditz took a deep breath and spoke. Prince Vegeta has been summoning me recently, but I didn't dare to accept it. Just now he summoned me again, and he told me that he had arrived on Earth. Well, coming? Hearing Raditz's words, Suje frowned. He knew that Vegeta and Nappa would come to Earth at this time, but he didn't expect it to be today. I see. What are you going to do? I'm what you think. Suje walked around and looked into the distance. In fact, his current perception could easily detect where Vegeta was. Not necessary, though. He didn't need to care about Vegeta's arrival at all, he only cared about whether the subsequent plot would really go according to the original book. Because, this time, Suje was not prepared to let Nappa die. He was ready to let him do things under him like Raditz. As for Vegeta, Suje didn't know what to do with it. Logically speaking, after this time, he slowly developed feelings and even got together with Bulma in the original book. However, in this life, Bulma has become the woman of his Sahi. In this case, will the future world of the future come to this world? Host, the system remembers to tell you. Date will still come to this world, but his mother is not Bulma, but his father must still be Vegeta. As Suje pondered, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. I remember, but according to what you said, then I still can't drive this guy Vegeta out of Earth, or even take him as a subordinate, right? Suje let out a long breath in his heart. According to his original idea, that is, to put the 3 scions of Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa under his hands to cultivate, and finally take over the power under Frieza for him. After all, Frieza is the evil emperor of the universe, and the strength of his legion may be so weak in his eyes. But in fact, for the people of the world, this is indeed a hegemonic force that should not be underestimated. There is no conflict, as long as Vegeta finds his true love on Earth. The sound of the system sounded. Hearing this, Suje blinked. This Nima. If there is a word for Stone Man, then Vegeta is completely the face of the word Stone Man. Forget it, let's take one step at a time, at least let this kid be afraid of himself. Suje glanced at Raditz. Now this guy has completely surrendered to him. At least, on the surface, Raditz looked completely surrendered. As for the heart, Suje did not have telepathy, so he did not know what Raditz really thought at the moment. "You come with me to Turtle Immortal Island," Suge said to him, and then flew into the sky. His small island is very close to Turtle Immortal Island, so he didn't use teleportation directly. With the flight speed of the two, Suge and Raditz soon came to the sky above Turtle Immortal Island. "Cockroach, you're so daring. Do you know who I am? Noble Scion Prince." As soon as Suge and Raditz arrived, they heard Vegeta on the Turtle Immortal Island below screaming angrily at Sun Wukong with a strong voice. Hearing Vegeta's words, the corner of Suge's mouth twitched. This kid, does he really think that his Scion royal bloodline can pretend to be a big brother in front of all Scions? Suge looked towards Sun Wukong, facing such an arrogant Vegeta. Sun Wukong, who had no relationship with him for no reason, naturally did not have a good face. Not to mention, before Suge and them arrived, Vegeta also injured Klin, which alone was enough to make Sun Wukong very unhappy with him. "I don't care who you are. Drink!" Sun Wukong burst into a roar. He was still very measured and did not explode, and he did not use too much power, and just rushed towards Vegeta with the most ordinary strength and speed. Update sent. Please subscribe. My editor has asked me to hurry up and prepare the new book. But I really don't want to be a eunuch. Uncomfortable. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 070. Next, Vegeta naturally had to be taught a good lesson by Sun Wukong. Suge and the two slowly landed on Gaixian Island, and at this time, Naba, who was confronting Tianjin Fan and others, saw Raditz and his eyes suddenly narrowed. "Raditz, how are you now? Did you give these lowly earthlings a dog?" Naba's combat power has always been stronger than Raditz's before, so he has a very normal disdain posture for Raditz. Hearing Naba's words, Raditz glanced at him expressionlessly, bowed to Suge, and spoke, "Sir, this guy will let me shut him up." Suge replied lightly, and then walked slowly to the side. "Raditz, you're really getting bigger." Naba looked at Raditz with a gloomy face and said coldly, "Shut up." Raditz stepped forward and slapped it out sharply. Compared to Naba, his combat power is a godlike existence, and his momentum bursts out, directly stunned Naba. Bang! Naba was stunned, and Raditz's slap had come to him and directly slapped him away. "Hey!" Raditz looked at Naba, who flew out upside down, with a sneer on his face. To be honest, he still feels a little happy at the moment. In the past, the gap between him and Naba was still a little big, so he had no sense of existence in Vegeta's squad, and he was either scolded or bullied. "Your combat effectiveness." Naba, who was beaten into the air, got up from the ground and looked at Raditz with a shocked expression. He knew that a year ago, Raditz had only 1,500 combat power at most, and he had 4,000 combat power under normal conditions, not to mention that the combat power in the explosive state was extremely powerful. And now, it's only been a year? This guy has already reached the strength to kill him in an instant. A year ago, I had an idea with you that people on this earth are scum. Raditz slowly walked in front of Naba, looked at him coldly, and said indifferently, "At that time, I learned a lesson, and today, presumably you will be no exception." Hearing Raditz's words, Naba fell silent. At this time, on the one hand, the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta had been divided, and the outcome was naturally obvious, and Sun Wukong completely crushed Vegeta. After all, Vegeta's combat strength is only about 18,000 points at present. Even if it is in an explosive state, the highest combat power is only more than 10,000 points, and if it is not good, it is twice the increase in combat effectiveness. This combat power may be enough for Vegeta to be proud of, but it is still too weak in front of Sun Wukong, whose final combat power value reaches more than 1 million levels. Abominable! Naba clenched his teeth. He thought that when he and the others came to Earth this time, it would be completely a wolf into the flock. Who knows, in fact, they are sheep, and the guys on this are strong and powerful wolves. Kakarot, your strength is indeed shocking, but I tell you, there are people outside the sky, there are people outside the people, you have not been out of the earth, far from knowing how many of your more powerful people are in the universe. On this side, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong gloomily and spoke, I injured your friend before, and you hurt me now, so let it be exposed. Hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong frowned. He felt that the high posture of this guy Vegeta was really disgusting. There are countless strong people in the universe. But what does it matter to you? Sun Wukong didn't speak, and Klin, who had recovered from eating a fairy bean on the other side, roared unpleasantly, Vegeta, both Scion, why is the gap between you and Wukong and Mr. Suge so obvious? Hey! Hearing Klin's words, Vegeta turned his head over, looked coldly at this short and hateful bald head, and was just about to speak, but he suddenly saw a slightly familiar figure in his afterlight. Slowly, after he waited for the figure to get closer to him, Vegeta's pupils contracted for a while, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. It's the adult. Seeing that Vegeta's expression was a little strange, Sun Wukong and Klin looked at each other, and then they looked towards Suge in unison, and saw that he was slowly walking over, and they couldn't help but greet him. Brother Suge, this guy seems to know you. Sun Wukong came to Suge and said in a low voice. Suge nodded, although his appearance was slightly different from when he was on planet Vegeta, if people who were impressed by him could easily recognize him. Are you the adult back then? Vegeta saw that Suge was becoming more and more familiar, and finally he couldn't help it, and hurriedly stepped forward, staring at him expectantly and asking. Long time no see, Prince Vegeta. Suge smiled at him slightly, which was considered an admission. My lord, why weren't you on planet Vegeta in the first place? If you were there, my planet Vegeta would have avoided a catastrophe. Vegeta sighed, his tone full of pity and helplessness. Just happened to leave, I really didn't expect Frieza to dare to make a move on planet Vegeta. Suge shook his head. Hearing this, Vegeta sighed again, then glanced at the Monkey King on the side, then thought for a while, and tentatively asked, Kakarot, this guy? Your disciple? That's right. Suge nodded, without saying anything else, I tell you Vegeta, although you are a prince of the Scion clan, I hope you understand. Now that planet Vegeta has been destroyed, if you live in the past, it seems to me that you will never achieve much in the future. When others say such things, Vegeta may not listen to them, and even do it. However, Suge opened his mouth differently. After all, Vegeta had been in awe of Suge since he was a child. Thank you for your advice. Vegeta has not yet revealed his arrogant nature at this point in time, not to mention, in the face of Suge, he is indeed obedient. Suge was slightly surprised by Vegeta's attitude, because it was too different from the Vegeta he knew. However, Suge thought about it, it seems that Raditz has also changed, so it is normal for Vegeta's personality to change slightly. Sir, Naba is already convinced. At this time, Raditz walked out from the rear and said respectfully to Suge. As he spoke, this guy's eyes swept over Vegeta a few times, and the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth made the latter fall into a state of rage on the spot. Raditz, you're looking for death. Vegeta roared, before he was deflated in Sun Wukong's hand. His stomach had been holding his anger for a long time, now Raditz came up, even if Suge was present, he was extremely angry at the moment, where was there any reason not to do it? Hey! Raditz sneered, seeing that Suge did not open his mouth to organize, naturally understood what he meant. So he stepped out directly and formed a small battle circle with Vegeta on the side. Drink! The two burst into cheers at the same time, and the battle officially began. Update is sent, please subscribe. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 071. Now Radith's combat strength is full of 100,000 points, which is an insurmountable mountain for Vegeta. The battle between the two is very simple, and most of them are engaged in close combat. In Vegeta's view, even if he doesn't see it for a year, how far can Raditz grow? However, when the actual fight happened, Vegeta realized that he was wrong. Moreover, it is still a big mistake. Raditz's strength is too fierce. Raditz, how did your combat power grow so fast? As he fought, the look of shock on Vegeta's face grew stronger. A year ago, Raditz's combat strength was only 1500, and even if it was hidden, it was absolutely impossible to surpass him. Now, a year later, this guy has grown to this point? Raditz was silent and bombarded Vegeta's body with a punch. Boom! After Raditz threw a heavy punch, I saw Vegeta's whole person fly out upside down. Just now, he fought with Sun Wukong, and he was injured. Now, he was punched hard by Raditz, and he flew out upside down and spewed out a large amount of blood in midair. Abominable! Yes! Vegeta, who flew out backwards, roared uncontrollably in his heart, forcibly stabilizing his body, and he stood panting on the beach looking at Raditz, his face full of unwillingness. Sun Wukong also forget it, he pondered that he was taught by that adult for a long time to have today's strength. However, he knew Raditz very well. A year ago, he was so weak, but in just 1 year, he has reached the point where he is powerless to fight. How does this make the proud Vegeta feel good in his heart? Vegeta, you are not my opponent. Raditz said lightly, looking at the angry and unwilling Vegeta. He was very happy in his heart. He was very glad that he was willing to be the adult's dog in the first place, otherwise how could he have grown to this point in just 1 year? Even, he felt that his future potential was very huge. Of course, the premise is that he continues to be a dog under the adult. Drink! Raditz rushed forward again and began a pang of pain at Vegeta. 2 or 3 minutes later, Vegeta, who was already blue and swollen, completely passed out. And Raditz also stopped, he was still very measured. After all, his brain is not stupid, and he guesses what the adult wants to get. Sir, this guy Vegeta should be convinced by me. Raditz walked back and reported respectfully in front of Suizhe. Hearing Raditz's words, Suizhe shook his head and smiled in his heart. If Vegeta is really so easy to be popular, it is really not the Vegeta that Suizhe knows. How do you say a saying in your past life? Orcs will never be slaves, but when it comes to Vegeta, in other words, it is natural that the prince will never admit defeat. That's right, Vegeta's own proud person, coupled with the only scion royal bloodline in the universe, makes him feel even more pretentious. Admit defeat? That is never to be defeated. Give it to him. Suizhe didn't say anything more, took out a fairy bean and threw it to Raditz, signaling him to subdue Vegeta. Raditz took the fairy bean, said yes respectfully, then turned and trotted over to Vegeta and crouched down to serve the fairy bean to him. Soon, Vegeta slowly woke up from his coma, and just opened his eyes to look at Raditz for 2 seconds. Rumble! Immediately, Vegeta, who came back to his senses, raised his hand and blasted a Qigong cannon at Raditz. In response, Raditz, who reacted, hurriedly dodged it. But when he turned back again, Vegeta only saw that his eyes immediately turned red. Shot at me, huh? Drink! Raditz burst out and slammed into Vegeta. Seeing this scene, Suizhe shook his head and smiled, but he did not stop Raditz from squashing Vegeta. Anyway, the fairy beans in his hand can be eaten as food, and they are not as precious as in the original Dragon Ball world. As long as he wants, he can take out hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of immortal beans every minute. The follow-up matter, Suizhe did not pay attention to it again. He only learned from Sun Wukong that after that day, Vegeta and Nappa officially practiced with them. A month later, on this day, Suizhe and Bulma talked. Are you going to travel with me to other universes? Suge asked Bulma. This idea he had as early as half a month ago, and he is currently a little confused about the plotline and timeline of the 7th universe. If he wants to fully understand, then he must bear with himself and not intervene. However, in the 7th universe, things happened. How could he choose not to intervene? So he decided to go to other universes to test the water. Hey! Bulma was stunned when she heard Suge's question, and then said with some distress, however, recently I have a little new research understanding of the time machine, and I don't want to leave. As a cultivation maniac, Bulma has the feeling of a scientific research madman. This made Suge smile bitterly in his heart. Is it really a family? Don't enter a door. Can't you stop? 1 year at most, and we'll be back. Suge continued. Bulma pondered, and finally shook her head. 1 year, I think it's enough time for me to research some small parts of the time machine, husband. As he spoke, Bulma looked at Suge pitifully. Okay. Suge couldn't help it, since Bulma insisted on studying the time machine well, then naturally he couldn't keep dissuading her. After the two of them had been in the research room for a few hours, Suge packed up everything and used the ability to teleport to start searching the universe outside the 7th universe. It took almost an hour for Suge to perceive the closest junction point of another universe to the 7th universe. Immediately, Suge's figure disappeared, and when he appeared in the next second, he had already arrived in another universe. System, which universe am I in now? Arriving on a planet in a new universe, Suge scanned the surroundings and asked in his heart. Host, the 6th universe is adjacent to the 7th universe. The system replied. Hey? So, I'm coming to the 6th universe? Suge pondered. The 6th universe and the 7th universe are called brother universes. There are races in the 7th universe, and there are all races in the 6th universe. Let me search where this 6th universe scion lives. Suge, who had been thinking for a while, lit up his eyes and whispered softly. He wanted to see if this scion race in the 6th universe was very weak in the early stage like the scion race in the 7th universe. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 072. Soon, under Suge's powerful perception, he found the planet inhabited by the scions of the 6th universe. Shout! Suge's figure flashed, disappeared on the planet he was on now, and when he appeared in the next second, he had arrived on the planet where the scions of the 6th universe lived. Hey? Roughly speaking, it is similar to the scions of the 7th universe. Suge saw at a glance that the scions on this planet were not only similar in appearance to the scions on the planet Vegeta of the 7th universe, but also similar in combat effectiveness. Most of them are hundreds of combat power, and the most powerful one he has seen in Suge is 2000 combat power. In this regard, Suge's brows suddenly furrowed. In this way, the current 6th universe is actually not as powerful as when the plot point of the previous life anime Dragon Ball Super was present. Thinking of this, Suge was inevitably a little lost. Hey, who are you? When Suge was lost, a questioning voice sounded behind him. Immediately afterwards, footsteps sounded, and a short young scion came to Suge, frowning and walking around him. Hey? What's wrong? Suge raised his head and looked at the little fart child in front of him, feeling a little strange. You have a tail. The little fart boy looked at Suge's tail coiled around his waist and spoke, although you carry the breath of our scion clan, your tail has exposed you. Hearing the words of this little fart child in front of him, Suge was slightly stunned, and then suddenly remembered in his mind that the scions in the 6th universe did not seem to have tails. That's kind of embarrassing. Suge glanced down at his tail, and then looked up at the little fart in front of him, and he suddenly felt that he was somewhat familiar. My name is Suge, I am indeed a scion, but I am not a scion from your 6th universe. Suge smiled and said, what's your name? Hearing Suje's words, this little fart child was immediately stunned. Are there other universes? Are you kidding? Scion race, that is only found on our planet, let alone other universes. The little fart boy's eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Suje shrugged his shoulders and was just about to speak, when at this moment, a voice sounded, "Gabe, the selection competition of the Rasa defense team is about to open, don't you go to watch it yet?" Gabe? Hearing this name, Suje suddenly realized, looked at the little fart child in front of him, and said in his heart, this kid should be Gabe, the 6th universe contestant in the power conference. He checked Gabe's combat strength now, 2000 points. Age, 6. When Suje saw Gabe's age, he was stunned. 6 years old, 2000 points. Moreover, it seems that this kid is still very thin, completely a malnourished guy. Can you imagine that he already has 2000 combat power? Tora, don't worry, I'll watch the battle later. 6-year-old little Gabe waved at an 8 or 9-year-old scion not far away, then looked at Suje, hugged his small hand to his chest, and spoke, I will also join the Rasa defense team in the future, and I will become an elite member of the team. Now, I officially warn you not to try to make trouble on our planet. As he spoke, the kid snorted softly, then turned around and ran away directly. In this regard, Suje was even more confused. This kid is a little out of the way to play cards. As a matter of common sense, shouldn't Gabe have expelled him from elsewhere at this time? Thinking of this, Suje scratched the back of his head and walked towards little Gabe. He wanted to see what level of battle that Rasa Defense Corps tryout was. Without taking a few steps, in Suje's line of sight, he saw several nemesis. Not only that, but he also saw other alien humanoid creatures. At this point, Suje finally understood why Gabe did not expel him. Because, on the planet inhabited by the scions of the 6th universe, scions are not only allowed to enter and exit. Soon, Suje caught up with Gabe. However, he did not take the initiative to talk to this kid, and he was not too interested in this kid. What he is interested in now is what is the mid to high-end combat power value of this scion race in the 6th universe. Gabi walked into a gladiatorial arena with his front foot, Suje walked in with his back heel, just entered, and after scanning around, he casually found a seat and sat down. He glanced at it, the entire gladiatorial arena could accommodate almost thousands of people, all the seats were full at the moment, and there were even many people sitting on the ground watching the battle in the big ring below. It's so powerful. Whenever there were sighs from time to time around him, Suje's eyelids couldn't help but jump, and he was really unable to complain. The combat power standard on the ring below is no more than 3000 points, and in Suje's mind, this should be the middle and lower level combat power of the Scion family in the 6th universe. After looking at it for a while, Suje was almost sleepy, so he got up and prepared to leave. You're you again. The moment Suje got up, a voice sounded. Suje tilted his head and looked at the little Gabe who had seen him before. Well, it's a coincidence. Suje yawned and responded lazily. You said before that you are a scion, why don't we practice our hands? Little Gabe stared at Suje and blinked, and suddenly opened his mouth to invite. Practice hands. Suje shook his head and laughed, you. Not my teammates. Gabe's 2000 combat power may be considered a good strength, but in Suje's eyes, it is no different from a newborn child. Hey! You're exaggerating. Gabe snorted coldly, and his face showed dissatisfaction. Don't look at my young age, on this planet. Some of my peers and even uncles who are a generation older than me are not my opponents. Hearing this, Suje shook his head again, turned around and prepared to leave. His purpose of coming here had been achieved, and he did not feel how powerful the Scion race in this 6th universe was. Hey, you wait. Suje turned and left, but Gabe was not happy, glanced under the ring, gritted his teeth and chased after him. Chapter 073. Suge naturally knew that Gabe was following him, and when he walked out of the gate of the gladiatorial arena, his figure suddenly disappeared. Hey? What about that guy? Gabe, who had just chased out, did not see Suge's figure again, and a confused look suddenly appeared on his face. When he was puzzled, Gabe continued to walk, and when he walked almost a small street, he still did not see Suge's figure, which made his brows suddenly furrowed. Hey! At the same time, Suge, who was floating high in the air to perfectly hide his breath, looked at Gabe, who was scratching his head below, and chuckled twice. Shout! Then, he pointed his index finger at his eyebrow and disappeared directly into the air. His purpose of coming here was achieved for the time being, and just now he used his powerful perception to probe again. At present, this is the most powerful scion in the whole week, and the combat power is around 100,000 points. 100,000 combat strength is the highest level at present. Then, next came some 890,000 combat strength. Compared to the scion race in the 7th universe, this scion race in the 6th universe is at a high level. No. Not only at the top, it should be said that overall, the scion race in the 6th universe is much stronger than the scion race in the 7th universe. Speaking of this, I suddenly remembered that I saw a message on a forum in my previous life. Suge, who appeared on a planet in the 6th universe, pinched his chin and began to recall. It seems that someone said that the scions in the 7th universe seem to have fled from the scions in the 6th universe. For this news, Suge also went to check the information. It is said that the ancestor of the scions, Amashi, was originally born from the 6th universe, and carried out conquests of various universes in ancient times, and was finally sanctioned by the whole king. For this statement, Suge still has a little belief. However, the real how, it is up to him to find the truth on his own. Now, to be honest, he still has a great chance to find out this truth. Not to mention, he suspected that Yamoses, the ancestor of the scions, might have been asleep and did not die at all. After all, this guy is a guy who can make all kings fearful. Also, the Freedom Extreme Gong was created by Amashi. The angels can be used, indicating that Amashi may have some connection with the angels. Thinking of this, Suge's eyes suddenly narrowed. In this way, it is not difficult to understand why this guy from Dragon Ball Super Vis takes great care of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Moreover, in the small chapter of the later Dragon Ball heroes, Sun Wukong became a disciple of the great priest, which made Suge a little suspicious of the connection between the scions and the angel family. But it's useless to think too much now. All I can do now is practice hard, and then wait quietly for the plot to unfold. Suge shook his head and chuckled. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps behind him sounded. Inexplicably, Suge subconsciously turned around and glanced back. This man is... Suge looked back and saw a man with a purple color, wearing a long coat, and in the pocket of his coat walking towards him with an indifferent expression. Heat. With this name coming out of his heart, Suge showed shock. Boom. When it was only a few meters away from Suge, the man suddenly paused in his steps. Looked at Suge, and frowned. You seems to know me? Hearing this, Suge's heart jumped. After so many years of traveling to the Dragon Ball world, it was the first time he felt the presence of pressure. This hit really deserves to be the ace player of the 6th universe in the power conference behind. What a time period of time! This guy's strength is so powerful and terrifying. However, this guy seems to be in the setting, and he is over 1,000 years old. Therefore, it is not for nothing that his strength is strong now. Suge's gaze froze, and he suddenly recalled the setting of this guy hit. Hey? You are? Suge knew that his current self was not Hit's opponent, so naturally he would not choose to meet and communicate with him. Because, this guy, is a killer. As an ace killer, people who know him, except for employers, should definitely not know him. Suje's expression was very realistic, and it was impossible to see that he knew Hit. Hit stared at Suje for several seconds, then withdrew his gaze and continued to walk. This guy. Suje shook his head and did not look back at Hit, he pretended to leave casually. In his heart, he opened his mouth and asked the system, what is the combat effectiveness of this guy Hit now? Back to the host, Hit's combat effectiveness cannot be measured by combat effectiveness. The system replied, measure the number of points by Beerus as strength, then Hit's combat effectiveness is Beerus into strength. Into strength? Hearing the system's reply, Suje's eyes couldn't help but widen. Can't beat, leave. With Suje's current combat strength, he really wants to confront Hit, unless this guy stands and fights him, then I am afraid that he will be able to kill him. However, Suje did not feel anything. In his opinion, if he was given 1,000 years of development time, then he would really be invincible in the Dragon Ball world by now. Really calculate the time, now he has only been here in this Dragon Ball world for more than 30 years. In more than 30 years, reaching his combat effectiveness is actually quite good. After all, he belongs to people outside the plot, and Sun Wukong is the Allah of the Dragon Ball world, and their development is naturally much faster. Moreover, his current combat strength, in terms of the strong people who appear in the Do plot, is indeed a high-end level combat power. Meeting Hit today really surprised Suje. Next, Suje played on this planet, and then left the planet directly. He began to travel around the planets in the 6th universe, and time marched very quickly with him. Soon, a year passed like this. Suje calculated the time, and was ready to leave the 6th universe and return to the 7th universe. Host, the system needs to remind you of something. Just as Suje was about to leave for the 7th universe, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his head. Hey? What the? Suje was slightly stunned. The time ratio of the 6th universe and the 7th universe is not the same. The system explains. So? Suje blinked. It's only been 3 months since the 7th universe. The system continues. Hearing this, Suje's eyes widened and he was surprised. So, I still have to stay in the 6th universe for 3 years, and the 7th universe has only passed a full year. He had talked to the system before. And a year was enough time for him to understand how the subsequent plotline should go. So, he had to stay in this universe for a year. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 074. Since it is not a good time to return to the 7th universe, Suje naturally will not keep thinking about going back, and after thinking about it, he once again teleported to the planet where the scions of the 6th universe were located. This time he came, according to his original intention, to communicate with the king of the Scion clan in the 6th universe, but as soon as he arrived, a guy from the Frozen Demon clan who looked very similar to Frisia was destroying the planet. In this regard, Suje was stunned. Naturally, he knew who this guy who was extremely similar to Frisia was, Frost. In other words, this guy is Frisia of the 6th universe. However, at this moment, Frisia is far less powerful than this Frost. Frisia has a transformation, and this guy naturally has a transformation as well. Fortunately, Frost of the 6th universe did not know about the transformation of the golden form, otherwise, Suje would definitely not think much about it and directly chose to leave. Through the introduction of the system, Suje easily knew his final combat strength value 100 billion. On the surface, Frost is indeed on the same level as Suje. However, this is only superficial. Under Suje's outbreak, the final combat power is far from being able to compete with an ordinary 100 billion standard combat power level. Hey? Who are you? I said, non-Scion people, leave this planet as soon as possible, do you not understand me? While Suje was thinking, Frost, who was engaged in destruction, noticed him, turned his head to look at him, and slowly approached him, and when the voice came, his expression became even more gloomy and vain. Your face. It really disgusts me. Suge stared at Frost and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, and at this moment his state was in a super full power state. The 100-fold increase in normal combat effectiveness instantly increased Suge's chi. Hey! You are also a Saiyan. Frost felt Suge's breath, his eyes suddenly widened, and he said in surprise, how is it possible? Your appearance is completely different from the appearance of a Saiyan. Not to mention, how could a Saiyan be able to reach such a strong point as you? In Frost's mind, the Saiyan race could not have grown so strong. Also, at this moment, Suge's appearance, where does it look like a Saiyan? Hey! Suge sneered, and Frost seemed to see the guy Frisia, not to mention that his posture was completely similar to Frisia. Scions, why can't they be stronger? It seems that it is necessary for you to understand a truth. Suge's body shook, once again, it was the super full power state of Super Saiyan 2, and now he has a 200-fold increase in combat effectiveness in this state, and his strength is terrifying. That is, Saiyan, definitely not something you can provoke. Drink. Suge's combat power began to soar with his roar, and soon, the standard of 100 billion had been reached. However, it did not stop. 11 billion. 120 billion. 13 billion. After a while, his combat power soared again, reaching about 150 billion. The powerful aura made Frost's body tremble uncontrollably. Too powerful, too terrifying. Frost's eyes were full of horror, and he pointed at Suge and exclaimed, no, you are definitely not a Saiyan. This is not to blame Frost for not believing that Suge is a Saiyan. But his combat effectiveness at the moment is too high, and it is not at all the combat effectiveness that a weak Saiyan clan can achieve. That guy. At the same time, on the ground below Suge and Frost, a little guy looked up at the sky with an incredible look on his face. Gabe, you know that gentleman? The companion saw Gabe's expression and asked in surprise. I. Hearing his companion's words, Gabe smiled bitterly, raised his head and glanced at Suge in the sky again, and shook his head, where do I know such a powerful character? As he spoke, Gabe sighed, and the mood in his heart was very complicated. At that time, he thought about fighting this person once, but now it seems that he is completely doing death. Thundered. As Gabe thought about it, there was an explosion roar in the sky. Gabe looked up and immediately gasped. I saw that Frost was pinched by Suge by the neck and punched his head. In his opinion, an extremely powerful existence was so fragile in the hands of Suge, a mysterious Saiyan. Don't fight, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. In the sky, Frost couldn't be beaten at all, not to mention how uncomfortable, his nose and face were swollen and he began to beg Suge for mercy. Although he was extremely angry in his heart, there was nothing he could do to get angry. Suge, this guy, is too powerful. So strong that no matter how much he resisted, he could not break free from his confinement to himself. You can imagine how terrifying the strength of this Saiyan is. Update is sent, please subscribe. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A. Chapter 075. Suge was quite upset when he saw Frost's face similar to Frisia's, but he also knew that Frost's existence in the subsequent plot was only insignificant, and it was not worth his action now. Surrender or die, you choose one yourself. Suge looked at Frost's gaze, as if facing the contempt of an ant. The current Frost is no threat to Suge at all, and it is naturally good if he can include his subordinates. If not, then he is strangling this scourge in the cradle. My lord, I choose to surrender. Frost knelt down immediately after Suge's hand was lowered. The person who knows the time is Junja. Frost can have the status he has today, naturally not stupid, humiliated for a while, small life is naturally important, but in his heart he wants to scold people. The hatred for Suja has also been buried here, and it is very well concealed on the surface. Suja faced Frost's submission, let go of the past. Vaguely Suja is also murderous. He naturally knows that there is some sincerity in this Frost's submission, and it is calm on the surface. Frost wanted to leave. Suja said, "Your thoughts, I advise you to accept it. Don't treat me as a fool you can play with." The momentum of Suja's whole body was released at the same time, and he pressed straight towards Frost. Suja's words were cold and fierce. Frost's feet trembled slightly. He was stunned for a step, and repeatedly assured Suja that he had no two hearts to say, "Adult." Frost's words, are still useful, and I dare not have two minds. Too weak. Frost used this word countless times today to describe himself, and in front of Suja for the first time he had a feeling of powerlessness to resist the slightest. Powerful to a terrifying degree, it is obviously the breath of Scion, but it is completely different from the weakness of Scions. "Hey!" Suja looked at Frost and snorted coldly. Frost had his pride. Suja could see that Frost did not have complete surrender in his heart, and Suja came today to break Frost's pride and make Frost completely become a lackey under him. Boom! Suja made a fierce move. Although Frost found it in time, he was still sent flying, and the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth made him understand how big the gap between himself and Suja was, and he was very unhappy in his heart, but inexplicably he didn't want to just succumb to the hands of such a scion, and the previous sense of superiority made him simply unable to stand the existence of this gap. So strong. Gabe watched this unilateral suppression on the ground, and became curious about the scions in the universe where Suja came, and the battle intent in the Scion bloodline was constantly burning, wanting to challenge and fight. "Gabe, do you also envy the strength of that gentleman? I really don't know if there has ever been such a presence as this gentleman among us Scions." The companion attached to Gabe, and looked at Suja's eyes with burning heat, because Suja's tale and strength made him not even think that Suja was also a Scion. The eyes of the two were so hot that Suja also had to pay attention to existence, and Suja looked at Gabe's eyes with intention. This is a bit of an interesting brat. As far as the original plot is concerned, Gabi's potential is by no means limitless, and now Suja is considering whether it is necessary to include Gabi under his hand. Suja looked at Gabe, and suddenly thought that he was also Vegeta's apprentice, and he really didn't know what kind of magic Vegeta had, which could be said to be a winner in life. In the original book, Bulma married Vegeta and Gabi also worshipped Vegeta as a teacher, and now he has robbed Bulma, who originally belonged to Vegeta, and now he wants to rob Vegeta's apprentice, which even he feels a little guilty about Vegeta. Suja looked at Gabe's eyes below and inexplicably brought something else, and Gabi felt a little numb in his heart. Is it because of his previous disrespect? Gabe and Suja looked at each other, thinking of their previous challenge and feeling dead. Suja looked at Gabe's gaze slightly stunned, and then thought of his strength. He relied on his ability to rob it, why not? The more the merrier, the better, is naturally good. Let Gabe become a Super Saiyan in 2 years. The task suddenly given by the system caught Suja off guard. Suja was surprised but still rational after seeing it. System, if I take Gabi as an apprentice, will the fate of Vegeta and Gabe be broken? The world is always changing, there will always be changes about this matter, and Vegeta's disciple may appear, but it is just a different person, and even this Vegeta himself does not know that his disciple has changed. This point made Suja himself feel terrible. Maybe he came here as another substitute, but this doubt flashed in Suja's mind. There was no lasting idea at all. No one would hope that he would be someone else's substitute. Regarding this Vegeta's apprentice, the host can rest assured that there will be no second Gabe in the future. Gabe is an important driving character in the plot, and the chance of substitution is not high, but the danger faced by the host under the butterfly effect will also be unknown, and the plot begins to change. When Suja heard the words of the system, he let go of his heart. although the difficulty of the plot will increase, but you must know that Gabe's future is the strongest scion warrior in the 6th universe, and Gabe's future under his hands can only be said to be limitless. Are you willing to be my apprentice? Suge stretched out his hand to send out an invitation to Gabe. In his opinion, it was far easier to be active than to wait for passivity to come. Gabe's pupils dilated at Suge couldn't believe that he looked at everything in front of him. Obviously he was a little too surprised, and the companions on the side also looked at Gabe with some envy, with infinite yearning in their eyes. Gabe, do you know this gentleman? Sir, can you take a look at me? My talent is not bad either. The companion saw that Gabi was selected by the strong, and some dissatisfied with the effort beckoned to Suge, but Suge decisively refused. For the life of the character outside the system release task, his choice is to try not to interfere. Because his advantage lies in the foreknowledge of the plot, once everyone's fate changes, the main line cannot still be supported, and he will also lose the existence of this big advantage. Suge didn't even dare to guarantee that he would continue to survive in this universe step by step, so he attached great importance to the existence of power. Suge's training of Gabe is a little different from the previous Reg and Sun Wukong. Because these two people just want to increase their combat effectiveness to more than 100,000. And they also have time to have a natural advantage. Gabe is different this time, he will become a Super Saiyan within 2 years. You must know how much Gabe's combat power is now, only about 3,000. Slightly updated. Get in good shape. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novel A.